All right, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は194日目です。Is day 194. We have a special thing today. The Bunpro team has prepared a new feature in which they call topics. I think they had a subtitle to it. We're gonna go to that page and comb through the comments made by James of Bunpro. And I'll probably go over some of the commentary. I skimmed it earlier, like before, sometime in the evening yesterday when they posted it. Or actually, it might have been this morning, really. No, it was yesterday. So, we'll see if it hits on. I did notice that it hit on a couple of topics that I've been focusing on when it came to developing comprehension through application versus your consistent recognition, memorization, recognition type of workflow, right? So let's get into it. It's a very wonderfully written thing. So, a bit of a spoiler. First of all, I want to make sure, be careful of the eyes because the Bunpro forum has a white background, so shield your eyes a bit, let it acclimate. So here we go. 3, 2, 1. All right. So, I'm like it was 2 days ago. 2 days ago. I was late to the party, right? Slightly late to the party. So there is this new feature as of July 11th, 2026. So James, right? Hi all. Today we would like to introduce a new feature called Topics. So today we're specifically just going to be focused on this. Topics have been designed to help you get more out of individual lessons, fill in the gaps that are not covered in traditional Bunpro grammar points, and introduce you to new content, as well as to challenge you to apply what you have learned. So, most importantly, individual lessons, right? They are contained very dry, and when I was been going over this month so far, doing the vocabulary section and some grammar points when I'm reflecting on the vocabulary section, there are a bit of connections that I have been making myself because there's technically not too much of a bridge between the individual lessons. The organization of the grammar section are largely, there is some grouping, but I think that might be a coincidence. So the grammar points tend to be, I rely a lot on the related part, the antonyms, synonyms, and related section of the grammar points. It creates comprehension, in my opinion. Comprehension can be one of the beginning parts of comprehension is developing a form of association between various informations, like various types of information. So if you get like information from source 1 and source 2, and you're able to organize them, compare and contrast them, right? Make a proper comparison. That creates this feeling of comprehension, and creating higher and higher order connections create that feeling of comprehension. So they're attempting to fill the gaps that are not covered in traditional grammar points, which effectively is that organizational level. Now, having said that, grammar points having related topics and antonym synonym, that's a fantastic boon. I think that is one of the first steps of application to each of the individual grammar points. So when you're trying to remember a grammar point in isolation, that's for the first exposure. So your memory can take over through the recognition of like example sentences. However, the moment you prioritize or say like, oh yeah, I know this in isolation, and you now look at it as its relevance to other things and its association in comparison to other things, it starts to fill in the gaps. So they will no longer be individual lessons. They will be dependent lessons, right? And then we have new content. This is what you pay for, right? So new content is great. That's usually, it increases the value of you not having to create the content. There is a double edge about content though. When content is presented to you, the ideal case for learning and education is that the new content encourages you to create content, to create new association. So the content itself is to incentivize. The more content you consume, you're as a learner, right? Like, so the thing about content is online or entertainment stuff, you can consume content. Now, consuming content mitigates and minimizes learning, in my opinion. Like, learning potential goes down in a poop chute when you think of content as something you consume and you rely entirely on your bottom line effort to immerse. This is what I mean by immersion yesterday when I was ranting about immersion. Immersion makes it seem like you're consuming content, mining something, right? Mining a sentence, going, watching your favorite show and having a tool mine all the words so that you can consume more content. That is immediately, it lowers your learning potential down to as minimal as possible for your efforts. So that removes application, bridging, comprehension. It becomes a menial, mechanical task that emphasizes the bottom line, which is memorization and repetition. That leads to habits and intuition. That's great. You don't have to rely solely on that, is what I'm suggesting. You can get both. And for me, whenever I hear new content, it is something you pay for. So like, it really, any new content elevates the value of Bunpro uniquely because it's something they wrote, something they created. Now, they are also trying to create content that encourages people to learn. So learning involves taking that content and increasing the learning potential. So we'll see how the content potentially encourages the person to explore more analytical tools, like comparative tools in their head. I'm not talking about like literally apps doing comparisons. So for me, an educational tool, the content reveals what and encourages the learner to try to apply those same methods. Like, hey, look, have you noticed that this is connected to this through this funny little thing? And then the other the person who's using it, right? The person who's reading it is like, wait, that's an interesting thought. Let me go and do that somewhere else. So now here's, thanks to Beth, who uses very interesting and endearing phrases. I call that, in Beth's word, the ripple brain stuff. You know, the thinky stuff. Like when you're watching a movie, there's movie for smooth brain relaxing, right? You're just relaxing, you're immersing. And then there's ones for like thinking really hard, and you might not always have the energy to do that, right? Like, it's too complicated, I don't want to think while enjoying my movie. That's the content I'm talking about. So when I think about educational content, the content should be profound. It might even feel pretentious, snobby, pushing you to think, because like, hey guys, we're not holding your hand. Do you see the connection? If you don't, try again. So we'll point out something and try again. Now the thing is, it gets easier or more efficient when you practice it. And the phrase I would use is, content in learning material should promote critical thinking skills. Yes, it's kind of like school, right? You go to school, you don't care about math, you still have to do it for grades. And if the content is spun in a way that can encourage the student to engage in critical thinking, remember, school is not responsible for your hygiene, your sleep schedule, right? Your energy levels, your likes and dislikes, your mood. Granted, when you go to school, when you're rested, maybe even bored for the time being before you get to class, and you're eating well and you're open-minded, then the content in school is likely supposed to be structured in a way that encourages you to critically think. So we'll see what Bunpro's content's about. I imagine it's going to be about Japanese culture and like when certain things to use it, when you do this and do that. And the idea is when you consume that content, you would think, let's go do that. Let's go try and do that. How else can you do it? That type of thing. All right. Anyways, and then this, and of course, I really like the last phrase they have. It challenges you to apply what you learn. So far, the vast majority of learners that I have come across, they rarely apply. They're specifically consuming. So that was my major criticism for myself personally. I'm not going to criticize other people. I observe that they largely talk about all the times they consume content, immerse in content, input in content. They rarely apply it. Application requires output. Output to create feedback and input. That's like talking to a teacher and a teacher responds back, right? That type of thing. So self-study is nearly entirely input dominant for those who like to self-study. And for myself, I try to find new ways to output, find reasons to output or apply. So that deals with recording, talking about learning strategies and whatnot, and participating in discussions, right? Discussions about Japanese culture or video games or something that ties in with Japanese culture, and throwing incentives and encouraging myself to break out the Japanese every once in a while, regardless of what its context is. The context is flexible to your application, right? You can choose a context to apply your stuff. Now, we'll see what the challenge is. So, and it's a pretty good time because by the end of this month, actually it's going to be the beginning of next month, I'm going to do the first N5 mock test. So that's available on Bunpro. It's another feature that I have not touched yet because of how I'm scheduling everything. So they're starting from N5. So it's a good time to dive back in and see if the N5 grammar is still there, right? So when studying grammar points one by one, there are many places that we can often like to include additional information. I can definitely tell that they have so much more information they could have included, and I definitely do not doubt them that they had to cut and try to stay focused without digressing too far. I mean, I digress instead. Like when I'm reading their grammar point, immediately I want to go into like an hour or two digression about how they're explaining grammar point. So I can imagine the people at Bunpro would feel very similarly. I'm a novice. They do this for a living, right? Or at least I think they do this as part of their living. But are unable to do so while keeping each grammar point self-contained, right? So their goal by their design, in my opinion, was to self-contain them. So the lessons were entirely like card-shaped, so to speak. And I really like the related section, which it makes it more like modular blocks, right? Now this includes many things like comparisons, as of course my golden rule for going from memorization to comprehension is usually a higher level of thinking that involves comparison. And comparison means to similarities and differences, comparing contrast. Now, and I've already talked about this hours and hours about how on the internet, contrast is how people compare, like 90% of the time. I would say comparison is similarities and differences. You need both. Not just looking for the differences, which is what happens very often when people try to learn something. They think that things need to be substantially different in order to be memorable, as opposed to comparing things that are incredibly similar or very incredibly dissimilar, like the whole 9 yards. So comparison is a form of association. You're comparing two topics, right? Two things, any comparative analyses, right? Cue the person who comes by and say, oh, A is garbage, B is great. And their comparison is B has 3 things that A does not. End of story. That is not comparative analyses. That's actually void of critical thinking. You simply looked at one and another. It's like an apple is better than an orange because an apple is red and an orange is not. Now, if you're wondering how does a comparative analysis work, well, apple is red, orange is orange. They are both warm colors on one side of the electromagnetic spectrum, despite appearing to like 2 different colors semantically. Right? Now, red and orange are normalized comparatively as colors. And colors belong on the electromagnetic spectrum. And they are both on the warmer side. They are also both low in wavelength, right? If you're thinking about the electromagnetic spectrum. So that's one way. And then you can start thinking about other ways to compare. Apple has arguably a less citrus content than oranges. Oranges is citric fruit, while apple, I don't even know what you call an apple. You see how this works, right? Like, now I'm curious. I want to find out, but what do you call an apple then? If orange is a citrus fruit, what is an apple in the same category? That, in my opinion, is what comparative analysis is. It's not the same as you go on online, ask ChatGPT, or go on YouTube and have a content creator list the similarities and differences and then filter everything for the differences, which is what I think the vast majority, over 50% of people who learn things, what they do is they filter for the least amount of information in order to distinctively differentiate things. So it's not about the whole thing. It's about the minimum effort you can possibly do to learn anything, which is to memorize the differences. That's happens on a daily basis. The most common type of commentary that I get thrown at my face with no, and in my opinion, very low indication that they did any critical thinking. It's a resonance and an echo of whatever they read. Consumed content. They consumed the content, right? How do I know? Is because they have no opinion of their own most of the time, and they analyze something that goes beyond the way they speak. So they tell you a fact, they tell you commentary and opinions that do not have any form of indicator that they experienced something, they thought about it. It's simply a statement. So it happens a lot when you're using a lot of products, playing a lot of video games. That's your basic, in my opinion, that's the foundation, the more normalized thing. Now, it's not a good or bad thing, because the good news is if you're looking for distinctions and differences and whatnot, it saves you a lot of time. That is the end-all be-all right now to a lot of people's minds. How do you learn? The shortest amount of time to get to your goal is the number one goal. That means, in my opinion, the likelihood is that this person will have a specialized approach for that very specific goal, and their learning potential is not holistic. So they might get really excellent at that particular task. However, comprehension would be a very large wall at some point. Comprehension requires critical thinking, in my opinion. Otherwise, it rarely ever elevates to the level of beyond memorization and recognition. So, at least in my opinion. So, comparison. Relevant grammar discussions. I talk about this. Relevant grammar discussions would probably have to be presented in English or whatever like native language used to then form the bridge to the target language. So whenever I hear like, naze, right? I even explain why, like, grammar or sorry, someone else told me like, oh well, everyone uses doshite, and I'm like, well, the one that I heard for why is naze, and the person laughed and said, oh well, that's, no one ever uses that as doshite. It's like, well, you didn't explain it to me. That's what relevant grammar discussion is. So when that naze came up in Bunpro, they recently added naze, doshite, and I don't even know the third one. It's the super casual one. Yeah, see, like, they're not as memorable because they're not grouped together properly in my head yet. Now, having the relevant grammar discussion would be how I develop output for it. That's not to say that when it shows up, like on a grammar text or like in a Japanese, when someone's speaking or not, I wouldn't recognize that they said why in 3 different forms. That's recognition, it's input, right? You're responding to something. But right now I'm trying to explain or give an example of these relevant grammar discussions. Naze and doshite would be one, right? Yesterday when I was doing the vocabulary word, it was shikashi, kedo, and demo, right? And every variant of kedo, right? Those are my relevant grammar discussions. We talk about how they're related and whatnot. So I develop relevant discussions with myself as I'm organizing, comparing, doing comparative analyses. Introduction to broader topics such as vocab and listening. That's great. I mean, more input, right? You get broader topics that encourages the integration of vocab and listening, which you'll do naturally. That's the bottom line. Usually input is the default. So we'll see what that is like. Broader cultural language and related concepts, right? I naturally do that whenever I read new content. I relate it to my existing concepts while also consuming the new one. If you do not have a point of reference, for example, oh, Japanese people do this. Okay, does your process end there? That's the question. Like for myself, it doesn't end there. I compare, make relevant discussions of my existing experience. It takes a lot of time. However, I won't have to remember it traditionally again. Like, it's not, oh, that's what Japanese people do. Oh, in this very example, that is what Japanese people do. Like, well, what do you do? What do you do right now? What are you going to do in the future? That's kind of the idea. It's a bridge. You're forming bridges. Or what I would say is you're crossing wires, right? You're trying to associate all your memories. And then etymology brings it all together. Etymology is a natural way of, like, creating tethers, right? So etymology is like the idea of creating an association between your existing knowledge and your new knowledge. So when you read a new cultural thing about Japanese, you have to ask yourself, or you should encourage yourself, what are you doing now as a comparison to that? Because etymology, while etymology is about words and language, association with your existing memory is the etymology of yourself. It's the etymology of your memory. So anything you currently have, your current knowledge, has to be tied in order and origin to your new knowledge. So that's what I do. I don't ever not do this. Like, that was a poorly phrased English. I genuinely 99% of the time do this. When I get a new piece of information, immediately it has to be chronologically or etymologically attached to something that exists in my brain. That's what, in my opinion, makes me go beyond memory right away. Like, go beyond memorization. It is using my memory to remember something new. So when I play a video game and I see a scene, I think about how that scene is related to a lot of things that I already have experienced. That's how I recall people's names, movies. In fact, in general, if you look at someone who is very skilled, not the same as intelligent, like how people talk about geniuses, right? Like, oh, this person can remember the first 1,000 names in a phone book. That's a different aspect. The successful and skilled is what I'm talking about, is how people, when you hear a successful person, it sounds like they always have something to say, and not in a way of filling time, like saying bro a bunch of times or something like that. I know that's a little bit, some people are catching strays. I'm sorry. The idea is I'm trying to encourage them. You don't have to only say bro. You're a human being, so you can say lots of things as long as you want when your memories are tied together. So like in an interview, you get nervous, like, oh no, what happens if the conversation stops and I have nothing to say and nothing to ask? Associations build that. It creates a flow. So any one topic leads to many other topics. You can guide the flow of the discussion because they're already connected in memory. So that's kind of what I mean by etymology. Etymology analogously happens in your memory. When your memory exists, your existing memory, body of knowledge, gets tied to the new existing memory knowledge, there's an order to it. This came before this. It doesn't matter which one's better, it's the whole thing. How English leads to Japanese is part of the etymology, quote unquote, etymology of my knowledge of language. So it's not individual things. They're not tied together. If you can definitely go about that if you want. Not my cup of tea, obviously. The list goes on and on. Topics were created to bridge the gap and provide a more holistic perspective. That's what I mean by holistic. When you're taking a holistic approach, that's when other aspects of the other disciplines and skills are incorporated into the learning process. It's not a specialized skill, which unfortunately or unfortunately right now, there are very, I would say, fairly competent and intelligent people that I have met in my life. This doesn't affect their intelligence. However, they are incredibly specialized. Being specialized does not affect your capacity, like how intelligent you are and how perceptive, how observant you are, because you can be specialized observations, right? You can pick off things in a specialized way. Holistics is taking a broader approach, is to round everything out. A balance approach, which is typically when you figure out your routine, your habit formation, which does require specialized attention. On the basis of that habit, you can produce and build holistic skill building on top of your routine. So, for example, when you start a workout, right, you can specialize and focus directly on the thing that requires it to form a habit. Consistency, SRS, for example, Bunpro is an SRS thing. Once that habit is built, then you can step back and take a holistic approach and develop other skills. The downside right now for me personally is many of the tools, this does not include Bunpro, does one thing. So they're a single utility product, right? Which I'll get into on the bottom. Bunpro, the James wrote their overall vision, which is to take a holistic approach, not necessarily, which was said here, to ultimately provide a holistic tool for learning Japanese, not a specialized tool. So whenever I will go to suggest about Bunpro, I would focus on holistics, because for I don't know, right now, for the average 17-year-old who loves Japanese culture, who wants to learn Japanese, they might be, you could say, they might be too young or inexperienced, or they simply want to focus on one thing, or they have trouble focusing. A holistic tool may not be the go-to, right? However, Bunpro might be able to like organize it, which is what they're coming up with next, the next section. They might organize it in a way that you go from something specialized, very narrow, like a summary of the main points, into a holistic approach, and then come back to challenge the person, right? So the idea is, when you specialize in something, so you're narrow-minded, right? You focus on something, it's supposed to encourage you to expand that knowledge. And when you expand that knowledge, it'll feel like it's specialized again. Because once you feel like you've connected all of the topics, it'll feel like one thing again, not multiple things. So whenever someone asks me, like, so what, how do you keep on thinking about things when you're watching a movie? Well, I did all those things very often. And at some point, it's difficult not to do all those things than doing one thing, right? Like, and for me, I don't really envy going back. I often say it's very impressive. It's incredibly impressive that someone can watch a movie, for example, or read manga, right, and whatnot, and while they're learning Japanese, and the only thing they can think of is if they memorize something, or they sentence mind something. That is like a very impressive skill. Like, the filtering that is required for me to do that is almost under practice. So you could argue that I'm deficient at that because I don't practice it. I don't actively practice reading something for a mechanical purpose. It's very similar to how I contrast with younger people who play video games. When they play video games, they extract what they want to extract. So it would be like 100% effort into 20%, I would say roughly 20% of the content. That means that they get really good at the 20% content, and that 20% content is the minimum amount to be successful in the video game. So they are intrinsically trained to do the minimum amount, optimized. The word would be optimized. I see it as minimalized or minimized. They optimize the minimum amount of learning that they have to do, specialize in it with practice, which is output, right? That's the application, and then succeed at that narrow vision very, very well. And that's usually the approach of the internet hustle culture right now, the hyper optimization of your skills. So what is the minimum amount of new information that you need to learn, minimum amount of skill development in which you can immediately and specialize? So anti-holistic approach, the opposite. You're narrowing the amount, practice that, so then the practice happens, and then become excellent at that. That is usually how it works, and it works really well. Like, speedrunners do it, right? Anyone who relies on an aggressive way of optimizing. Now, that comes with many benefits. It makes you the best at that narrow field, right? That's what specialization is. It saves you the most time, and most time in focusing exactly on what you want to do, right? Now, holistic approach means the pros and cons of a holistic approach. The con, it takes a lot more time. It spreads out your it creates less focus. It spreads out your disciplines. However, there are also pros to the cons of specialized things. Active skill exploration, innovation, right? Critical thinking skills, problem solving skills. Those are the ones that tend to benefit from the holistic approach. It allows you to bridge skills. So when you become specialized at a vocabulary, you can be excellent, like super excellent at recalling any vocabulary. That doesn't mean it's going to lead to, it can spill a little bit over to sentence structure or paragraph or whatnot. It pales in comparison to a holistic approach in this case. So usually you take the balance of the two. I would take the first two. If it's a foreign concept, specialized approach, you can iron out where you're weak, right? When there's a mistake, I use a specialized approach to address the mistake by recruiting holistic tools. That's usually how we go about it, back and forth. Anyways, that's kind of what the holistic perspective of grammar that I actually have learned. Like, that's how I acquired English grammar and continue to this day to be able to critique, at least in my opinion, sufficiently critique English writing, both professionally and like creatively, right? Creative writing is a little bit more less disciplined than professional writing. So let's look at their organization, and I imagine their organization will follow that, right? First, they'll present an introduction, much like how professional writing works. The introduction will set all the points that are covered, so they'll tell you, I guess, all of the grammar sections that if you have studied, and in this case we completed the N5 block, so we'll see what they're listed, and then cover an overall topics and give you an extremely brief explanation of them. To me, this is as far as comprehension goes when it comes to someone who's consuming content. So when you're on YouTube and you're consuming a YouTube video, this is as much as you're going to get in terms of learning outside of the YouTube video. So if you are consuming YouTube videos, and then when you leave the YouTube video, right, when the YouTube video ends and all you do is summarize it in a paragraph that's literally explaining what's in the video, that to me is how the vast majority of people consume content. I'm not saying they only consume content. When I'm like trying to explain what it means to consume content instead of learn from the content, you're consuming content when you finish a video and the first thing you do is describe, summarize the video, literally what's in the video. That is consuming content. There's no greater creation, no greater organization. There's simply repeating in your own words. That's still a little bit of critical thinking, being able to repeat it in your own words. In fact, I actually experienced more so that a youngster who tells me what they did in a day, they try to memorize it. They try to tell the exact details. So they rarely is it even paraphrasing. Like, they don't explain to me, here's, in my opinion, what paraphrasing and summary often is supposed to tell me. They're telling me what's important to them, that they extracted from the video, and usually it creates elements of what they understand about it. Nowadays, when I ask someone, what did you see in the video? They will try to verbatim describe something that they memorized from the video. Like, oh, so this YouTube content creator did this, and then they did this, not before they did this, and then they did this. That's what I remember from the video. And I'm like, zero comprehension to me. That's like literally zero comprehension. They described what they literally saw to try to memorize it and then tell me it in memory. And that to me is impressive. It's actually quite impressive if you want to keep doing that. Like for myself, I don't even think I could do that as a kid. Basically, watch a 5-minute video and then literally tell the next person exactly what was in that 5 minutes of video. Like, try to remember, okay, so they did this and then they did this, and like play it back in your head, play the video directly back in your head. That's not what I do. I rarely ever do that. I would say if someone challenged me to do that, I would be far more deficient than, like, if the goal is to replay the video back in my head, then I'm gonna fail. Like, that's not what I do. What I do is I reinterpret the video. So I interpret the video by the end of the video, as in, hey, all right, so from this 5-minute video, I've collected 3 topics that I think generally underpins the core aspect of this video: the intent of the author's creation, how they support the intent of their creation, and what it means to me. And I would create a paragraph that tells the person in an organized way, the way I would organize the information, and that would be my introduction and summary, all within that 5 minutes as I'm like watching the video. So that to me is my natural inclination. When someone shows me something, I have already formulated many paragraphs of critical thinking that I can share with that person. I even infer why that person showed me the video in the first place. So like when someone says, hey, this is really neat, you should watch this video, my first inclination is, this person is telling me to watch this video, and this person said the video is neat. I wonder why that's the case. So I'm already watching the video for a higher comprehension, for a higher fourth wall related topic. I need to also understand why that other person is asking me to watch this video, right? All of those things happen immediately. For me, whenever I share a video with someone who is a lot bit younger, they would watch it, and then they would wait for me to prompt them. Like, oh, okay, so what have you seen in the video? Then they do that memory exercise where they would try to describe maybe 15 seconds identically of a 5-minute video, because they believe that's what's important to them. At least that's what I think they're trying to infer. Like, it's important. So I would use that detail to ask further questions. However, when someone's asking me, oh, I want to learn something, I want to be able to remember things, that's not, in my opinion, that's not how you remember things. It will be poorly scaling. Like, imagine thinking that every day you watch, in order to be smart and comprehensive and intelligent, or whatever the words kids use these days to describe their recall ability or their comprehension skills, they have to be able to practice a skill, something like that, get so good that when they watch a video, every single video they watch, they can play it back in their heads. I don't think then if that is intelligence, then I'm probably one of the stupidest people on this planet, because I rarely can even play back. Like, when someone asks me, oh, what did you watch yesterday? My first thought is, oh, let me play it back in my head. Let me think, okay, there's this scene with someone on the left side of the screen running to the right side of the screen. That's generally not what's going on in my head. So whenever someone asks me artwork, we're about to get into artwork, that's the same thing with artwork. Someone would say, oh, hey, so how do you come up with ideas so quickly? Like, do you just like look at an image and then like reproduce it? And I'm like, if I look at an image and then I look at a blank canvas and that image is gone, I'm not going to be able to remember that image. Like, I don't draw from the eidetic memory of the specific image. Now, this is a little bit harder to describe, but I do draw from an image. The thing is, the image is not identical to the image I saw. So, like, the thing about biological memory is that you consolidate. There's a bit of noise, a bit of fuzzy logic. So when you see an apple, like someone shows you an apple, you can choose, when that person takes away that apple, you can choose to try to remember every single exact detail of the actual apple and then draw it. That's super impressive to me. People have eidetic memories, right? Like there are individuals who can capture literally what they saw, and that's impressive. I'm not speaking for those individuals because I really don't have that skill. I don't envy or desire that skill. I am impressed by that skill. For me, when I see an apple, I have many ideas. What I see in my head is very different from what I literally see. If I wanted to literally see it for myself personally, this is why I don't practice this skill. I take a picture of it. Right? And for me, other people would love the skill of seeing an apple and then they can draw the apple from memory. Like they literally have a eidetic memory. They desire that. I'm not one who envies and desires eidetic memory, right? I have interpretive memory. And interpretive memory is my strong suit largely because I think of comprehension first. It's effectively subtextual, emotional intelligent comprehension at all times. So I am weak. So whenever a kid says, oh yeah, you're smart, you must be great at memorizing things and like short-term memory, every time that happens, it's already happened like 20 times this year. Every single time I get trounced, I get beat out by whoever says like they think my short-term memory is better, because I typically do not remember things verbatim. It rarely does. It's a bit of a twist, my comprehension. So I do filter things. That's what the filtering is. I filter and create. So it's not quite the same as filtering to be optimized, right? Take in all the observation and make something of it right away. So information comes in, it comes out in my own words and created and comparatively organized, regardless of how limited it is. If you show me 2 words, I will have created multiple English sentences because I can't express it in Japanese yet, for example. Eventually, those created English words about a Japanese word will become Japanese sentences. That's the bridge. So that's what we're doing now. Anyways, that's what the flow is. So this is the first step. It's great. It's a natural first step for most people. Then they will go into the grammar points listed individually. So that's to connect and bridge all the grammar points into one place, because individual grammar points is not the same as a concept with multiple grammar points. So now they're bringing grammar points together on a topic, which is the natural bridge for comprehension. Like any individual grammar point is not quite sufficient to illustrate a collage, a mosaic of grammar points. That's usually when sentences come in. The moment you start reading sentences, the multiple grammar points have to come together to form the foundations, right? Foundations, and then all the nuances, the extraneous grammar points to create flavor or nuance of that. So they're bringing it together, which it expands the scope. Now things aren't one-dimensional. They're combinatorial, right? They're not in serial, it's combination. Although even in serial, sometimes others may struggle, like serial logic, which is A leads to B leads to C. So if you learn one grammar point, it leads to the right answer of that grammar point when prompt, right? Now it's more like you read something, what do you see? How many points do you see? How do they relate to each other? How many combinations of right answers can you think of? Or how many combinations of right answers are there using multiple variables? So that's kind of where you form your network, right? Anyways, and you're given the option to learn them full one by one, right? That's a great way to repurpose their individual grammar cards. And we recommend this style as the next section assumes that you have already done this, right? So we have done, this is a great primer for what are the first 2 steps. The first step is to get a general impression, exposure, right? That's what the introduction is for. The introduction is supposed to help you create a generalized focus. That's usually why science papers, right, academic papers, or even textbooks, they start with an introduction. Gets you primed. That's usually when you walk into a classroom, you should have already have that. Which it takes all the way to like college before, honestly, probably now even halfway through college, before someone who spends most of the time on the internet will have the intuition or the habit to do, which is rarely do educated people walk into a classroom uninformed. They are typically walking in prepared and primed. So you do homework to prep for the next class. So when you're reading the next section, you're reading the next section so that you are ready to apply it as you go into class. You are outputting. You're going to output your comprehension and then get input from that output. So these are the steps. Introduction is the explicit nature. Here it is. Here's some stuff you might want to know. And then you go into class. The teacher will be disseminating the points that you may or may not know, or you have a general idea you're going to be explained. And then in the details section, which I imagine is the next section, in the details section, we take the grammar that you just learned, like in class, and expand on it in whichever way is more appropriate to discuss the format of the article, which is the topic, right? And the topic, usually in my case, would be something I provide, because usually the tool does not provide it. In this case, Bunpro is providing that content, so you build even further on top of it, right? You discuss the format rather than on your first introduction on the grammar point, right? So the grammar point was the underlying thing that you're trying to prime now to create attachments to the context, the topic at hand. So this would be then in application. The detail section is an extension of the application of immediately what that information is. As mentioned earlier, this can be anything from comparisons between grammar points, right? The elements of language studies, in my opinion, in the beginning when you're doing vocabulary and characters, is to compare them, right? That is still comparative analyses. That is still output and and immersion, in my opinion. When you're immersing in something, you are using the information you have to create comparative analyses. I think immersion is, to me, inappropriately used to be unable to differentiate, right? Unable to differentiate. So to whether you are consuming while immersing or you are applying while immersing. My constant reflection this month about how the first thing I hear whenever I meet someone is like, oh yeah, I'm using Anki to memorize something and then I'm immersing. And I'm like, are you consuming immersing or are you applying immersing? Because when you learn something, you kind of eventually, or as soon as possible if you want, apply it. And you can apply it through immersion. When you're immersing in the activity that you're doing, it usually is assumed that it encourages the person to apply and then extract, as in you're using your existing knowledge to create deductions in order to acquire new input. So in this case, they're using it in the sense of the topic of the article that they're describing, right? Which can be anything between like grammar points, etymology, exposition, how the language works in a broader sense, right? Then lastly, they'll give us a reading passage, which is the mechanical act of illustrating this. So they're going further and doing what I do last, which is very evident because this would be a natural structure. Once you are exposed, right, primed, you are taught explicitly what the points are. You are given the details in relation to a higher context, so you're technically consuming that content in order to encourage you to see the comparisons. Then you provide personal anecdotes, analogy, simile, metaphors, etc. So when I have a discussion with someone, it's around the hour mark. Like, someone would ask me a question, we would start talking about questions, do our introductories, our axia, right? Our axioms, like what is assumed to be true, have a bit of discussion, exchange our general ideas. And then by an hour or two in the discussion, we'll start talking about analogies, anecdotes, metaphors, allusions, references. That's usually how the passage will work. That creates a tether to nearly all of your events in your life that you probably hold dear. So in this case, they're providing a passage. And hopefully, the individual, in my opinion, are encouraged to learn this way, right? When you do this often enough, like it's the flow, I would probably use another word here, like add another word, the workflow. So, or the thinking logic, or I would typically use workflow since it's a little bit more like net speak. This is the workflow of how to get from explicit instructions, so this is memory, right? Still memory, an analytical comparison, right? Generalized grouping, clustering, and then personal evident anecdote, like tying it to an existing memory. This is on the level of mnemonics, right? So whenever someone like shares with me these like hacks about their mnemonics, usually when I read their mnemonics, it's void of the last two steps. Mnemonics is constantly very strong with encompassing the information that they need to literally remember. Rarely does it pick an organized way, right? An organized way of tying up your breadth and depth of your existing memories. The mnemonic structure requires an organization of the knowledge that you have acquired using your personal knowledge. So when I read someone's mnemonic, I ask them, can you explain the mnemonics to me? And the mnemonics typically is like some incredibly unimpressionable additional material that they're trying to remember, unorganized. It's legitimately, like, for example, someone would say, oh, well, this thing is like a dog, and then suddenly later down the road it's like, oh, this thing looks like a dog too. And I'm like, okay, so do you have like a group of dog analogies that you're comparing the similarities and differences? Because now you have 3 different memories tied to the generic concept of a dog. Are you going to make one like a German Shepherd, one like a collie, and one like a golden retriever or something, so that you can differentiate them and cluster them by their similarities of being a dog? No, it would be something like, oh, this looks like a dog too. Oh, wait, that looks like a dog too. So then when I ask them, so why did you choose a dog for this mnemonic? And they're like, well, it looks like a dog. I'm like, but then how can you tell this one from the other one? And then how can you recall them? If I say dog, do you recall all of them? The answer is probably no. They probably would be able to maybe recall one, and a murky one. It might be a sloppy mix of 3 of them, and it's none of them, right? That's organization. You require organization. Comparative analyses promotes organization. And then your organized knowledge can then apply to many, like exponentially more examples. This is compression. So when you learn something, right, acquire its individual points, compress it into a form of organization, pattern recognition, etc. It has an exponential expansion into applicable examples. That is what SRS does not teach, in my opinion. In fact, SRS tends to do the opposite. It's kind of like someone who goes to the gym and say they can do 10 push-ups. And then in another year, now they're doing 1,000 push-ups, right? And then they're saying, oh yeah, it's really hard to squeeze in the 1,000 push-ups. I'm really, really super efficient, and I got 1,000 push-ups down to like 30 minutes. But I need to do 2,000 push-ups to get better at push-ups in the future. So how long is that going to take? That is what SRS typically does, where the only way you're going to become more skilled or better is to upscale volume with no additional comprehension. Obviously this doesn't really happen all the time. There is some level of comprehension. At some point, the SRS and that knowledge will lead to output elsewhere, or lead to a fourth wall break where you would start tying things together. That is the idea, right? When you practice something long enough, there is an inclination to want to expand your skills. Do I observe that in practice? Well, for myself, anecdotally speaking, it does not. I think maybe 7 out of 10 people I meet, what they typically do is they double down on the same limited strategy that they have, and they do it really well. Far better than I could ever do myself, because like after a year, that strategy has already ballooned into multiple routines. Like my current Bunpro routine is in no way appropriate for someone, in my opinion, for someone who simply needs to focus on habit formation by being provided a structure through the SRS system, right? There is a process, and depending on your process, there are very intelligent people who have no form of time management, or like a lack of form of time management. So SRS can still provide a wonderful use case for someone who's getting by haphazardly without discipline, right? Now, if they desire discipline, then they will acquire that discipline. However, if they don't, then they can still continue. I like to think that there's a minimum level of holistics necessary for a specialized person. So that is the goal of holistics, in my opinion. You are trying to prop up any rate limiting step, because at some point, like for example SRS, if you're really good at memorization, there's going to be a rate limiting step, and that's probably, or a rate limiting like variable. What would that be? Probably time and the volume in your brain, I suppose. Like some people would say, oh man, I can't do like 3,000 reviews every single day anymore to upkeep the thing. Yeah, I wouldn't blame you for feeling that way. Compression and patterns is what humans do, in my opinion, to compress. Stacking top, bridging, overlaying, cross-sectioning. Okay. So they went even further though. This is really neat. So now we got through, right? They started with introduction. Like this is inceptional. So the flow is telling you the organization. They started with the introduction. I really enjoy analyzing the way developers present their information. Because James, I don't know how often James go over the way he writes or not. However, so they start with introduction. This is your standard introduction. They explain their methodology. So the flow, right? The flow, it's coincidental. The flow, the method is also the method section of his post. So gone over what they're going to do and future stuff. So additional and going beyond what it is. So he added a bonus section, which is this is also a perfect opportunity that they'll seize to maybe this might be more experimental. They're going to include additional topics, right? Additional bonus articles, and I look forward to reading them. Honestly, we'll go read through them as they are introduced. Right, today is dedicated to talking about the topic section. So as we can see here, there will be bonus topics. It handles particles and is designed to give you a better idea how Japanese grammar actually works, right? Beyond just A equals B, right? Serial logic. Although this topic has much more useful information than we can possibly show, I imagine we'll go through them. So bonus topics, excellent. And then, of course, they tell us how to access it, which that's what eluded me. It didn't have like marked new or anything, so I had to go to the forum. When I saw it down there yesterday, I immediately decided we're gonna talk about it today, right? Please note that this is currently a semi beta, right, phase, so they're gathering feedback. That's excellent. And obviously the goal statement. In addition to giving us an opportunity to expose learners to concepts that fall outside of regular JLPT, right? I rarely learn things in isolation. In fact, anything outside JLPT includes anything I know about English grammar, right? Education, critical thinking skills problems. There's so many things out of JLPT. A consumer, a person who's using any tool should have far more things outside of the scope of any one tool or like task or skill, right? That's the idea. Humans are more than the sum, right? Like usually humans are more than the part they're focused on, usually. So topics have been created largely as our first step to making Bunpro a more comprehensive and holistic learning service, which I absolutely am behind. Like the way, in my opinion, these articles are written and these features are written and explained, it really does communicate to me, at least, that it's coming from someone who is organized and well educated, in my opinion. Not that education is good or bad, it's that when you're trying to be educated, you kind of want to look for someone who presents themselves in an organized manner, right? At least in my opinion, who has semblance of being educated. What this means is that we are putting additional effort into helping learners have a more well-rounded, right, understanding of Japanese and to feel confident in their language abilities, right? Confidence is not the same thing as accuracy, in my opinion. So my emphasis here is that confidence is built on the ability to figure things out. It's built on how comfortable things are. Comfort breeds confidence. Now, comfort can come in many forms. Comfort could be in a complicit form where like, oh, you've seen this a lot, it's old and boring, that type of comfort, or one that's exuding confidence, which is, well, I might forget something, I might forget this thing, but we'll get to the right answer. Like there's gonna be some intrigue and discussion to be had, at least in my opinion. That's what language ability is to me personally. And then of course, future plans, right? They end with future plans. This is practically what I'm going to do soon in my 200-day review of Bunpro, like to go over the stuff. I'm going to start with the facts, all the factors that you might be interested in that we're going to go over, right? That's how I start. And then I'm going to use the workflow, the workflow of the archetype. So who is this target to and whatnot? Explain the methodology. And then I usually end with future plans or things that I'm working on, right? So very organized in that similar way. And their current plans include many of the things that I talked about during Duolingo, right? However, I'm looking forward to their implementation, like how they're going to do it. One of the bigger part of my routines right now that already exist as I'm learning vocabulary is themed vocabulary. How do I organize everything? Yesterday, I already gave you an example. So, like, shikashi, right? Shikashi, kedo, and demo, right? I organize the vocabulary as I'm going. The idea is organization is a forward investment in how to cluster things together and organize them. So I'm already doing many of these things, and they came from Duolingo actually. So Duolingo prioritizes theme vocabulary. If they are going to introduce a unit on food, it's going to be about food. You're going to learn eat a couple fruits, and they take it really slow. It's like if it's going to be in kana, it's going to be in kana for a while. You're developing conceptual understanding. They prioritize conceptual understanding before blasting you with kanji. And most people, right, lots of kiddos, when I was using Duolingo, was like, oh yeah, it moves too slow, it's too repetitious, and it's too boring. I've already memorized all of them. Like, but do you comprehend it? And they're like, no, but I want to read kanji first. Like, they take forever to read kanji. It's like, but do you understand the concept of fruits? You understand the concept of organizing this information. Now, obviously, you can still say it doesn't change the fact that it's too slow and boring for those individuals. Like, when they express their feelings, it's true to them, right? Like, I'm not gonna gaslight them to say, oh, it's not boring. The difference, though, is that whether it's boring or not, they also don't show any comprehension of the organization, right? And this is one of them. Theme vocabulary is one of the basic routines of Duolingo. They prioritize themes. They don't prioritize your specialized need to rush through kanji and then pass the JLPT 1 and JLPT 5 exam and 5 exam, right? That type of thing. It's a different organization, and yes, there are obviously limitations with their larger organization. The whole idea is treating Japanese in the same format as English. That's part of their organization. If you understand that organization, you can certainly do something about it. If you're too lazy and complacent and don't want to do that effort, that's perfectly fine too. Bunpro might scratch that itch. The difference is that person also doesn't do any critical thinking skills. So when you're hopping from tool to tool, thinking that it'll solve your magical problem that you fail to analyze or iterate or retrospect, that also means you don't solve any problems either. That is the trade-off, right? You still have to comprehend how you solve problems. That's one of the biggest point of conflict between, conflict, if there is a singular conflict of interest between me and the vast majority of people who think that they're learning things, is that critical thinking skills. It is far faster, optimized, time efficient to simply have someone else do the critical thinking for you. So, is there a substitution? Can you argue that there's a substitution for doing the task and problem solving? For me, if you're asking me, I'm completely biased. So take this with a grain of salt. No, absolutely not. There is absolutely no substitution for literally doing and problem solving things. You can be excellent. Now, if you're asking me, can you be happy with not developing critical thinking skills? I would love to, wishful thinking, I would love to say yes. I'm going to say yes for most of people's lives. Most of the someone's if you're privileged and you live a good life and you're surrounded by people who provide answers, then I think humans can live most of the duration of their lives without any critical thinking skills. Perhaps. So far. anyways. Like, my point of reference is Gen Z, so like the first maybe 20 years of life, you could possibly live largely happy without any critical thinking skills. However, critical thinking skills typically is disproportionate. It's adulthood and the complexity of adulthood and later aging that challenges the critical thinking skills. You can do it early if you want, like in high school and in college, like learning another language this is how I promote, in my opinion. My primary way to promote secondary language acquisition is the development of critical thinking skills. So no, I'm not here to sell you my app on how to learn a language. I'm not a secondary language acquisition expert, so you can name drop all you want, like 4 or 5 different people that their concepts of learning potential has been commandeered to serve the purpose of capitalized app design or something. That's perfectly fine. I'm more than willing to engage in having someone expound their analytical skills on regurgitating the pros and cons of recycled articulation of pros, like plus and minus off of like someone's website, right? That's fine. For myself, critical thinking skills. I don't like, you made a mistake, you're having a problem. Tell me about it with critical thinking skills. That is usually where I am. So you hate Duolingo, tell me about it. Create a comparative analytical, demonstrate to me there was critical thinking involved when you said Duolingo doesn't work, it sucks. I require or engage in the idea that we should encourage each other to do critical thinking skills, because then your next choice can be an informed choice as well as a critically thought out choice by you. Not go to a YouTube video and look at the top 10 apps for language learning. Pick the first one. It's got to be the best. Use it. Complain about how it doesn't work. Then go to the second step, or look up a new tier list and see what's the best, and then repeat that without any form of critical thinking. Hopefully I hit some sobering nerves, like hopefully some individuals will find this in the future very sobering, because I do that too. I do that for things I don't care to develop critical thinking skills for. Like, I'm not void of not wanting to do critical thinking. Critical thinking takes a lot of energy. It requires time, actual human experience, and that stuff I choose which ones I do. So what do I don't do? Learn by experiment the best shoes to wear for running, right? For example, or what is the best kitchen knife material, or the best sewing fabric. Like, I don't do critical thinking skills for those. I try to use convergent evidence, apply my analytical skills, like taking aggregate scores, balancing it out with like testimonials and maybe some other cross-reference in data analyses, do random sampling of my own, right? A couple random sampling, then use comparative analyses for the random sampling in order to end on something that then I can iterate on and build on. So still do a little bit of critical thinking, but generally it's not, hey, I'm going to look at the top 10 list, I'll buy that. It sucks. Let's go to the next one on the list without even thinking about it, right? No talk or something with yourself, or developing skills so that you can make more and more informed decisions by yourself. I think that's why I'm digressing on this point, because to me, that's how people are studying online. That's how, in my opinion, that is like the vast majority of the critical thinking involved in studying strategies. You use one strategy, commit to it, see if it works. What are you missing? Go find the top of that strategy and do it again. Rinse and repeat. That is well and good, and it will probably get you to where you want. To me, void of critical thinking skills, or minimizing critical thinking skills. So that's not what I talk about, right? If there's anything that most of these things are going to be about, it's not the depth of how fast you can acquire kanji, the depth of how fast you can read your favorite manga, or how you're only reading your favorite manga and how you're only watching movies that you like to watch or know you're going to like to watch, only playing video games that you can relate to, reading books just because you can relate to them. That's not how I go about conversing and discussing. Usually when someone tells me they tell me like, oh, this is their favorite thing, explain it to me. Explain it to me like I'm not interested, or explain it to me like I am interested. Get me interested in the thing you have. And then when I share my topic, we are talking, right? We are discussing and conversing without critical thinking. When I share something, let's see if the other person can reciprocate. If they can't reciprocate, then I know that that person is a very specific type of learner. When someone can explain something to me relatively all right with comprehension, then they're either open-minded or narrow-minded. When they're narrow-minded, it would be a projection. Most of the time it's projection, and then whatever I say is filtered, as opposed to integrated or expanded when I'm conversing, right? If someone is explaining something to me, I would take the information that they have given me and I would wrap it with the information I'm about to return. That's usually what comprehension is. You're trying to demonstrate to that other person, I understand your point, and I'm going to take your point and I'm going to add to that point by sharing my point that might be entirely opposite of theirs. However, it's in the framework of what they shared with me. That's not what I get most of the time. I think most of the time it reflects a way of comprehension. Are you listening to the person and understanding what they're saying? Well, you have to demonstrate that to that other person. It's kind of like when someone explains to, like one person explains, oh, I really love this video game, and yada, yada, yada. And then suddenly another person is like, oh yeah, I love this video game, yada, yada, yada. And then there's just these two people who are explaining how they love this video game, and there is no indication whether they are comprehending each other, understanding each other, or even talking to each other. Right? Until there's a conflict of interest. When usually the thing that ultimately triggers some level of critical thinking, like a minimal level of critical thinking, is when people disagree. So when they disagree, they have to inevitably come into like address each other, right? And it would be, I think this is true, yada, yada, yada. I think this is true, yada, 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 without the consideration of counter-arguing each other. It's simply presenting two different points. So I call this the like talking at each other situation. Like here, I'm going to talk at you. I'm not going to comprehend whatever you're saying. You're just talking at the other person. So you filter for whatever facts you can correct about the other person by citing and contrasting things. No level of comprehension, though, in my opinion. Comprehension requires that you can speak as though you give the impression to the other person that you understand their point of view, right? That's comprehension. Comprehension is when you explain the point back to them, even. Like that rarely ever happens too, where when someone says, oh, I really like this game, and another person was listening, saying, oh, so you like this game about this and this, and it wouldn't be memorization. Like someone can tell you, I like this game for the following points, A, B, and C. And then the other person would say, oh, you like this game for the very point A, B, and C. No, that's not comprehension. That's memorization. That's repeating and echoing what the other person says, usually. The idea is, if someone explains to you A, B, and C, you're like, oh, okay, I find your A and C point related. I'm having a hard time understanding how A is related to B, though. Can I explain, like, and then you can explain what you understand about what they said, and then, like, on that note of the relationship between A and C, I believe I view it this way. So that is showing a level of comprehension, and then critical thinking to follow up with a reciprocation, and that is what I consider as a demonstration of understanding or comprehension, not an echo or repeat, which I had the pleasure or the privilege of hearing someone try to explain why they like Persona 3 days ago, and they simply repeated themselves multiple times. And that was it. Like, they didn't say anymore. They simply said, I was this category, done. And whenever I'm trying to expand upon their ideas, they will repeat and redefine the same idea as though I have said nothing. That's usually the type of interaction I have. So it's not a comprehension, it's a projection. They simply wanted to say what they wanted to say, and then when anyone says something different, they would repeat what they wanted to say and then leave, right? That's kind of the internet. That's what it's like to have a parasocial relationship while having an opportunity to interact with someone. So when you're talking to someone, the default online is to talk to them like you have a parasocial relationship, right? Basically, you voice your opinion, and you may or may not ever interact with the person you're voicing your opinion with. You're talking at someone, just talking at a screen, right? Keyboard warrioring. You're not practicing any level of critical thinking skills that is involved in the interaction between two people. So that is why I'm focusing on this topic, because language can be that. You can use language simply for parasocial relationship. You can also use language for the idea of having a discussion and communication with someone else. So I focus on the latter, not the former. And I'm perfectly fine with conceding to someone who says, oh, I'm only learning Japanese so I can consume content. That's perfectly fine, right? So hopefully I didn't hit anyone's nerves who say, oh, I'm only learning Japanese so I can read manga, anime, and watch podcasts, but I have no interest in interacting with any of those people or creating content of my own and whatnot. That's perfectly fine, right? Not everyone wants to draw pictures. Not everyone wants to write a book, right? In fact, creating content or creating in general is kind of something of a luxury for most people who are interested in that. Hello there, Walter. All right. Anyways, so theme vocabulary, right? Great. That's something I touched on. Reading encouragement. That's something we touch upon as well. Additional tools is really interesting. I'm curious what their next tool is. The last tool they introduced was the Kaijugator, right? The thing to encourage conjugation, whatnot. Oh, and a reorganization of the grammar search library thing, which we briefly touch upon. That's for organization purposes. And then integration was they're building several other large-scale projects that will link what they have in topics, and I'm looking forward to it. Anyways, that's what they did, and it's pretty awesome. So let's go try it out. I'll probably go more. We're probably not going to cover everything today, being that I wanted to spend time thinking about their post, Right, so we're gonna go into this topics here. And let's take a look. So they have their N5 topic. I'm not sure if they're trying to cover all the N5 topics, like if they have like a laundry list, or simply this is some of the topics that they want to cover, right? And it shows you have a one-word description, right, of its intent. So intent and the grammar topics are covered. We already covered all the N5 topics, so all of this, it can tell you how long, where it's at, so it is perfectly integrated with your decks, your deck progress. There was a comment that they did make that I kind of skipped over. This is designed to be in order, so skipping around can be, it's making the assumption that you understand the previous topic. So like they did design it in a manner that it is in an order fashion. So we'll just go on the top. I don't know how long these sections are, so we'll use this as the primer. We might do tomorrow and the day after to cover these topics, because there are quite a lot of them. All right, so let's go look at lesson 1. Oh, it's actually grouped by lessons. So let's just do lesson 1. See how long lesson 1 is. So let's collapse these. For how many lessons are? We're looking at organization because I really enjoy gleaming. Obviously N5, right? N5 is the highest organization. And then we have lessons with their brief description of intent. So things that are crucial to make a natural, interesting sentence. That's kind of interesting. Putting quotation, interesting sentence, right? So then we expand and we have a couple lessons here, which this is kind of where I think Duolingo's original foundation was for English, and then they reiterated for other languages. They start with their lesson topic, their intent of their lesson topic, and then they group all of the things around the lesson topic. So the first one we have is welcome to Bunpro yokoso. Yeah, yokoso. Make essential declarative sentences. So I would say this is a great place to start, largely because that is NetSpeak. It lines up very well with NetSpeak, especially English. If you're a native English speaker, colloquial English is declarative, or I call it indicative, right? They use the indicative mood most of the time when speaking in English. Like, that's cool. This game is great. This game sucks. I like this game. I hate that game. This looks, that is beautiful. This sounds great. That kind of thing. So declarative, indicative mood. So let's go in here. It says all grammar studied, right? Approximately 2 minutes. So these are relatively short reads. I'm guessing this is the approximate time it takes. And there's one reading. So I'm guessing this is the number of, wait. Is it ever not one reading? That's interesting. Curious. I'm also going to be curious how they're going to update, if they're going to routinely like overhaul or add more reading to the actual topics, or something organized in a different way. So we have two declaratives, right? Da and des, which da is the casual to be, or like to be as in it is that, like it is the exist, right? And then des is the polite form. So we're going over these because we're not going to click on them. Wait, yeah, we're going to click on this and not on these. This is the quick link to the actual Bunpro deck lesson, right? Can you click on this? No. Okay, so let's go and click on this. So we have that organization that they talked about. They're going to start with introduction, the grammar points, so the individual grammar points, and then use the detailed topic, and then a reading passage for the practice. Make essential okay, so now this expands. The thing that you clicked on is at the top now. So welcome to the start of the Bunpro learning path. A bit reminiscent of Duolingo's imagery. The goal of this first topic is to learn how to make declarative statements using the Japanese equivalent of is, in quotes, right, or in one quote. This is fundamental to almost any language and is achieved in Japanese through the use of da and des. The main difference between the two is simply politeness, for the time being, right? So, okashida, right? Okashida. Oh, I think they're using TTS for these sections. I think. We'll see. And then sakana desu.
Sakana desu.
Okay. That's fine. Casual, polite with a light bulb. That's interesting. Don't worry if you cannot read these sentences just yet. All sentences and topic introductions are just for illustration purposes. By the end of the topic, you'll have all the tools you need to handle anything that topic covers. Ready to begin? Let's take a look at each grammar point in detail. One thing I forgot to, I kind of skipped over. The last example, the reading practice one, is graded. So it is in order and it's also graded, which is meaning that as you're going, the graded reading is going to go up, right? So skipping around might be a little jarring for some learners. I would say maybe the majority learners, because I have this conflict of interest that's expressed to other people. I go over foundations a lot because I like to see the organization, like the critical thinking behind the foundations, like how they organize things. For others, if you're skipping around, you're going to get comments that I hear really often, like, oh, this is too easy for you, or oh, this is boring because I already know all this stuff. I want them to talk about more complex stuff because the boring stuff is too simple or something like that. That's what I mentioned, that it is built to be in order. So skipping around can lead to that boredom. Legitimately, I have wonderful discussions with 2 or 3 of these people, on a monthly basis, so to speak, maybe a bi-weekly basis, and we're perfectly content. Like, at least I think I'm gonna sort of speak for them in some way. We discuss things despite having different predilections. I'm not one that really is content bound. Usually it's content independent. I will find something to say. I will reinforce what its appropriateness and its applications are for as an additional application of something simple. So if I have to read this, like okashida, now I'm reading okashida in a different context. So despite okashida being boring to someone who's hyper-focused on learning Japanese, you might not want to skip around, right? So o is the honorific for ashi, right? Ashi for snack, and then da is the copula, or is. And then sakana, right? And one thing that foundational people would say is like, well, I know what it looks like. It's like, okay, so can you write it? Can you write kashi? Can you write sakana? That would be an additional task that you should be able to do now, right? And oftentimes, when someone says something is too boring, they usually find nothing to learn. That doesn't mean there isn't anything to learn. Nothing interesting to learn to that person. So oftentimes, like, okay, well, then go write this out. Can you write it well? Probably not, honestly. Those who are input only and they only focus on reading, you can still take this opportunity to write it. Not that the skill is interesting to you or not, that's perfectly fine. So I accept that when someone says, oh, well, I don't care about writing. And it's like, okay, that's fine. That's what I'm warning or making the mention that these things might be too basic, right? quote unquote too basic or too easy. Well, it's too easy based on the skills you have, basically, like the skills you want, right? Anyways, grammar in this topic, we have learned these all. I'm guessing this will create a cue. Oh no, it goes straight to it. Okay. So then we have these two topics, and they show summary, and even, wow, they actually embedded almost the entire thing. I think they did embed the entire details in the thing. Okay, or take you to the individual card. Okay, and then there's a summary, right, as a reminder. So if you're reviewing, this is great for reviewing. So the review is da, to be, is, for the most part, da is the equivalent of is in English, right? Its role is to strongly express determination or assertion. It is a casual grammar structure, which means that you won't see it in polite sentences, which typically I don't. Oh, and it's not a summary, actually. It's simply the card hidden. Although in the way Bunpro writes their grammar, the first sentence tend to be like an introductory sentence as opposed to like a preface or a startup of something. Similar to da. Okay, well, we'll move on from that. So we know these things. Pretty good. Details. So this is technically the new content, per se. In the detail section of each topic, we'll expand on and compare concepts that we have just learned. We'll also sometimes discuss related ideas. This time, let's look at 2 ways that Japanese grammar is actually simpler than English. That's an interesting. Simpler. No articles. That's fair, actually. That's really fair. In fact, it's funny because when I see this, all I think about is Spanish. Spanish, it's more complicated than English. Okay, so no, you may have noticed that even though we have the words like and or the or the or any variants of these pronunciations in our English translations, the Japanese sentence don't have an equivalent. In this way, Japanese is simpler than English, objectively speaking. The presence and lack of something. This is because Japanese doesn't have these words at all. Whether you're talking about a cat, general, or the cat, specific, the word is neko, right? Does this still work? Yeah. So the context will determine the nuance, right? So ichigo da, right? It is a strawberry, or it's the strawberry, right? It's strawberries, or they are strawberry, like all of the above.
いちごだ
Actually, do you typically refer to fruits as plural or singular? That's an interesting thought. Subjects are often optional, right? That's the next one. Here's another thing that you may have noticed is missing: the subject. It's inferred by context. In English, a sentence usually requires a subject, often words like I or you, to be grammatically correct. I like that they added grammatically correct. In NetSpeak, often the subject is also omitted. At least in my opinion. Like, they talk in phrases, so oftentimes the phrases may or may not include the subject nowadays. Largely because you're having a discussion and the subject isn't. So grammatically correct, you will require a subject. Meanwhile, Japanese can be grammatically correct without the subject, or actually it's normative to do that. In Japanese, if the subject is obvious from context, it is usually left out. This is extremely common and often sounds much more natural than adding one, right? That is not to say that omitting a subject in English is much more natural. Omitting a subject is kind of a new age thing in English. Contextual English has been more of a net speak arena, like or using the third person. So like phrases like I think is fading away, or we think, or he or she thinks of something. Sometimes a fact is just stated without the subject. So then you have to infer what the subject is, and that's one of the most common net speak occurrences in English. And I'm pretty old school, so the reason why I'm hyper focusing on this grammatical correct thing is because in English I have to know who they're talking about. Like, oh, this is the best game. You think this is the best game? Or people say this is the best game? Like, according to whom are you talking about, right? English has in my old school way, English has a natural propensity to require someone to specify what the subject is. And even then, it's very natural to infer who the subject is. So sometimes you can say things now, even like without saying this type of subject. So I, or him, her, they, that is usually omitted now in English as well. When it comes to internet thing, you're inferring. Basically, typically what you infer is, oh, it's whoever the relevant topic is. So read between the lines if you can. Like, oh, this game is goated. Right? I'm like, okay, so I'm going to just assume that whoever said that are people who like the game that is goated. Or maybe because it's goated, that even people who don't like it likes the game. So whenever they say this game is goated, they're referring that goated refers to a very large audience. Like everyone, basically. Everyone thinks this game is good because it's goated. So that's the context. The English word goated means that everyone should like it. Everyone should know. That's what the inference is, right? So stuff like this does occur now in NetSpeak. I like this game is different from this game is goated. It's hard to know what they're referring to. Like, is this game goated because you read it's goated? Like, if you're wondering, how do I know the inference? It's contextual. Sometimes someone said, oh, this game is goated, and then they would follow up, or I would say, oh, so you played the game. It's like, no, I just heard that it's goated. So they would have to clarify afterwards because subjects are not there anymore, right? Like the subject-oriented things are not there. It would require more context. Anyways, in Japanese, inherently they would require context. So it's kind of more like, could they have used pronouns, you know, the subject? Sure, obviously they could if they wanted to. The argument here is it's much more natural than adding one. So it's the social norm, not whether it is grammatically correct or not. Because you can grammatically correctly add something, and that's where Duolingo got a lot of comments, like constantly over and over again. Duolingo's comment is, oh, they're just making Japanese, they just took the English propensities and make Japanese, right, line up with English propensities. And it's like, well, yeah, the thing they're saying is still grammatically correct. However, it's not natural. So whenever you hear like a Duolingo a review by like a native Japanese speaker, or some language learner is citing their favorite Japanese like native who produce content, I agree with them. I also disagree with them at the same time. Grammatically correct, probably, still, however, unnatural. And then sometimes it's natural by coincidence because Duolingo uses English as a reference, right? Now, now think about this from an English context. If there is no other context and you did not infer, right, like all you got was "学生です," you're assuming the person is referring to themselves. If you're gonna come online and speak to people with different cultural backgrounds, which one is far more likely to produce less confusion? Because English occupies a different position online. So, and just for the record, 学生です is pretty close to how English NetSpeak works too now, because I'm constantly having to take gambles on what they're referring to. Like, students suck. I'm like, okay, like, are you a student? Are you referring to students in general? From whose perspective is this comment being made? That type of thing, right? That's still in the scheme of understanding. So English occupies a different place. If it was normal for them to say, I am a student, it can clarify in Japanese to other people. So where it is unnatural, it doesn't necessarily mean it's grammatically incorrect. And I think those two gets lumped together so often, especially when like they choose something like polite speech, right? Right here, here's another topic up here where introducing casual and polite. I get this comment nonstop when I started Japanese, because we started with Duolingo to see what it's like, and Duolingo prioritizes polite speech. In English, the way I speak by default is in the subjunctive mood when I'm speaking to a stranger, or like the vast majority of the time when I'm communicating with a stranger, my English is polite English. It's often far more heavily emphasized on being the subjunctive mood, which incorporates a very distinct diction, like very organized in a particular way. And if someone were to ask me, how would you learn English first? Not like this. Like, speaking, in my opinion, my choice of English vernacular or diction, or how I arrange and emphasize and speak, is not indicative of the average net speak, right? Or quote unquote natural English. In fact, it's often very unlikely to reflect the English that you might come to encounter when you're visiting an English speaking country or something. Like, especially the United States. If you arrive in the United States and you're training yourself to learn English and you're using me as a point of reference, like off of this, just listening to me, I would say it's incredibly out of touch. So like, it would become very difficult, unnatural even, to listen to colloquial English and be like, so what do they actually mean? And then when you're online, that's also a different sphere. So those who are learning English for the first time and they're unable to find a source that represents the particular context that makes them natural in that context, then English would be subjective to the very similar propensity of polite versus casual. Now, for me, when someone tells me, oh, if you keep using the polite speech when talking to a stranger or when going to Japan, you'll sound really strict or rigid or very distant. And I'm like, I know, because that's what I want to sound like, right? Or I intend to sound like that. Generally, when I'm speaking in English, I'm very distant. When someone provides an argument and a conflict of interest with me, I typically sound very politically agreeable. Like, generally, I would say things may or may not be true. I can concede, however, may I present an opposing opinion. That's, in my opinion, the English analogous way of trying to sound like you may or may not agree with something. However, you have something to say and take their viewpoint into consideration. That's polite speech. It's exhausting to individuals who are not used to using polite speech in English. And it's not the same as casual. It's like, yeah, same, bro. Same. Oh, your day is good? Good. Are you alright? I'm alright. How are you? End of discussion. Right? That's at least my trite way of explaining the difference between the dictions between myself and perhaps the statistical norm. Normal net speak, I rarely speak in normal net speak. When I'm presenting something, I might try to engage in net speak when I'm speaking to someone who is leading the conversation. So if someone is leading the conversation in NetSpeak, I'll probably try to match their cadence. And if they're speaking very overly polite or attempting to create intellectual distinction, which is like 3 days ago when someone was explaining to me memento mori and death themes in Persona 3, and I self-identifying themselves as nihilistic, right? Nihilistic about death, then I would try to match their energy. That's kind of what speaking is about. So if you're someone who's interested in the intricacies of language, I would say this stuff shouldn't be exhausting. It should be quite engaging, at least in my opinion. All right. So in English, you know, it usually requires, it's grammatically correct. In Japanese, obviously, it's more natural to omit than adding one, right? So,
学生です。
学生です, right? Now, let's look at a short reading passage that includes some of the vocabulary and grammar that we have just learned. Each new topic will include one of these, so we recommend using them in order, right? In order. That's a very important emphasis to confirm your understanding. Even at this early stage, we are able to read short text, so let's try it out. That's usually what Duolingo posited in application. Duolingo forwarded the idea that you learn by using. Unfortunately, in my opinion, most people learn by memorizing, by consuming content. So those are two different philosophical and even ideological differences. Are you learning by using it, or are you learning by memorizing it? Because memorizing it will become very boring. Using it means that you are using it in many contexts. So when you say hello, how many contexts will you be in when you say hello? I like to think that someone's going to say very comfortably, hello is infinite. You can say hello you're going to use the phrase hello. When is it appropriate to say hello? And you can imagine an indefinite amount of context in which you'll say hello, right? Like hello at a train station, hello at an airport, hello. So that's what I mean by, are you applying it to context, or are you memorizing it as a thing, right? If you're saying, oh yeah, I don't need to, when you say arigato, that's all you need to remember. Arigato is thank you. Well, how many things can you thank someone for? Being thankful for something varies. Are you thanking them for their help? Are you thinking, is it an appropriate time to thank for someone when they criticize you? Obviously, you're not going to thank them if they criticize you. Or do you? I thank people when they provide critique for me. So that's what I mean by these things. Like Duolingo was their philosophy typically was, okay, let's get the person to use it in order to form that memory. Obviously, it might not be the best because I already emphasized it's holistic, and Duolingo tries different ways, like matching, doing the matching, then flipping it from reading to listening, then speaking to hearing. So even in the confines of Duolingo, they emphasize output. So the application of it, so the context of the engagement, basically. When you speak, when you hear, then speak. When you read and speak. When you compare two things, themed, matching, multiple choice, fill in the blank, that's what they emphasize on. They try to create as many contextual uses of that method. And usually you can figure out, at least in my opinion, from Duolingo, which methods you dislike and which methods you want more of. And typically, here's a really hot take. I know the Anki crowd tends to catch a lot of strays from me. Apologies in advance. I'm sure this would be fairly agreeable. The way that the Anki, for example, crowd are far more conditioned or prefer by natural state is to read and confirm, read and confirm, input, confirm, input, confirm. You read a statement, rate yourself if you know it or not, like the Anki mode, for example. That is one method. It's one context in which you're going to apply the use of your existing knowledge. So this, to bring it back to Bunpro, they're trying to create more holistic ways to look at the application of your limited knowledge, right? By relating it to nearly all of your existing inputs and outputs from your existing language, right? If you're learning a second language, then you have probably done this. One would make a safe presumption that you have done most of these activities with your existing knowledge of your existing language. So, have I done this with English? Yes. And now we're going to read this passage. And I literally did it just today. I talked about this, how it relates to English. I talked about this, how it relates to English. I talked about this, how it's related to English. So that's the application of the limited knowledge, because it's not explaining to me how to say this in English, right? Nowhere in this passage is telling me, oh, this is how to say it in Japanese. So I'm recruiting memory elsewhere to make it memorable. Otherwise, you're memorizing. Okay, so the supermarket. Oh, they still include these. I wonder who does their illustrations. Okay, so we have user. Okay, so user furigana. This is for if you hover, right? Hover or show it, right? Furigana. Show all translations. Okay, so translations is off by default, and furigana is your default. Actually, these might be off of your default settings, and then we probably have speed and volume here. So, Ken, of course, Ken. Ken, so nikuda, right? Nikuda, which is meat, right? Nikuda. Suikata, and ninjin no yasai da. I'm just looking at the image to see what he's pointing to a bunch of vegetables, but I saw a carrot here, so there's a carrot. So yasai da, and then oh, she's exhausted. Taihen desu. And it's coming from the perspective of the mother. So that's why watashi is here.
Ken, 肉だ。
肉だ。
Ken, スイカだ。Ken, 野菜だ。私、大変です。
I would probably downtone a little bit, like add a little bit of prosodic stress. But like, ne, niku da. Suika da. Like, ne, Yasai da. And then the mother would be like, daien desu. But anyways, oh, that's, and then and then you have to mark as complete. Okay, so what happens? Oh, interesting. So there is still the completion stuff. All right, let's go back to home. And okay, so there's the indicator for it to be complete. We're only gonna do the first lesson today, or the first part. We'll do the rest tomorrow. So we'll see how long it takes. Let me see. Okay, 5 minutes. Oh, there are gonna be so much conversation, so I don't know how long this is gonna take. But it looks like they're measuring it at 5 minutes each, so we'll be a little bit more brisk tomorrow. I don't want to like rush this. I think this is a very important topic to go over. It's something that I naturally do already, so great. I love it. And the basic grammar, like the grammar N5, now I can try to think about prosodic stress and think about the pitch accent and whether the person or I it's not clear to me still. The jury's out. The way like the sounds, it feels like it might be TTS, but maybe not. Maybe it's just the way the person wanted to express it, because a lot of these things are not TTS. Like the grammar, like the other stuff outside of vocabulary typically is not TTS, but for this one,
剣肉だ剣スイカだ
言い方
剣野菜だ
野菜だ
私大変です
大変です yeah, except for this one, but I think it's a person. Like this part, I'm not sure about.
お菓子だ
Oh, it's the same person. Yeah,
魚です
I think all of these are up in the air for me at the moment. I think it is a person. Usually these things are, if it's like consistent, I often think it's a person. Usually you can, I don't know if I'm good enough to catch like simple ones. When it gets longer, if the sentence gets longer and whatnot, you can kind of see if the TTS is infusing prosodics or not. Because oftentimes there's like an ebb and flow. Like even though the pitch accent is in the same direction, right? The pitch accent, even if the pitch accent is in the same direction, sometimes there's like shifts in the sentence when a person is speaking. There's varying levels of that. Some of the sentences are like, wow, that sounds amazing. And then the other one sounds like they're dictating. They're trying to speak for clarity. So in this case, also when you're thinking about a context, right? Someone would have to act now. Voice acting is a thing that I really enjoy. I play a lot of video games that deal with narratives and character written dialogue. So acting, I try not to say voice acting too much because that depends. Some people would consider them voice actors because they're acting using their voice. Others might want to say they're actors because when you're voicing something, it's not simply the execution or the mechanical ability to execute on the pronunciation of words and whatnot. It also deals with the acting part. So for me, I would sound a little bit more exhausted when I say 大変です, right? I like just accentuating and exhausting things, not as opposed to like very sharp. So that's up to the person who's doing it, right? Anyways, that's really cute illustrations. These illustrations were also in the reading practice section. So there are still reading practice section that they try to introduce, right? I don't remember. Oh, okay. Was it originally marked as interesting? I thought I went. Oh, no. I'm pretty sure we went through these. So it is a pretty big extender from. Honestly, I'm not sure we read all of these. We'll have to go through these at some point too. We haven't gone through the N4 ones yet because of the cluster, but I think I read through all these. Let's look at what 10 is. Actually, maybe not. No. I don't think we did. So we'll probably have to do that sometime. We might have done the first one? Some of the first. I feel like we did some of these before. I was waiting to complete the N5 block, so I'm not sure if I did it in the review week. Anyways, topics. That's a great way to spin on it. It feels like it's a combination, a bridge between the encouraging the reading practice stuff with the grammar, right? With the grammar. So they're contextualizing their grammar points. All right, with that said, let's do a customary. Oh, we do have grammar today. So let's do our grammar stuff before the day's over. We'll pick up the grammar stuff. And then after the topics, so tomorrow we'll do the rest of the topics as a break from the vocabulary routine. And then we'll go back to the vocabulary. So let's do our 3 grammar stuff here. Let's see, katakanaを全部 what? 全部覚えた覚えたけど2週間 2 weeks over 以上かかりました。
カタカナを全部覚えたけど2週間以上かかりました。
以上かかりました。紙を few sheets. Like my? Wait, after an O? 紙を few sheets. I almost feel like it needs a counter. Then 持っていかなくちゃいけない。Oh, here's my. Sorry. My is provided. So few. Maybe just my wa? I don't understand. Oh, no, wait. Oh, okay. This is the full fat phrase. It's the whole thing here. That's attached to all. So, a few sheets. Got my wa. Heck. Oh, wait. 何枚か
紙を何枚か持っていかなくちゃいけない。
いかなくちゃいけない。私の ESP I have no idea how they do. Maybe wait, hang on. ISPは IP アドレスがあり 足りていないので、ニューズ、no, use, user は emphasis on occurrence almost every morning. So we got asa. Okay. Probably like mayasa. Almost every morning? Mayasa no yoni. Mayasa no, mayasa no yo. Yeah, mayasa no asa no yoni. Internet, internet ni. Oh goodness, what is that? Enough? The key, yep. What is that? Oh no, I don't know. Oh no, wait, this is address. Or is it? Yeah. Or no, connection. Setsuzoku. 接続ができなくなる。I'm losing. Oh, like, oh, direct. Yeah, okay. So direct plus zoku. I don't know the character. What was zoku? Continue. Yeah, direct or contact, right? Setsu and then continue for connection. Really? Is the right hand cell? It is cell. Zoku. Oh yeah, I remember now. I remember.
私の ISP は IP アドレスが足りていないので、ユーザーは毎朝のようにインターネットに接続ができなくなる。
I can't say that. Oh my gosh. That is so intense. Alright. Okie dokie. There we go. We did our 3 grammar points. Alright, folks. That was, we crossed 2 hours. I was expecting to yap a little bit less. However, these things are very important to me. So, alright. That's all the time we have for Bunpro today. Tomorrow we'll go over our topics and then probably squeeze in our vocabulary if we can. Do the examples. I like their format. It's fantastic. I really hope I get to expound upon more features. Bunpro is almost, I feel like it's starting to become an uncontested gold standard. However, I obviously don't want to give the impression that there is a best of something. It's a really wonderful way to complement the learner. So more stuff, maybe we'll cover others, because I thought I would use a lot of these practice things in some way, shape, or form for fun. Most of the time we're picking and choosing and filtering stuff for the time being. I'll come up maybe with more routines right now. So far, our routine is based on our reviews and lessons, and then using cram to function somewhere else. The routine is kind of ballooning in some way, and it requires monthly ways to go about it, because usually my routines are not verbatim or Bunpro anymore. It's just such a wonderful resource. Alright, that's all I have for today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, discuss, right? Encourage each other to critically think. And until next time, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. I'm gonna take a quick break, walk around, stretch a bit, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第547天 is day 547. Let's get into our 10 additions.
休憩
休憩. So qi is really weak. It's rest. I don't know how often qi is used over xiu, but they're together here. Xiu qi. Good enough for me. Qi is very unique. Yep. There's no zi in this either. And what is this? She. So we got like the default like she, zi, right? She, zi, and xing put together. Okay. Oops.
休憩鱼云
Yu Ying. Ying is the tough one. And it's gonna be tough for some time to utter. And when we were looking through the vocabulary, it's kind of tough to look for one too. It does deal with uttering things. So when you put it next to language, I guess the saying, as the saying goes, is as good as it gets, right? Yu Ying. It could have been others though. They could have used something other than wa, right? Or go. I mean go. Sorry, not wa. They could have used wa as opposed to go. I think there is a wa though. Like hua yun. There might be a hua yun.
鱼云谬
Myo. Is wild. I don't. Read is probably the more difficult one. The meaning's pretty rough too. Extort. In this case, it's like extort an error, which is an error. I'm not sure what type of error this is. It says mistaken error, so this character didn't the other vocabulary words that we had didn't quite. Oh, there was one about blackmail, so I don't know. One's a tough one too. It's pretty exotic. The way hua would be the right or change. So we just kind of think about our mnemonics. We're relying on our mnemonics for Myo we relied on our mnemonics as well. The right doesn't scream Myo. I don't. So and there's an exceptional. The hat hair is exceptional. I think all the hat hairs are pretty exceptional with the feathers. Right, we have Lu, not Lu. Supposed to be one more. Or not. Oh wait, here it is. Liao. All three of these are pretty exceptional. I think I'm missing one. Here it is. Yao. Oh no, Jiao for glue. Okay. Very tough group. Incredibly tough group.
谬 缠结
Chan is really weak. This cluster here is kind of tough to look at. it's kind of weighing in between two clusters. So in this case, we're using the field, shroom, dirt, right? Field, shroom, dirt, shack. And then the silk or thread is there for the coiling. And so you wind around something, and if you tie it up, right, you're coiling around someone. So Jie could help us with that. Chan, getting Chan, the reed is going to be tough.
缠结
Or coil around. Alright.
淡泊
Danbo. Dan, the tough one, was the reed. It's a turn in Dan is the rare of the Tan and Yin. Dan Bo. Bo is a bit weak too. Bo can be mixed with Bu. Bu is the difference of bamboo versus flower. And Bo is not a flower. And it also is not one of the larger reeds of this cluster here. But this is vague or slight, yeah. Slight and then mild, which gets thin. Faint, like something not substantial, basically.
淡泊淡泊休憩缠结 鱼云 和谬
Alright.
钟情
Dongqing. So we have the concentrated feelings or fall in love. I think the drop was Zhong for concentrate, as opposed to heavy. Heavy feelings is to fall in love. Zhong, just Zhong, the right Zhong.
钟情邋遢
Lata. La was lost, mainly because of a mix between bristles and a mouse or like a squirrel, which this top part changes out for a mortar. La is slovenly. Oh no, I think this is a tone swap. Wait. That's a double tone swap. I think we're just gonna skip this one. Let's go back for a moment. Lata would be too tough. Too much for now. We'll remove Ta for now. Oops. Lata. I was thinking it only had a silence. I think I made an exception for silence, but unfortunately
钟情
there's
冗
also
赘
a tone shift. 冗赘, we have superfluous plus superfluous. Somehow that becomes verbose, so it's specifically talking about speech as opposed to anything else as superfluous, so not excess of anything else. That can be a little tough one. Rong is rough. It's very rough. And J is kind of rough. They're both really rough, so we'll put them together and see if they complement each other. The
冗
definition
赘
is more specific. It's more nuanced in terms of what is superfluous.
班式
Bun shi. Bun is the weak one. Bun doesn't look like bun. Right. It's got a bay and a fun bay, right? Fun bay. Bun. And the bun part, the translation is a little rough too. It's to like announce more publicly. proclaim. They use promulgate is the word. And then 示 is to show, so make public is or to display. Or to show is fine.
班室湛蓝
Jianlan. Jian is the weak one, which is deep. So, and there's not too many uses when we're looking at the vocabulary. Describing a color is okay. So you make it... And deep, it almost feels more like... I think Azure... I guess... That's a deeper blue. It's interesting. A different color blue for a moment. It's not deep like royal, but it's darker ish than blue itself. Interesting. Anyways, that's where we're getting the deep blue from. I think the read is the tougher part. Yeah.
湛蓝湛蓝钟情班室冗赘
Alright. Okay. Let's get into our character studies. This has been getting quite rough. Quite rough. Alright. Time to hydrate on our Wheel of Death. Okay.
出 熬
It's either stew or cook. Okay. Oh no. What is the bottom? Supposed to be a trombone, right? Heck! Yeah, it was either you or the Taro is going to be either I know it or I don't. Oh, it's not a trombone. They ended up using... Wait, this is also considered as a syringe? D is... Oh, am I thinking of... No. Yeah, so I'm thinking of trombone. Oh no, this is trombone. Sorry, this is trombone. What was Oh. Let's see if we can find a accompaniment for Taro. Yuto. Yuto, no. Yunai. What? I don't have the right. I don't know what nai is. Uni Yam pace? Interesting. Yeah. Arrow ball. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He told Lilac. Interesting. No, I mean it means what it means. Oh, stick with it. So they use toe for the nominalization, I suppose. I guess I'll call it a nominalization at this point.
玉
What was this vanilla character? It was in, right? All we got is in. Shh. Okay.
Zong
Yeah. Word. What the word? Why do I think it's like... Oh, no. I think we can do better with... No, maybe we can't. Are you telling me that saber was never placed next to word? Outside of this one. Really? That's actually astonishing. Okay, so we double down on our... okay, the lobby. Oh no, it's starting to sound like Charlie Brown, really. Oh man, I have no idea. Okay. I think it's okay. No. Oh, riding on it, ferocious. Oh no, it's Jiang. Oh no, female sheep. Probably a name. Are they all names? They're all names. Okay. So how do I double down on this name? Jiang. Woman robot. Okay. Okay.
法
Usually I want to trade this. Why do I want to trade this? Or chew this? No chance. Absolutely no chance. Okay, well, we did link it up with Che though. Apparently. Oh, I see. Do we have any phrases like maybe the next time I like Che O or E? Oh, okay, 一日 is a thing. The following year, 一年. I guess. I mean, yeah, that's the whole.
狼
What the lung? No, that's just without the shack. It's corridor. Oh no. It's not so it's not the tree underneath. As dirt. So the dirt one is the obstruct one, right? Goodness gracious. Heck. Yeah, oh no, it's base, it's foundation. Let's go look at the hamper. Close hamper. Okay. Oh no, wait. It's not the stockade thing. What is the stockade? It's just hamper and dirt. This is okay. What am I thinking of? Stockade. Oh. I'm thinking of wire mesh and tree. Or the wire mesh and bins as opposed to the hamper. Oh, hold up. Okay. Should be both foundations, right? Yeah, 一区. I think the mnemonic. No. I think we can change the bottom to good. Or like good something. Oh, or young man, I suppose. What did I? Oh, I didn't change it. Probably one. Okay. Okay.
Jiang.
That's either you know. Like in measuring cup.
斗。乌。荒。
I want to say it's like Battle or something, but it's Wasteland. Absurd, and whatnot. Okay, that flower throws me off. Let's go and this thing. Does this thing stand alone? It doesn't. It's part of the Huan family. Okay, so Panic is right. Panic was good. I ruled out Panic. Our Panic and Wasteland. And then the Lie, right? The Lie. Wasteland. There is literal use for Wasteland, but Absurd is the other one. Okay. Oh, no. That's way. Great, I think.
金。愁。
Like extravagant or I was stuck around a 50-50. Plenty of award compliments. Plenty. Xiang works. Award reward. Oh Chang, okay. The other reward. Oh man, award and reward is okay. Yeah, Xiang and Chang are related. Well, you know, this one is less obvious. That one. Oh no. It's the... Doesn't look like what is... Researching. Yo, what was the Japanese Yo, right? A Q. Yeah, the 9 cucumbers. Hmm. Oh, I'm guessing we have. Oh, just Kenkyu. I think we're gonna change. Okay. Okay.
鸡就强
Two different things.
组
Heck. It's a curse. We can probably do curse with Chu, right? Or Ray. Ooh, it's Zhou. Really? Oh yeah, we have the other curse. Oh yeah, we should use the other curse. Oh, Joe is so weak. Joe, totally forgot. There's the other curse.
辅
Did 3 hours, but P3R. Your beat 3 hours.
香
Weak. Hunan is gonna suck. It's just Hunan. You either know it or you don't.
尾 绝
What? What? Wait, oh no, that's who. Why do I think it's Guy? It's probably high. Boar. Okay. We could link this up with another boar. Like maybe pig. Zhi. Hi shi. Beat. Alright. You keep thinking that. Hi, Ohio. Hi, That was not what I was going. Oh. Hi, 9:11 p.m. 9 to 11 p.m. Hi, sure. Hi, Jewel. Oh, you're the boar? I mean, that's fine. It's the two boars put together. Alright. Sure. Instead of just being plain boar. What was this? The book speech? Oh no, I forgot. Jewel. Not that. Read the word of curse. That's tough. That's really. You're not even halfway through June and the game ends in March apparently. Oh, there's 2 extra months in E3R? Huh. Interesting. Silk with the what the
必
Oh, it's like ordering around concluding. Okay. Oh, that's not Chang. What is that then? Yu? Oh, that's or elm tree. I immediately want to type owl, but that doesn't. It screams cold to me. Dang it. Yeah. I don't know what we're gonna do with yeah. Can't Guangdong. It's also a place. Guangdonghua. Oh wait, actually. Oh no, but it's yeah. It's either you. Fortunately, this is too. This isn't.
零
Do you know who The Weeknd is? Like the group The Weeknd? Is that what you mean? The Weeknd? Yeah, the group. Yeah, why? What about them? What did you do?
盾 湖
Why are you telling me about The Weeknd?
月
Apparently he finally beat P3R. That's really funny.
亥
That's pretty funny. Oh, is this R
二
to the other two?
至
The heck? Because for a while there was a tweet about him actually playing the game, but you don't know how true it was. Wow, that's... I never thought I would hear something like that. Well, there you go. The Weeknd played P5R. The one that I'm thinking of, to relate to the Weeknd thing, I'm waiting until, what's his face? What is Cox's first name? Daredevil guy? I don't remember his first name. I lost it. Oh, Charlie, yeah. Charlie Cox. I'm waiting for Charlie Cox to finally play Claire Obscure before the Claire Obscure, I think it was either movie. I think it was movie before the movie is released. There's people keep asking him like, are you gonna play or are you gonna voice or something? And he made a really funny comment. It's like, What if they got Ryan, Pattinson? What if they got Pattinson to play Gustav, and then they had him voice over Pattinson to make it the real thing for the Claire Obscure? Like Claire Obscure, I forgot if it's a movie, a mini series, or a movie, but people asked him, "Have you played the game?" Because Charlie Cox didn't realize how like his role was. He voiced it without knowing what a big deal it would become or what it meant. So it would be really funny though. That's a funny joke, and it would be fantastic if that is what happened. It's a live action, so they're making a live action adaptation of Claire Obscure. That would be something that would be interesting if Charlie Cox finally plays Claire Obscure. In terms of people who will play, I think Snoop Dogg playing Stranger Than Heaven in January. That might be something that people will watch in the beginning. Snoop Dogg playing Stranger Than Heaven, because he's in Stranger Than Heaven. For those who come after, indeed, for those who come after. This Ming or Meng? Heck! It's Lee for the oyster. Because the right hand is Lee. Why do I have it mixed up with Meng? I shouldn't get that mixed up with Meng. Oh, no, wait. No. What am I thinking of when I'm... Oh. It's actually pig. Not cricket. What about me? What? Those aren't the characters that I'm looking for. Oh, okay. Okay. I got you. Big. I'm looking forward to the show. Claire Obscure actually will translate very well. It's kind of like a Last of Us situation. I think those things were like, I don't think people will think it's too far out of the box. I mean, there's still that Metal Gear Solid MGS movie / TV show. I forgot which one. They will translate very well to production. Silk Song When. I think that would end up being in like a animated series or something.
E.
Although Team Cherry, do you know that Team Cherry is still only like a developer of 3 groups? So like largely a 3-person dev team. Like to put it into perspective, Team Cherry's, they would have to like contract someone or find an animation team to do that. The odds of the same 3 devs being able to create an animated series or more than that would be fairly... Since I saw you playing Backroom, did you watch the Backroom movie yet? The A24 Backroom movie? It did really well. Super well. It's actually their top movie. Yeah, it was good. Yeah. I think the dawning of video game adaptations are looking pretty good. Like, there are quite a couple of places or production people that are willing to like invest in video game adaptations. Obsession was good and creepy. Oh yeah, Obsession, that's right. Yeah, there has been quite a nice couple of like big kind of biggish movie investments in video game adaptations. So people are hitting their stride on how to capture the feel. Obviously, there's still duds everywhere. Let's not start with Uncharted. Despite having excellent actors involved, there's still the means of capturing the video game, like the essence of the video game. Why do I think this is G? Dang it. Wait. Next. It's probably T. Okay, Thatch is gonna need some. We could use like a roof? Maybe a roof? No. Ooh. Oh, that is very different. Oh no. Those are not words that a gypsy? Really? What is this? Tsugu? A water plant. Alright, this is just gonna continue to be a thatch, huh? They're all names and borrowed words. Botswana. Oh, okay. Oh, here's where the thatch came from. In a hut. Well, it looks like a G, but it's a T, right? The G is on the bottom. The Z is on the bottom. Oh, wait. Oh, no. It could be T. I totally forgot T. Dang it. I was thinking of T. Z. There is a T in it. Bad.
力死
Okie dokie. We are in P3P. We are. Oh yeah, we have to do the one extra.
害猪
Hi, Jewel. We just added. Oh no. Oh, this is from today. Fuck. We only had 9. Okay. Yeah, I am in the last 30%. Although technically the last 30% of Persona 3 is like big, very big. It's a JRPG, so the stuff at the end are the big things most of the time. The beginning things are not the big things, usually. How do you play for hours and not get a bit tired? You mean play for hours and reading for hours? And I get that question a lot. Maybe because of, if I had to guess, or like if I had to pick anything, it's because I always work very long. Like what I mean is, the only way to not get tired after hours of doing anything is, unfortunately, or fortunately, is to do it for a very long time and then figure out how to make it interesting. You know, the whole thing, like how do you run consistently for 3 hours and not get tired? You run for 2 hours and consistently not get tired, and then you run for 1 hour consistently. It's a stamina thing, and stamina, well, we both play OS before, right? Or you still play OS. Like stamina is one of those things where it really sucks. If you want a hot take, if anyone wants a hot take on stamina, there's nothing that substitutes for basically doing it for longer. Now, the quality of it will go down. I think for most people, when you're doing something longer, you also have to improve how to make it better over that long period. So pacing is probably the thing I feel requires a lot of discipline. Like when you're doing something, you have to do something that paces your enthusiasm for a very long time, which, if you're playing something and you're like, after the first 30 minutes, like, I got all the feeling necessary, then yeah, I wouldn't play any longer. You would have to come up with a way to make yourself more entertained, in my opinion. And this would be a good time to highlight that's the difference between having a long attention span and a short attention span. Like when you're comparing it to yourself, right? When you do something that you really like and very interesting, you're more likely to be able to do it for a longer period of time. So you have to, like, another way to increase your endurance is to be able to find another reason to be doing it for hours. For myself, the only reason, now the big reason why I don't only play, I only play for 6 hours or so, is because I don't have any more time. So like, if I didn't have to sleep and I didn't have to eat and I didn't have things in the middle and then have to do this, then yeah, we could probably just play the Persona 3 in like 4 days or something. Just do like 4 16-hour streams and then we'll probably complete Persona 3. That's not the case though. I still have to spend all the time. Like, and to answer your question shortly is because I never stop working. Like, I don't think there's, the only way I can get to bed at night is to do something a lot. Otherwise, I'll start thinking about stuff and I'll never get to sleep. So, the other question that can't answer your question, like for you, right? For you, you think of things in a manner that makes you happy quickly. So when you think of things that make yourself happy very quickly, then you may get used to having to do things without having to do them for a very long time. For myself, if I do things too quickly, it keeps me up. So most of the time I feel dissatisfied when I don't spend enough time on things. So typically when I do an action, it takes like more than anything. And that's kind of funny because like Drama, for example, Drama asked me, am I going to play Aeon 2, right? He was Aeon 2, the global server is going up. And the thing is, this is not necessarily out of arrogance or confidence in any way, like narcissistically. It's more like I know that I'm going to play longer than the person that's asking me. So if someone is asking me to play something like with them or doing with them, usually I know how much time I'm going to use. Now, it's not going to be dependent on the other person. So if Drama, like I know Drama well enough to know that they're gonna grind, they say they're gonna grind out their game and then play it, but they're gonna grind out the game and then drop it. At least in my opinion. And I'm not going to drop it. So that's the problem. Like, I don't usually ask people to play live service games in general, largely because if you're gonna ask me to play a live service game, you have to know that if you're saying you want to play a live service game with me, that means you're expected to probably do it for the next like 5 or 7 years. And very frequently. So, or like optimize for the thing. So generally I don't usually say too much about people in live service games. Now when we're playing video games, that's a little bit like single player video games, or like Subnautica, for example, which offers we could still play Subnautica 2 when 1.0 launches, We don't have a game like that. Yeah. So it would have to be a game that you also like to play regularly. And the reason why I'm saying this is because I'm a very committal person. Like, when someone asks me, when you're thinking you're going to do something, we're developing a life skill. I'm not picking up like little skills here and there. This is the foundation. So I don't take any decisions very lightly. Like, for example, the only reason I draw coffers, like, were you here some of those days? October is coming around. The only reason I draw is because Vendy drawed during October, like 5 years ago. This is the 5th year. And, like, did Vendy even finish the first time I saw him? No, he didn't. He wasn't even close. He, like, did it for a week and he fell behind so far. So, like, even then, I'm still doing that same thing 5 years ago. So, like, this is going to be the 5th year, I think. This is either the 5th year or the 6th year. So it's been that long since someone told me they like drawing, and I'm like, I'm still doing it. So I wasn't kidding when I said, "Oh yeah, that's cool. I can finally draw something, and we have a motivation." And it didn't happen. All right, I'll review this while you're away. Okay. 眉睫 eyelashes and eyebrows. Heck. Shy is still weak. 下一点. Oh, yes, 下一点. The screen. Nope. Mian袄, unpadded jacket. 憧憬. That one's weak on translation. To yearn for. 笨妞. Feces and urine. 不必 comb. 围堵 only. 棚顶 canopy. 枕边 bamboo shoot tips. 吝啬 NG. 亨通 go smoothly. 话都 satchel. 科研 cart check. No, shaft. Cart shaft. 阁僚 cabinet member. 推想 shove. 融雪 melting snow. Back? Welcome back. Yeah, I think the thing is, it can be very tough to start something and follow through with it when most things feel optional. And I don't think you need to be so committed to most things, as long as you're committed to the things that you are committed to, right? Like people's friendships or loved ones and whatnot. You can always balance those things. I just happen to like to do start something and quote unquote finish it. As in finish it in the sense that most people finish games, right? I don't usually think of finishing a game as the finishing point. I think of it as a continuation. So like when someone sees me complete P3P, I'm not even talking about completing P3P. I'm talking about P3P, P4G, P5R, right? P3R, P4R, Metaphor, Shin Megami Tensei 3 Remastered, 5 Remastered. I'm thinking that ahead. I'm thinking 3 or 4 years ahead. So not one, it's a continuation of all those things. And then obviously P6 at some point. Usually when I'm committing to an idea, it has to be bigger. It's usually very big, not small and tenuous. Not everyone has to treat the things that way. I'm just specifically, I like my things to matter to me to the extent. I don't want to forget the time I used. So I think that's why I can do things for a long hour. Like the longer answer to play for hours, I'm looking for meaning all the time in the things I do. Maybe it's not as engaging sometimes to other people, maybe even yourself, because you haven't really found the thing that really means a lot to you. So hopefully you find it. I mean, other than your friend slot, right? Your friend slot means a lot to you. I would say you do something for long hours that I haven't ever done, which is friend slot. I've never actually played with anyone. The longest I've ever played with someone in terms of like video games, like not any specific video games, more like with someone for a video game, was probably with Nighthawk. He's the German friend I had for many years. We played a singular game, and then it was Lou, which was the Polish guy when we were playing Neverwinter. Those were very long. Like we're talking about thousands of hours together. However, our friendship didn't quite survive the pivot. So like our interest in each other, we didn't maintain a expansive interest. So plus obviously we don't live from the same culture, so that can be tough. The meaning is to change people's hearts. That's fair enough. Change people's hearts, huh? Shan Xiao Mock A Biao Darts Lung Chu Dumbfounded. Give them back their desires. Yeah, that is definitely one of the themes. For my here's something about being old. Maybe this is an unk thing. Oh, it's kind of like the monk from yesterday, the P3P, the monk guy, Mutats. Mutats, he was very negative in the way he spun. Like he's the Tower Arcana, so Mutats was talking about how tenuous things are. When you live long enough, you know that things end and new things begin. But his theme was that he was typically thinking about things that end. He's trying to find closure. That's what the tower represents. However, there's also the other guy who's going to start up soon, the guy that has terminal illness, and he's trying to find the sun, which is the idea of having a new beginning despite having an end. So I can argue in a way, and I'm not saying this in a sad way, the monk did say this in a sad way, friendships end and new ones begin. Eventually, you know, in another 20 years, Coffers, you and I will have a very similar discussion about this, where there are things that end, but they make for new beginnings. So generally speaking, the thing that I was talking about, where to create meaning in the things you do, you see it as where there's an end, there's a new beginning. So you're always planning for new beginnings when things, quote unquote, come to an end. So when you view it that way, playing P3P, for example, for myself, playing P3P, it only means that I'm going to get to play P4G and P5R. So where you're thinking of finally getting past June, right? In P3R, or P3R, I'm thinking I'm at the beginning of thousands of hours. So I'm not even close to finishing. The day we finish the Persona series is when we suffer for another game series. Well, I've already chose my game series. Like we've already planned a couple of game series. Like the timing here was not that much different from the timing that I thought when I started 4 years ago on this thing. So I'm always planning. Oops. I always plan for the next thing. You know, always 2 steps ahead. 2 steps ahead. And let's finish here. 出血. Wash face, rinse mouth. 铠甲 armor. Ely, gorgeous. 清线 admire. It is crazy how well you're able to keep on bouncing games and games. I'm kind of in the middle, I suppose. I thought about making like one of the months in the year to do like, here's my stash of like 600 free games. Let's spend 1 hour on on 30 free games, or no, that's too many. Maybe like a 10-hour stream where I play 10 games for 1 hour each or something like that. To kind of like capture the feeling of, to demonstrate the feeling of what it's like to be like the Gen Z group, like the average Gen Z group, where they would be able to play like 4 or 5 games in the span of a day. And I generally only play 1 game every month. You wish you could have 1 to 3 games install your PC, but you got friend games. Oh yeah, the slop. Yeah, they do take up quite a bit, especially the way they're coded too. That's fair. That's fair. I look forward to playing other games. Now, people kept asking like other games, the like high fidelity games. I do have a minimum requirement. Like I don't want to play the games just to play them in time. I also do want to play them like looking nice and whatnot, because that's part of the experience. While I play a lot of artsy fartsy games, there are quite a few artsy fartsy games that require hardware, and I haven't gotten around to deciding when I'm gonna sell my kidneys and stuff to boost a monopoly. I haven't decided yet. Fuji. Fight in fastly with the hoop. Landau. Sickle. Well, if you decide on a forever game, that there are some forever games possibly in the future. You can always decide to play a forever game. Yeah, literally, you're the reason why I started playing P5X. It wouldn't have changed my Persona Legacy project though. I had always planned on a Persona Legacy project after Like a Dragon. P5X gonna be our forever game. Probably, because we're probably gonna be dual covering next year. I would not be surprised if P4R's collaboration starts the same time the P4R launches. It wouldn't be too unheard of. P5X is proceeding more or less what I thought it was going to do. We could always play the rhythm games. More rhythm games. What is this? Oh, song. Dejected. Oh yeah. I still like P5X a lot because it really respects your time. Oh yeah, maybe a little too much. I'm actually hungry for more. However, that's why I started the Persona Legacy project, because I do like that content. Now P3P, I already mentioned, it definitely has old 2000. It definitely has old 2000 designs, like early 2000 designs, which I think doesn't age that well for me. So if I were being like, I prefer to, if they converted the level progression and stuff into like mini games or something, like mini games or active like input stuff in the game rotation, I think that's where ATLUS can definitely farm pretty hard and make the grinding, the level progression grinding into an input game, like input subsystems, like perfect, something that deals with hitting a button or something, make it a little bit more visceral, because the JRPG standards of old is very fluffed out with the progression system, which is what the whole XP comment was about. Like XP comments is like back in the day when resources were tied up in the programming side of things. They would use numbers to extend the life of a game. It's kind of humorous that I'm saying this, but it's related to what you're talking about earlier, how you play a game for a very long time. It's kind of humorous because if you take that out, the building of XP and stuff, then it just makes people have even less endurance, because grinding and stuff is endurance based, which, as much as I enjoy doing long hours of things, I don't think it's that healthy. Saddle. Hey May, Blackberry. Yo hey. Zhi Da. What's that? No, that's not. Zhichuan. Hemorrhoids. 正义 pedagogy 嵌入 insert 合理 beaver 麻薯 mochi 要加 run away from home 关系 relations Shinji. Chi? What is that? Shinji. Oh, from to promotion. Oh, it's Jingji. P5X definitely much more manageable than any gacha you've ever played, and the story is more interesting than stuff from Hoyo. I agree after a certain point, right? Like others would say, like, oh yeah, but the first we talked about this, like the first 2 chapters, like, oh man, it's not that great. It's largely because it's being compared to the other Persona games, right? And I would agree with that. I definitely agree with that. However, compared to the other stuff, like in its own realm, you know, like the Chinese group who's making a gacha game to compete with the other gacha games, I don't think it falls that far. Like, I actually think it's a bit of a step up. However, then when you get to, I think you're about to get to the other ones, the chapter 3 and chapter 4, that's when ATLUS stepped in. So like the P5 writers, P5 specifically, P5 writers stepped in, and then it's like, yeah, I can't even, in my opinion, it barely even compares like to the other gacha game. It actually, honestly, some of the stuff is, you're just waiting. Can we get the new palace for the Chinese servers and the Korean servers? They recently teased the new palace, and is as spectacular as you would expect. They took a new villain, and the new villain is very different, and that's what's exciting. The problem that P5X is having is it's taking a while for them to put out content, right? And what I mean by while, I'm saying the internet demands content rollout a lot faster than I would say it's even reasonable for the studio, the developers. So that could be a tough one. Since it's a live service game, content is king, so it can be tough waiting. You're at the part where you just say, oh, you're in the Katayama, but Akashi is still in control of the palace. Yeah. So that is the chapter. Like, after the first 2 villains, the next chapter is like when they actually allegedly they fired or they let go of all the writers that were initially involved in the first 2, and then ATLUS primary writers, like principal writers, hopped in. So again, to this day, I still think the Subway Slammer and like the social media guy, it's very topical. And when compared to other live service games usually use story as a dressing for you to do things. P5X, since it is entirely focused on that as the motivation, like the characters that people like or want to pull are dependent on the narration. So like the recent anniversary, which I'll cover most of these topics in the summer update, Miku fell flat. Like Miku smacked the door. Like the ones that wanted to come in to just play the gacha portion, you know, like pull for Miku and stuff, they're channeling their inner Miku fan, like the history they have with Miku, you know, listening to the music and stuff. But the game itself, the people who play the game, like for the Persona stuff, they're like, that's no way to celebrate an anniversary. You wanted to celebrate an anniversary with a Persona character and a story involved in the Persona character, like put the character into the world. So, and then Miku, the anniversary celebration, had neither of those things. Like both. For me, when I saw the Miku announcement, I thought, okay, I'm looking forward to seeing how they write Miku into P5X, and they didn't. And that's where the backlash came from. In fact, they then tried to release a apology video and announce that the female MC from P3P, which is a coincidence, is going to be added soon. She's in development. Well, soon is a relative word, maybe like a couple months from now, maybe the half anniversary. Usually the anniversary ones are the pretty big ones, so maybe she'll be added as a half anniversary character. The idea was they released that and they still got backlash because it wasn't they're missing the point, in my opinion. It's dependent on the narrative. The people want to pull banners because their boy showed up or their girl showed up, like their character showed up, the character that they like showed up, not because it's exciting because other people have other experiences outside Persona. So that's kind of where I feel ATLUS and the perfect world isn't kind of lining up. They're not lining up yet. Like when you're playing MiHoYo, right? Like MiHoYo, like the HoYoverse stuff, I look at those characters and they try to explain some of those characters to me. I'm like, all right, I guess. It just seems like it's a platform for you to just play whatever you feel. You inject your attachments to the characters. Like the character is you, so like pick whatever is prettier to you or not. Literally, someone told me recently that they didn't want to play P5X because the main character is ugly. And I'm like, I guess you're born a supermodel? I don't know. Like the idea is that's what I would think. Not that it's a bad or a good thing. We have different interests. I think people who play gacha games, the vast majority of people who play gacha games, they're looking at aesthetics, like how do people look, right? Like, are they pretty? Are they generic? Do they look basic? That kind of thing. And I would say a larger, not the majority, but a larger percentage of people who play Persona games, they love the characters not necessarily for the way they look. Now, that's a bonus though. It's not like I'm not saying people don't like Yukari because Yukari is a girl and like Mitsuru, right? Mitsuru is a redhead, right? You still make those comments. However, I think even with their looks, the vast majority love the characters because they are the character. And it can be very tough to keep on writing characters that will hit. Because when you need to make a game that's based on the story, your story is going to hit and miss. That's the thing that I think the people who run P5X, the perfect world, they don't want to take those risks. You don't want to invest in story writing and constantly advertise story writing because stories are hit and miss. Like when an author writes a book, you don't know there are going to be people who hate your book, don't really care about your book, and there are going to be people who love your book, right? And everything in between. Stories is a subjective thing. Selling banners and power creeping and making the next banner more stronger than the previous banner mechanically, regardless of how they look, and then making things expensive or less expensive, that's objective. And objective isn't quite the thing that I think Persona games are sold on. Legitimately, like, the weirdest looking of characters are easily one of the most favorite characters. And that's kind of why I enjoy playing JRPG games. I don't play, like, there are so many times when someone says, oh yeah, I don't like playing JRPG games because it's turn-based, or like, I don't like playing JRPG games because there's too much dialogue. I don't like playing JRPG games because I can't relate to any of the characters. Like, all right, well, I mean, you just summarized like 90% of why JRPG games are liked in the first place. So what you're telling me is you don't like JRPGs. And so many times someone would focus on the thing they like, and they hope the thing that typically doesn't have it is what they would like. Like they want to like it, which is the way kind of I talk to Sun a lot about that. I appreciate that there are people who want to try things and hope that they can learn to like it. I'm also there to support them and say, you don't have to like JRPG games. It's not going to make you less cultured, for example. Go and explore the things you like. The difference here is there are people who think they like something and they look for things that don't have it, right? Like, oh man, I wish I can like JRPG games, but most of them are turn-based. And I'm like, yeah, that's kind of the thing. And well, I wouldn't mind JRPG games if they were action, if they were real-time action. And my first thought is, then you're looking for a different type of RPG game. So, not that JRPGs are better than other things. The idea is sometimes people lose sight of they want something to be something else. Like, oh man, I don't like CSGO because it's not Call of Duty. I'm like, yeah, Call of Duty is Call of Duty. CS is CS. You don't have to try to like both things. You can learn what you dislike, which is good. I say that to Sun quite often. Like, trying things is not necessarily only about being successful at liking something. Trying things also tells you what you don't like at the moment. And then when you try again, maybe later down the road, your life has changed and you can like it. So the idea is trying things tells you what you like and dislike. There's a purpose to trying things out. If you don't like it, then you know you don't like it. You don't have to sit there and guess like, oh man, I don't like this, or I'm not going to like this. So then you get stuck with only doing things that you must like or have to like, which ends up, in my opinion, you're going to get stuck with sitting there and having a very small list, a very short list of things to do. So you're not only bored, I hopefully you're not experiencing this, golfers. A large majority of people that I talk to, they're bored and not bored at the same time. They're bored because they don't want to try things. And they don't want to try things because they only like a few things. And since they only like a few things, they're bored most of the time. So then you're just cycling. You have a person who just sits here that hates everything, don't want to try anything, and all the things that they like get boring as well because they only have a few things. So they just sit there and get really tired. Whenever someone tells me they're bored, I'm like, go do homework. And then they're like, but homework is boring. Like, but it's doing something. You have to do homework anyways. So if you're bored sitting there for 3 hours doing nothing, go do your homework. That's kind of the stuff that I hear really often. Like, oh, I like video games. All right, then why are you bored? There's plenty of video games. Like, oh no, I only like certain types of video games. Like, okay, so there are so many video games and somehow you can be bored. Usually the problem someone has if they have a lot of something is usually they're too tired to keep on playing, right? That's a different story, obviously. It's weird. Like, if someone is fine in donating like a $10,000 rig, I would totally play GTA 6 at 4K and stream 4K footage or something, right? But I can't. But it's not the end of the world. GTA is like low on the list. Like way, way low on the list. I'm not even sure. Yeah, I have a lot to say about GTA if I were playing GTA. Anyways. Weird. What are you? Yenshin Smoke. 衰小 decay decaying, yeah. What are you? What is a pit? Oh. 抗河 bumpy road. 情货 The what? Oh, apprehend. 机款 Wait, is that? Oh no, it's not. 景况 predicament. 惊悚 horror. Oh goodness. T pen sneeze 卷息 permit or allow. Simple. Done mild. I can't. Oh, done bo. Bin. 休憩 rest. 缠结 to coil around. 语音 it is said that, or something like that, as the saying goes, or as the saying, as they say. 妙 error. 淡蓝 azure 钟情 on love 安适 to make public 冗住 oh wait 冗住 or 冗赘 yeah. Verbose. Okay. Alright, that is a wrap for today. You're gonna watch this later. Yes, yeah. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, discuss, talk about things, keep each other motivated. Until next time. My traps are real. 大家下次见，感谢观看. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for P3P. Thank you.
セガ。
All right, folks. Welcome back to our 8th session of P3P. I accidentally started P5X. That's why that Sega sound came up. In P5X, whenever the drop screen for Sega comes up, they have a voice sample. They have a voice sample for all the Sega, P Stagio, and like ATLUS, ATLUS, by the different voice actors. So like they have various samples and they cycle through. It'll be interesting if they do that in the later games. I think it's a great way to emphasize the importance of acting, like the voice in this game. So yesterday we did a lot, sort of. So we went through our summer cram school and then summer vacation. So summer break was the entirety of yesterday's thing. So we basically watched a movie with like literally everyone in the cast except one. We still haven't watched a video with Ken, or a movie marathon with Ken. That's the last thing we're gonna do. And then Koromaru joined the team, right? Koro-chan, the doggo, and learned about the priest background. And then we worked on the social link. Koro being Koro, you pet the doggo, interact. And one time the doggo was at the shrine and we helped Mr. Ono sensei, right? Ono sensei or Ono-san with finding his katana, his USB katana with the exam questions on it. We saw the conclusion of our second social link, which is Mutatsu, the monk. The monk at the end decided they're gonna hire a private investigator, find where his ex-wife, and his son, and they managed to find, and you have to use your imagination. He leaves with his head held high to do anything possible to get his wife back and his son. So that was the tower. So everything fell to crap. He spent his entire life busy working, doing his thing, and then he fell out of love and estrangement from his wife and son. So now he's going to go back and get them back, which is fantastic to see as a conclusion, right? Junpei's is the first social link we complete, and he was left with, he's gonna go back to his father and work it through, right? And then Yukari is getting close. Yukari is getting to the point where she is going to confront her mother. Actually, her mother called to confront her to apologize. So we don't know the conclusion in that yet. Michael is the next one. So she ran away from home, and then you got to meet her parents, unnamed parents, briefly, who then they're still going to get a divorce, but they explained why to her, and she is deciding whether she's going to stay with her father or her mother, and that is where we left off. She's won from the end, so we don't know what her decision is at the moment. We caught up with the old couple as well. They're one away. The persimmon you ran with the old guy, I forgot his name, to check out the persimmon tree, the one that was planted in honor of their dead son, right? Their son that passed away, but lots of the students at Gekkokan High loved him. So like really, so they wanted to petition to save the tree from being chopped down. Then there's Tanaka. Tanaka was our other focus. We are basically like honing in on the focus. So Tanaka is at rank 9. It's going to be a while till we get squeezed into rank 10 because I kind of fell one behind. But Tanaka continues to talk about his exploits. Now, we do see a little bit deeper into Tanaka. He's the devil, and he believes in retribution. So basically, it was made very clear that he didn't have much in his life when he was growing up, right? And he did everything possible to make as much money as he can. And then he talked about how he went into reunion or talked to see people of his past to flaunt his wealth in front of them, to prove them wrong, that now he has a lot and he doesn't have to pay sympathy to those who doesn't have anything because he worked hard to get that. And that's kind of a usual way of going about it. The righteous indignation, where if it carries to adulthood, someone that doesn't have a lot shows very little pity for those who doesn't have a lot. That's one way to go about it. There's also the opposite, right? Where someone carries their appreciation. So for myself, I would say I'm the antagonist, the antithesis of the way Tanaka went about it. I do the opposite because I came from less, right? Like less privileges and stuff. When in my adulthood, I spend most of my time giving back because the only way I could have made it was not necessarily because of myself. It was because of the support of people that I was lucky to have. So while Tanaka might have felt like a self-made man, right? He represents the devil, right? Self-made man, he also is callous in his ways as well. Those who didn't give him leeway or treat him well, he became rich on his own merits in a sense, and in that way it's unpredictable whether a person becomes compassionate or not. For myself, I have often characterized myself as being lucky. I met along the way people who I feel are rarer in this day and age who helped me out a lot. So when I quote unquote ever think about a reunion, it would be to see and be compassionate to the hardships and the people that I may or may not be more successful than or less successful than. It's irrelevant. It's about helping people. So Tanaka represents, in my opinion, the other incredibly jaded, cynical way of looking at things. We don't know what the ending is, but it seems like he's warming up to you, like the MC, the one that is listening. And the monk obviously had a 180 change. I don't think Persona is often marked with 180 change. They tend to keep consistent with their themes. The tower happens before the sun, so it's an excellent transition from tower, or actually it's tower, moon, then the sun, right? So we had in one of the summer classes Edogawa, right, the weird magic guy, he explained the tarot cards, the 22 26, it's 22, I think 22 arcana, how it explains the life cycle of a person. And that's what I came to read too. About 2 or 3 days ago, I asked myself, I need to read about the tarot cards because it would be great to frame the tarot cards of Persona with like the understanding of it. And the tower is the fall of the person, like the thing that falls. And then in between that, there is a point of reflection in the moon. And then the sun starts a new chapter, like a renaissance of the person, a building up of the person. So it's kind of neat to see the monk kind of pivot into the moon sun phase near the end. Tanaka, the devil is, I don't really know. I forgot where the devil is in the landscape of the, I'm still working on my tarot card background. So that's kind of what we did, and then we completed the third block. So we're right before the fourth block of Tartarus, and we completed those things. So we're gonna go back into our social links now. I don't know what happens in September. We go back to school, obviously. School starts. We're at the very last day of summer vacation. Yeah, so let's get back into it. And obviously, we're probably going to focus on Horomaru. Oh, I know what's going to happen. Little by little, Shinjiro is going to be in. So the last character. And I do have a spoiler. Like, what I mean is, I already know, I still remember stuff from 20 years ago. So Shinjiro is there's a big main plot with Shinjiro. So they already started filling in with Ken being interested between Akihiko and Shinjiro with their sister, with Akihiko's sister Miki, what happened to her. So it's filtering in now. So the next chapter in the main like storyline is Shinjiro, because Strega showed up. We did one operation, sorry, the Chariot and Justice, I think, in the underground military base thing was Strega. So now they're aware of Strega, except they don't know the girl with the like gothic costume thing. Junpei came across her a couple times already. Alright, so let's get into it. I think the only persona we need to keep in mind is Chariot. I don't think we're gonna be leaning on Chariot until the next Tartarus thing, so I think we're good. Everything's set. Let's get into it. Yeah, so this is the last day. And as appropriate for... Oh, wait. I think this is Junpei again.
So, we meet again, huh?
That's because you keep coming back.
That is a fair point.
I'm Junpei.
It's just like, nah, I'm Junpei.
What's your name? You live around here? Fine, fine. Ignore me. I'm used to it.
Wolf.
Hey, wait! Your hand! What's with that cut? You're bleeding!
Blood is dripping from her wrists to the ground.
What is it with you? Why don't you mind your own business?
But you're bleeding, for crying out loud! I think I got a hanky here. Give me your hand so I can tie this over the wound.
Why are you in such a panic?
Are you crazy? Anyone would freak out over this. You need to see a doctor. You want me to go with you?
You're weird. Chidori.
Yeah, Chidori is her name.
Huh?
That's my name. You asked, right, Junpei? I'm almost done with the picture. I doubt you'll understand it. But if you want to see it, then you know where to find me.
Chidori left without looking back. Wolf. Alright. So we got one last person to watch it. Oh, the movies, right? What type of... I totally forgot to cover the movies. We watch what? French films with Bebe. Science fiction with Fuka. Oh, I don't know if I can remember all these. Classic romance with Mitsuru. Documentary with someone. American action films with Junpei. Oh, is it Yukari? That was the No, Yukari was not documentary. Wait, hang on, let's look. I guess was Oh no, I don't know what Aigis was either. We tried to watch a movie with Koromaru but got kicked out because Koro-chan is a dog. I don't remember who we watched the documentary with. It could be Aigis. And then Yukari, what did we watch with Yukari? Yeah, there were so many different film types. Sci-fi, yeah, we already covered sci-fi. Oh, Akihiko had something to do with like workout routine. I think it was samurai related. But anyways, we have one more character left, which is Ken. So we're going with inviting him to watch movies. Let's see what animation, maybe. Superhero movies. All right, fair enough. I think American action film. Oh, it was Kung Fu, or it was related to Kung Fu. Kung Fu flicks. Chop Cho, or I forgot what they decided to say, but we watched Kung Fu films with Akihiko. Superhero movies, MCU, very relevant. Oh, the monster on that poster is from Amoe Baman. I am not familiar with that reference. I wasn't really looking forward to this, you understand. I was just bored and I thought it would pass the time. Oh no, it's starting. Quick, we gotta get good seats. Well, that's less enthusiastic. You feel like you've seen the hero transform 100 times. That type of superhero film. It makes you feel as if you can transform yourself. Okay, courage. That was so cool. Oh, did you see that part where Amoebaman gets captured? And the part where he was in that underground prison, but Morris signal came to help. Wait, are they talking about? Okay, that's fine. And then they had him tied up, and the bad guys were about to shoot him, but then the whole team anyway, I thought some of the scenes were pretty good. Yeah, you keep thinking it, but it's all just fake. Yeah, you liked it. You had a lot of fun. Thank you very much. I had a lot of fun. Thank you very much for inviting me. Kid, look at that potato trying to hide, thinking he's so mature.
Welcome back.
A bit of a tsundere. The moon will be full again. I think it's... Okay, we have like 3 days. Alright. So we're basically chilling with Koro every evening. Alright, let's go. Alright, shrine. Seems happy. Alright. What's going on? Koro-chan suddenly started growling towards the shrine. You hear voices. I heard this place totally haunted. Come on, let's go in. No way, I'm scared. You're up to something funny, aren't you? Dang it, it's locked. I guess we'll have to break down the door. Someone's trying to break into the main temple. Koro is barking. Koro darted towards the voices. Gah! What's with this dog? Where's the cops and the pound? It's their job to kill off stray dogs. Whoa. Whoa, you need to calm down. You finally caught up. Isn't this a crime? Huh? Stay out of this, you brat. Time to call the cops. What? What's her problem? Come on, let's just go. Huh? Hey, wait. The two left? Oh, they just peaced out. Good old Koto. Koto is on guard as he watches the two leave. It's alright now. Aw, he's wagging his tail. I can't wait to see if they do any animations for these. In any case, you seem to have done your part to protect the shrine. Nuzzling you with his head, you feel as Koto is thanking you. Cute. Do what you can. He's tugging you on so you can decide to continue walking him. Alright. Cold worsen? No, that's fine. Alright, second semester. Here we go. Oh yeah, the Hanukkah. What is this music? Oh, dang. I didn't realize the second semester had a different track. I don't remember any of this. Dude, this track is awesome. Alright, you overhear a conversation. Good morning. Summer vacation is over. Yeah, I'm in no mood to be here. I just want to turn around and head back to bed. Huh. You might come down with that apathy syndrome. Then you wouldn't have to worry about anything. No, are you kidding me? Although, come to think of it, it doesn't sound too bad. Maybe I'll try it. Ah, are you serious? What is this music? Alright. Takenosuka. Quiet down. Summer vacation is over. You're back in school now, so act accordingly. Now, let's review. Kotone, what do you call the phenomenon when electrical resistance is 0? Superconductivity. Exactly. Been studying, I see. A superconductive material has 0 electrical resistance. As a result, electric current can travel externally through a superconductive circuit. Many years ago, I tried to use this fact to confess my love to someone. Wow, that's a turn. My love for you is superconductive, I told her. Sure enough, she liked my enthusiasm and then we started dating. Aww. But enthusiasm isn't very scientific. I lost interest in her before long. The heck? Alright, in the next section. Dude, what is this guy's problem? That's so, unhinged. He's so unhinged. Alright. We are gonna go talk with Saudi. Wow, so they swapped up the music for the second semester. We can actually still go to the nurse's office despite... I think we can just refuse for stuff, right? Yeah. Alright, Saudi. So we're still finding out what's her deal. She is very dependable, basically. She's the quintessential nice person. Like, straight up nice. Whether she'll be taken advantage of, there's a guy that's inviting her to somewhere. And we'll see how that goes out, right? How that resolves. You did your duties as a member of the health committee. That reminds me, I heard that the health committee wants to put together a school newsletter. It'll be about things like how to properly wash your hands and how to avoid getting sick. At least that's what I heard it's going to go in it. Is Mr. Edogawa writing it? We should make it fun to read. Yeah, I agree. But Miss Oinishi said that they can't let Mr. Edogawa write for it. Apparently, he wanted to write about occult practices and black magic or something. Naturally. If he's not going to, I wonder who will be writing it then. Saori, you here? Huh? Yes? Can I help you? You can help me kick your butt. Oh no. The male student was cheating or giving the idea that he was cheating. A female student barges in with a furious expression. Who the heck do you think you are? Keep your hands off my boyfriend. Boyfriend? Don't play dumb with me. You left school together and even went out to karaoke. He told me all about it. Karaoke? Oh, you mean Takaoka-kun. You skank. You're the one who asked him out. Huh? But he's the one... Makun told me all about it. He said you seduced him. Yeah, there we go. Me? Don't give me that stuff. Oh. Saori was slapped. You so much as say hello to my man again, you're going down. How dare you hit her? You're going down right now. It's a misunderstanding. No, it's okay. Seriously, keep to yourself, person. Of course. The girl leaves. I'm sorry you had to see that. Actually, I don't mind at all. Thanks. Saori smiles weakly. I did have some ulterior motives of my own after all. I thought it'd be nice to have a friend around my age. Did you like him? No, unfortunately. Saori smiled weakly, her eyes shining with tears. I have someone I like, but it'll never work out and I can't do anything about it. Why can't it work out? I've never mentioned it to anyone else before. It's so nice to be able to talk about it. I could never tell anyone. Smiles weakly. Oof. Oof. Okay. That's a big oof. It's almost time to stop today. I doubt any more people will come. Let's go home. Alright. He ran into Junpei in front of the dormitory and walked in with him. Yukari and Ken are sitting in the lounge looking fidgety.
Oh, you're back. Perfect timing.
Perfect timing? For what?
Hey, Fuka, is Igus ready?
Okay, they
How
come in.
does she look? This is how I look.
I forgot she also attends school. Her school uniform.
She said she wanted to go to school, so I said something to Mitsuru Senpai as a joke. But the chairman overheard and thought it was a good idea, so as of tomorrow, she'll be a junior.
Naturally.
Seriously? He's down with that?
He said something about studying her behavior in a social environment.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, it's a great idea.
What is that? That's weird.
Just look at how cute she is in that uniform.
Junpei, please.
The camouflage Fuka-san has provided me with seems to be the appropriate size.
It looks very natural on you. No one will suspect a thing. But why does he want you to go to school? It's not like there's anything special about it.
Yikes.
With the commencement of the second semester, I intend to synchronize my schedule with the other members. If I were to remain here on standby, it could delay our deployment.
That's a fair point.
Therefore, I request to accompany our squad leader.
Delay our deployment? Won't you going to school create more problems?
That's a fair point too.
I will make any necessary adjustments as problems arise.
Yeah, you do that.
Whoa.
He
Spicy.
said, I want to go to school too.
Aww.
Sorry, Koro-chan. You have to stay here.
Aww. Okay. I think we have a new social link. Where's Ken at? There's Ken. Alright. A bit nervous. Maybe you should, yeah. Want to get some food? What? With me? But... Oh yeah, our courage, right? You both rush in just before closing time. Thanks for the food. Ken begins eating. He gradually begins to eat faster and faster. Is it tasty? Oh, it's delicious. Ken seems a little embarrassed. Ken resumes shoveling food into his mouth. It seems that you were mesmerized by Ken eating and have barely touched your own meal. Aren't you going to eat? You can have mine too? Huh? That's okay. Was I wolfing my food down that much? Begins eating quietly. It's just not the same. When my mom was still alive. Okay, so he's missing a parent, of course. We never really went out to eat much, so I never knew what it was like. I guess my mom was really good at cooking. When I eat stuff like boxed lunches from the store, it just tastes horrible. I never told my mom that she was a good cook. Ken mutters to himself. Oh, sorry, this is really good. If you don't mind, I'd like to come here with you again. That is if you have time. Hey, I'll ask you out again. Yes, I'll look forward to it. Ken laughs like a kid. You feel like you've drawn some... Okay. Yet another tragedy. Obviously. What is he? Justice? That looks like justice. Is it okay if I order something to drink? I'd like some milk. Large, please. Okay. The doggo, you know, Koro-chan. This background music. Koro-chan and Ken are really fitting in this together. I see. This must be Tartarus during the daytime. Yeah, that's right. Currently, I detect no shadows in the vicinity. However, we must remain cautious at all times. Sure thing. Alright, what do we have here? It's morning, okay.
Class, we have a new student who will be joining us. She just transferred here. Please, introduce yourself.
My name is Aegis. I am pleased to meet you all.
Aegis. What a strange name. I wonder if she was born overseas.
As Toriumi began looking through the transfer students'
Let's
records.
see. Anything else I should know? Humanoid tactical weapon. What on earth?
What?
Clearly, that's a mistake.
Human tactical weapon.
It just goes to show, you can't believe everything you read.
You can say that again, Teach.
Let's see. You can sit, are there any open seats?
Cast her gaze over the classroom.
Oh, that seat's open. Right next to her.
Putting her finger right at one of the seats.
That one should be fine.
Miss Toriumi, that spot's already taken. He's just playing hooky.
Shinjiro.
Which means he's not here. So it's free to be used, right?
I think. That's supposed to be a reference to Shinjiro. I guess has been assigned a seat next to
This
you.
spot will be perfect. My highest priority is to be with this person at all times.
Not
That's-
off to a great start.
That's not weird at all.
My, aren't we just full of drama today? Do me a favor and save the antics for after school.
Eesh.
You receive a text message. It's from Akihiko. I have something important to take care of after school. I want you to come. I'll be waiting by the gate. Meet me there. Okay. Alright. Guess we're just going straight there. School gates. In annoyed, Akihiko was waiting for you.
Oh, there you are. There's something I have to do, and I want you to come with me.
Alright. Carrying a suitcase. Oh, yeah. Where can he be taking you? We're gonna confront Shinjiro, probably.
You're getting on my nerves.
The situation has changed. Sorry, but this time, I'm not asking.
What?
This belongs to you.
Akiko thrusts the suitcase he was holding out to Shinjiro.
We have a new enemy. They're persona users like us.
Yeah, so what?
There's more. Ken Amada has joined our team.
Yep.
What the hell are you talking about?
He has the potential, and Akutsuki-san has okayed it. He's now a persona user.
You've got to be kidding me. Let me ask you one thing. Was it his decision to join SEAS?
Yeah, he volunteered.
I see. Then count me in. So you're the one leading the operations now, huh?
Shinjiro turned towards you and looked you in the
If
eyes.
you don't mind me asking, what exactly are you fighting for?
To protect someone, obviously.
Is that so? Well, you do your thing, I'll do mine.
Sure thing, boss.
Is my room still vacant?
Yeah.
Sheesh. Another girl? First meet Tsuru, and now her?
So what? She might be a girl, but she's one hell of a...
That ain't my point, numbskull. I'm saying you gotta keep an eye out for her. Honestly.
Yeah, none you? Alright. He is a year older than you and seems to have lived in the dormitory before. Though still shrouded in mystery, he seems like a reliable partner. I'm guessing he's Moon.
What's up, dude?
Probably. I'm guessing the links that we'll be working on is Justice, and Shinjiro is probably Moon. Alright, time to hang out with the doggo. This might be a leap, right? Frolicking happily. Oh, he picked up a gem. Nice. Yeah, no rank increase. Almost the full moon. Theo, missing human. Oh, we had to stop by Tartarus the day before to grab the last missing person, because that's probably the same deadline. Good morning. You may have already heard this on the news, but the number of incidences have increased compared to those during the last full moon. Let's see, something must be done. I don't know the reason for the increase. We'll just have to remain alert at all times. Yeah. Alright. We're chilling with... We're chilling with Fuka this time. Let's see how's her cooking skills. Last time we made cupcakes with her? Yeah. Together, of course. And showed that you can improvise without screwing everything up. Hey, I've decided what we should make today. I don't want you to watch, so could you make something different? I'm sure that you'll be able to make anything with your cooking skills. You should try making one of the sweets you've made previously. Maybe... the heck? I don't think I've given away whoever has the banana cupcake, sure. They came out pretty well. Okay. Fuka is working intently on something at a desk away from you. Done! Here, look! Fuka presented you with something that looks round. It seems to be a rice ball made with flavored rice. It smells good. You decide to try eating it. It's edible. The combination of ingredients and flavors is good too. Actually, it tastes delicious. How is it? It's delicious! Oh no, you really did your best. Huh? Oh yeah? Thanks. Seems happy. I thought that there would be no way I could mess up making a rice ball, so I did a lot of research. The more I looked into things like what salt, seaweed to use, I got more and more into it. I got so excited when I was doing my research and even more excited when I was making them now. I think the most important thing is the feeling of wanting others to enjoy what you make. I think because of that, I was able to make this taste good. I wonder if this is what they mean when they say cooking requires love. Yeah, exactly. Or at least compassion. You can be good at cooking, or, you know, out of anger as well. It's fine too. You can hate cook and sad cook as well. I'm so glad you like it. When Fuka lets out a heartfelt laugh, you feel like you've gotten even closer to Fuka. I'm looking forward to all the emotes. Like, instead of them saying it, they would have it like, they just emote the thing with animation, potentially. I saw a really great scene with Yosuke from their Persona 4 revival, like, advertisement. Using the expressive rigging to share some of the moments that you're using your basically imaginations in this case. I'll make something better that's even better next time. Make something that's even better next time. Alright, I'm gonna keep trying harder. Good luck, good luck. You clean up the room with Fuka and headed back to the dorm. Okay.
Hey.
Yo, I haven't introduced myself, have I? I'm Shinjiro, Aragaki. Don't worry, I've got your back. Alright, cool. There'll be a full moon the day after tomorrow. We do have to squeeze in the a run, pretty sure. Are we doing Ken? Where's Ken? Alright. Say, hey, hey, hey! You both rush in just before closing time. Thanks for the food! Ken begins eating the sweet and sour pork he had ordered. He carefully pushes the bell peppers aside to reach the meat. You shouldn't be a picky eater. Huh? Oh, sorry. The way you said that reminded me of my mom. Ken laughs feebly. Ken seems somewhat uncomfortable. Should you talk to him about something? How's school? It's okay. I do all right on my tests and I have people to talk to. It's nothing out of the ordinary. Ken sounds indifferent. Did you try changing the subject? You watch TV? I watch the news, at least. Everything else is so boring. The guys at school seem to like things like Featherman R, though. It's an action program. Last week, Hulk snuck into the enemy base and planted a missile guidance system. But the launch switch fell into enemy hands, so Swan proposed a battle of riddles. Ah, there we go, the kid. Oh, that's just what I've heard happen. I kind of like action stuff. The movie was fun to watch. Ken falls quiet and begins eating again. Do you watch any TV shows? I like action shows too. Huh? Really? But you're an adult and a girl, so... Ken seems very surprised. Oh, it's going to get cold. Ken begins eating to his heart's content again. Real talk, deep cut here. Whenever I like talk about other things, especially things like video games or Gen Z slang, or talk about like topical things like League of Legends, Hoyo and all that, this happens. This is a natural part of being the older person, right? It happens quite often, especially when you get to that point where you're consistently interacting with people who are generationally younger than you, and you mention like, oh yeah, I enjoyed that too. It's like, oh, and the word surprising comes up very frequently. Like, oh, I'm surprised that you like that, or I'm very surprised that you know of this situation. Very, very normal feeling, honestly. You feel like you understand Ken a little bit more? Yeah. Okay, alright. Can I leave the bell peppers? No, you eat that, kid. I'm kidding. You eat your vegetables, you little potato. What's up, dude? There's a full moon tomorrow. You remember? But this time will be tougher than the last. That's what I heard too. There's only 4 shadows left. Maybe they're getting desperate. Or maybe the next one is just insanely strong. Whoops. I shouldn't jinx it. Well, we can handle it. Alright. We're hanging out with Akihiko. Oh! Back to Junpei.
Yo, Chidori, how's your hand? I don't see anything. Not even a scar. Did it heal that quickly?
Hey, Junpei. What do you do to make yourself feel alive?
I don't know. Breathing, I guess. You know, I never really thought about it before.
I know what I do to feel alive. It's probably a pretty cliche at this moment. To feel alive, you do something that other people are doing. Because you never know if you're gonna like it or dislike it. And you might be surprised one day. Or take a risk, I suppose. Take a risk on something. Usually take a risk on people is pretty lively. That fear, anxiety, along with promise and potential, right? Fear, anxiety, along with like potential and opportunity, right?
How about you, Chidori? Is that why you draw?
That's why they're meeting each other. That's the feel alive. So Junpei's meeting with Chidori is one of the examples of an opportunity to feel alive.
Maybe. But most of these are just scribbles. I don't understand myself very well.
I see. To tell you the truth, there is one thing that makes me feel alive. When I get to play hero.
Call it?
In the darkest hour, unknown to all but a few, the chosen ones stand against the forces of evil. Our hero, Junpei, fights to protect the world from these terrifying monsters. Well, you get the idea. That's when I feel most alive. You're supposed to laugh.
So, do you fight all alone?
Hey, I was just kidding around.
You fight during a time that no one knows about, right? So then, no one knows what you've been doing either. That means you'll never receive any recognition.
Yikes. That's wait.
I'm impressed. I didn't know you're that kind of guy.
For real? You actually believe me?
Tell me more.
You really want to know? Okay, but don't tell anyone, all right?
Mm-hmm.
You see, there's this special power called Persona, and only those who have it can defeat the monsters. That's what I meant by the chosen ones. My friends are fighting too, and ever since I joined them, we've been kicking some serious ass.
Sounds like fun. Are you the leader? Because it sounds like you're pretty strong.
Yeah. I guess you could say that. I mean, without me, things would just fall apart.
Oh, really?
Someone's got to be in charge, after all. It's pretty tough being a leader.
Thank you, Junpei. I had fun today.
You did?
It's time for me to go. I'll see you tomorrow, right?
All right.
Tomorrow, huh? All right.
She means see him tomorrow during the full moon. Dramatic irony. Alright, we're gonna go chill with Akihiko. Our romance target. Wait. Do I not have a star? Oh no. I don't think I have a star arcana. I'll have to double check. Well, how are you? How are you? Physically, I mean. Yeah, I'm alright. I see. Alright then. He looks troubled. It's just that when I watch you fight, I don't know. I feel angry. I'm sorry? Oh no, I didn't really mean it in that way. Akiko scratches his head, obviously troubled. It's not so much that I get angry, but I get irritated. No, that's not it either. I guess I get nervous. Do I seem unreliable? No, you're really doing a great job. Sounds kind, okay. Akihiko falls silent. Is there any way that you can avoid having to fight? Oh, never mind. Sorry, forget what I just said. I mean, you're trying the hardest out of all of us. I shouldn't have said that to you. Akihiko sighs. What's the matter? Sorry, I'm confused myself. What am I saying? He's completely stumped. He's worried. You're worried, you little derp. Deep down, I know I don't want you to be fighting. It's just that I'm worried about you. Akiko avoids your face and turns towards the ground. You feel like your body. Yeah. Potato. Mr. Potato. Come on, eat. Eat up. Okay. No, I'm pretty sure I have a star arcana, right? Tomorrow's the final. Yeah, we're good. I have a star, don't I? Oh, I don't. I don't have a star arcana. How did I miss that? Oh, that's awkward. How far back are we? Nah, we'll just deal with it. I don't think that's gonna set us back, so... I think that's fine. Hopefully that doesn't set us back. We do need to grab that one last guy. I totally forgot about the Star Arcana. So I was missing Star and Chariot. We just gotta run up to... Oh, Shinjiro is available too. What was Shinjiro? Oh, I think he's physical, right? Interesting. Speed. Oh yeah, that a little gun out the oh, you know his persona design reminds me quite a bit of Akihiko's. Regenerate, fatal end. Yeah, he's physical. He has no weaknesses. Okay, so we just gotta run up really quickly to the 8th floor. Let's put him in.
Alright, count me in.
And then I think we're gonna go this time with...
All right, let's go.
That's probably what we're gonna run in the next operation. It's floor 180. Trying to guess where the stairs are. These aren't, while these might somewhat seem random, it's not as random. There is still a limited pool of arrangements, I think. This guy's in the way.
3 dazed enemies. This is our chance.
Persona!
You found the enemy's weakness.
Oh, right. Direct command. Forgot about that.
Persona! I've been waiting for this. Okay, now!
I've gotten so many of these. What? Ignore. Not this way.
There are 4 enemies. She's attack!
Dang it, I've got to change this command again. Oh no,
The
no, no,
enemy's
we're fine.
down. Now's your chance.
next strike will be the last.
There are 4 enemies left.
Persona! I've been waiting for this. Okay, now!
Whoops. Oh, I didn't sign.
There are 3 of them. Strike first. That's the way.
Let me pitch in. I've been waiting for this. Okay, now!
Six more floors. Okay. 5. Rip.
There are 2 powerful enemies.
Oh, is it Garu?
You found the enemy's
Now's our
weakness.
chance.
Persona! Keep it up.
I've been waiting for this. Okay, now!
Just one.
Wow, that hurts.
I couldn't finish it off.
Only 1 enemy left. Please hit. This thing won't give up.
Don't mark. That's that. They've
Oh,
caught
come
me.
on. Wait, actually, this might work out. Hold up. I just let him duke it out. Oh. Okay.
There are 2 enemies. Help me.
Good job.
Please hit. I couldn't defeat it. The enemy. 2 enemies left. Enemy defeated.
That's the last one. What a tough bastard.
Only 1 enemy left.
Still alive.
I can do it.
What the heck, dude?
Persona.
Listen, Yukari, how did you miss that?
The enemy
Here's
is
our
dead.
chance for an all-out attack. Let me at him.
Here for a rescue mission, alright? Oh, okay.
There are 2 strong enemies. Attack! I summon you. That's it. The
Now's our
enemy is
chance.
down. Huh? The enemy is down.
I've
Now
been waiting for this. Okay, now! Bring it.
Shinjiro Senpai defeated an enemy.
I couldn't finish it off.
Only 1 enemy left. I couldn't defeat it.
Okay. You just need to hit him.
Adios.
Darn. Darn. 4 more floors, man. 4 more floors. Doing this one. Okay. Darn you. Oh, come on.
There's 1 enemy.
Wait.
Persona! Keep it up.
All right, let's kick some ass. Let's do it.
Only 1 enemy left.
I'm still alive.
Oh, rip. Oh my gosh, Yukari, why? Why are you such a
Give it your
butthead?
best shot.
Oh.
Come on, finish it. Bring it. My next strike will be the last.
Are you okay?
Alright. Yukari just dipped. Oops. Awkward. Alright. Before.
There are 3 of them. Strike first.
What do I have as a... Oh, I guess I... Yeah, I guess I don't have any anymore. Okay.
Shinjiro Senpai defeated an enemy.
I couldn't
2
finish it
enemies
off.
left.
Not bad.
Yukari-chan
Oh.
defeated an enemy.
Oh no, wait. Maybe Pierce is what they're weak to? Probably a coincidence.
Bring it. Adios, app.
There's one enemy! Attack!
Huh?
That's the way!
Here's our chance for an all-out attack! Let me at him!
What a tough bastard.
Only one enemy left!
Still alive.
Yeah! I couldn't defeat it! Huh?
That's it! The enemy is...
waiting for this. Okay, now!
On staircase.
There are two strong enemies! Attack!
Persona!
The enemy is down! Alright, let's do this!
Good enough for me.
Here's our chance for an all-out attack! Let me at him!
Two enemies left!
My next strike will be the last. I couldn't finish it off.
I can do it! Yukari-chan defeated an enemy!
Keep it up!
I can do it!
That was easy!
Okay. Alright. Go. Alright. Should be on this floor.
There's someone on this floor. There are two of them. Attack!
What a tough bastard.
Two enemies left! Akihiko-senpai
That's the
defeated
last
an enemy!
one.
Please hit!
I couldn't defeat it!
Alright. Sure.
Only one enemy left!
Bring it. Adios.
I got turned around.
There are three of them! Strike first!
Persona!
The enemy's off balance!
Nice.
Attack!
Two left. I couldn't
Two
finish it
enemies
off.
left! Ha! This thing won't give up! Take one enemy left!
All right, let's kick some ass. Let's do it.
Butthead.
Adios.
This animation's kind of weird. It's like, ugh. I mean, I get it. It's a heavy axe. There we go. All right. That's all we needed to do. So we're just gonna go back now. And maybe I should. No. I'll worry about it later. Gonna be tired. Oh, we're not? Maybe? Good morning. There's a full moon tonight. Leave it to me. It's nice to hear. I was getting worried because it's so soon after summer vacation. Let's go. Meanwhile, in front of the door.
Man, she wasn't at the station today. Maybe I should check again. Nah, on second thought, I better stay put. The operation's tonight. Now that I think about it, we're fighting to protect her too. Dude, that's so rocks. Maybe we really are like heroes. Yeah.
Don't move.
Huh? Wait, that voice.
Yep. Taken hostage.
Tonight marks the 6th full moon. Do you detect a shadow?
Yes, it's near Polonia Mall. I think. For some reason, I can't quite pinpoint its location, but I'm trying to narrow it down.
Is that its power?
I don't know.
We have enough to go on.
Ben came into the room.
Did you find Iori? I can't find him anywhere. His backpack isn't here, so I don't think he's been home yet.
That idiot. He knows tonight's the night.
I don't sense him anywhere nearby. Should I take more time to look for him, just in case?
No, it's okay. You're all young. Sometimes you just get in one of those moods.
Whoa. Whoa.
Anyway, we should focus on the task at hand.
We can't afford to waste any more time. Let's go.
It's go time.
All right.
Wait, did he say anything earlier?
Shinjiro came to talk to you after everyone left. Not that I remember.
All right.
Left with somewhat of a frown. That's red.
Detect anything?
Only a faint presence. It seems so close, but why?
All right, let's split up and search for it. There's no time to lose. Hurry.
Wait! Please, give me a moment. This is my responsibility. Tell me, Lucia, what is this thing that deceives me? Hear the wind's answer in your ear. Touch the earth's answer with your fingertips. Taste the water's answer on your lips.
Okay.
Hey, is she okay?
Don't break her concentration.
Right beneath our feet, some kind of webbing? Perhaps it has something to do with the old power cables underground. They were just left there when the island's construction was completed.
Power cables?
Yes, they run underground in many directions like a web.
And they're interfering with her ability?
Thank you, Igus. I understand now. Interference isn't the problem. The cables themselves have been possessed by the shadow.
Oh.
They what? So, it's underneath this whole area?
Now it all makes sense.
How are we supposed to beat something like that?
Meanwhile, on the dormitory rooftop.
I can't believe how easy it was to sneak up on you. Are the others here just as oblivious?
Damn it. I can't use my power. This isn't funny. Chidori.
I want you to do something for me. I have new orders for you to give to your friends. Surely you have the capacity to communicate with them.
Me? Give orders?
If you do as I say, you won't be harmed. All you have to do is call off the mission. Easy, right? And not just the one tonight. All of them.
You want me to cancel the mission? You're not one of them, are you?
Quit wasting time.
Yep.
This is a problem. We have no means of attacking it.
In your notes from previous battles, it said there was a shadow that took control of the monorail. Just like that one, this shadow must have its own body. Let me see if I can find it.
Fuka.
Even if we know where it is, we might not be able to get to it.
There may still be a way to reach the structure the buried cables feed into.
We'll see.
I found it! It's close by, in this mall.
In here?
It's inside a small chamber underground. It's rectangular, so I assume it's man-made.
Is it some sort of room?
Wait a minute. I overheard the manager of Escapade. He was saying that the power's been acting up lately. There was a power outage because of it that forced him to cancel some big important event.
That's no surprise.
He said the control panel is located beneath the club. Maybe we should take a look.
That's it!
Good job, Yamagishi. All right. Once we're ready, we'll make our move.
Okay. We're gonna take Iko. Right. Yukari and Shinjiro. And then we're good to go. Just because.
That's
oh,
the
hi.
source. It's connected to all those cables. So be careful you don't get shocked.
Haven't seen this one yet. In like I'm going through the P5X roster.
Be ready for anything.
I'm guessing it's electric. So I guess we're gonna stay away from electric, but we want something to protect us. Oh, this works fine actually. Is there anything else we could use that's a little bit... There's Rebellion. What do you have? Oh, there's healing on this one, right? And Dispel. Oh, that's not bad. We'll just attack it.
Great choice.
Nailed it.
Here's our chance for an all-out attack. Let me at him.
Who's weak to electric? Oh no, Yukari is weak to electric, I think. That's kind of scary. Oh, he has Odakunda.
Persona!
Yeah, isn't she? Oh no, I think I should guard with her.
Ready for this?
That didn't do much. That is
The
scary.
shadow has a lot of electricity charged up. Please be careful.
So the question is, do I just try to knock it off balance? He's safe, so he's just gonna... Oh, maybe we're decrease the attack too.
Persona!
There's a chance Yukari is just gonna get bopped in one hit. I think he's fine.
Ready for this?
Oh, that's a lot. Oh, it's multi-turned. Swing for the fences. How much damage could the boss do, right? Three turns? I'm just gonna guard now. We're gonna guard. Okay.
Apparently, it has to charge up before using that one attack.
I see that.
Please be careful whenever you see the enemy charging.
Okay.
Give me a sec. I'll scan the target.
That's okay.
Take nice! Here's our chance for an all-out attack! Let me at him!
Persona!
Hang in there!
Ready for this?
Don't use Zeo skills. They won't work.
I gathered that. Mind charge is just a one-turn thing, so might wanna guard with the 2. With the 1 maybe, and then just wing it.
Ready for this?
He is a bit unhealthy from using the skill though. Of course it hit him. Of course. Does he have something that prevents him from taking fatal damage? That's probably what saved him.
Be careful. Shinjiro Senpai is badly hurt.
That's
Hang
fine.
in there.
Ready for this?
Oh, come on. Alright, that gives us extra time. That's okay.
Yukari-chan is seriously hurt. Why, you little... Help me!
It was 3 charges, right? We got 3 turns. Still got 1 more turn.
Persona!
Hang in there.
Have to guard next to him. How do you miss? It's this turn, right? Oh, I don't have to guard with those 2 though. I do have to guard with these 2. Oh, but they could get shocked.
Senpai's been shocked.
Okay.
Hang in there.
Ready for this?
Alright. Straight back into it? Alright, fine. I'm okay with that.
The enemy is weak. Keep it up. Please hit.
Ready for this?
Take nice.
I've been waiting for this. Okay, now!
We're close. Risk it for the biscuit. I got next turn at the clock. I think we're close. Alright. Bang. So close. I think they have more HP than that.
Someone please help Shinjiro-senpai!
It's fine. There we go.
Take this!
Hey.
Congratulations! I no longer sense its presence. Oh, and also, I think I found Junpei. He's back at the dorm. But something seems strange. The chairman's there too, so he should be okay. But let's hurry back just in case.
It seems they've completed their mission.
What? You can tell?
Yes, through Medea's eyes.
Medea?
My friend.
Chidori.
That's not important. Why didn't you call off the mission? Is it worth your life? Dying is what people fear most, isn't it?
Well, I've never actually given anyone orders before. They wouldn't listen to me anyway. You see, I'm not really the one in charge.
So you were lying earlier. Why? I don't understand.
Hey, answer me this. Was it all just an act? Us meeting, your wound, the picture... Were you just setting me up? Now that I think about it, that cut healed pretty quickly. I see how it is.
That was...
Junpei?
They're back already?
She's a Persona user.
Medea, come.
Pointing a gun that seemed to be Invoker at herself.
Chidori, stop!
Junpei tackled Chidori, causing her to drop her Invoker.
Senpai, get her gun!
No! Give it back!
Sorry, but we can't let you use this.
When did she...
Despite being inside a dorm all along, it didn't seem like he had noticed anything.
I guess restrain her.
Understood.
Medea!
I guess restrains Chidori.
I didn't sense her up until this very moment. This is my only power, and yet...
If even Fuka couldn't sense her, then she must have some sort of power to conceal her presence. I didn't have the slightest clue she was here.
Are you a member of the group that goes by the name Strega? I have a number of questions for you.
I'm not afraid of dying.
Chidori!
Medea!
Clearly, she's emotionally unstable. We'll let her rest, and save our questions for later.
Chidori.
I don't remember how that resolves. Alright. New adversary. Okay. Alright.
I'll ask you once more. Is Chidori your real name? What kind of organization is Strega? Are there others besides you three?
Hey, wait, Junpei! You're not supposed to be here, remember?
Chidori!
Junpei! Sorry. He wouldn't stop bugging me about this place.
How are you feeling? It seems...
Oops.
She certainly has. In fact, she won't say a word. Maybe we should confiscate her sketchbook, too.
Hey, come on. What good would that do? That won't make her talk.
I'm not so sure about that. She was quite upset when we took her evoker. Speaking of which, where did you get that?
Medea! Give it back to me! I want her back!
Hey, I told you not to bring that up, didn't I?
Then what am I supposed to do? I'll have someone else try next time.
Why? Why did you take it from me? Medea!
Yukari, call a nurse. We're done for today. I'll inform Yakutsuki-san of the difficulties we're having.
Oh, okay. Come on, Junpei, let's go.
Chidori, what happened to you?
Okay. Alright. Let's go on our merry way while they handle things. I don't think you were supposed to be there, right? Alright. Back to fulfilling requests. The peeps. Okay. Okay. Alright, there should be new requests. Bring me oil. Bring me a... I think one of these we can do. I think it's this one. And then... Bring me... Oh no, it's the rare spawn again. Oh, the rare chest. Can't do those. Beautiful tile. That we can do. Mahjong tile. I think it's this place. Cigarette smoke and a nervous tension fill the air. Will you muster the courage to enter it? Absolutely. 2 men are leaving. I lost it all, man. Come on, kid. Give me some luck. No, don't say a word. Ready? Rock, paper, scissors, rock. I won! Oh, I still have some luck left. I'm good. Beat it, kid. This way. Okay. You just keep trying, basically. Rock. Guess my luck's dried up. Alright, you made me realize that gambling's a lost cause starting today. I'm stopping cold turkey. Here's a little something. Anyway, you shouldn't be hanging around here. Like, fair enough. Give me that tile. Clap. Get clapped by RNG. Always dissatisfying to me. Generally. It's the type. Ah, that piece you are carrying. Yes, that is what I requested. Huh. This is called a Mahjong tile. Play a game with this. Of course I knew that. You're supposed to play by lining them up and knocking them over, yes? Really? What do we get from this? One of the other outfits? That's all we can do. Alright. Do we have a son? I'm pretty sure I have a son, right? Akinari time. Oh no, I don't. Oh no, wait. I don't need an arcana for the sun. We just have to be on point. Take the canonical choices. Alright, Espresso Depresso. You're not like the others. You think so? I honestly didn't expect you to come back. Smiles distinctly. Yeah, he told us never to come back. Nobody treats me like a normal guy, not even my family. I can tell by how they look at me. The pity in their eyes is unmistakable. I don't need their sympathy any more than I need their curiosity. I'm sorry, but I don't expect anyone to pity me. Dying isn't so unusual, is it? What is there to gain by staying in this world for a long time anyway? Right? You must have a hopelessness festering inside you as well, then. I can't remember a time without it. Smiles. Hey, thanks for coming today. You don't seem like everyone else. I'm not sure I know how to describe it exactly, but you don't look down on me the way everyone else does. Seems intrigued by you. Yep. We know he has a terminal disease, right? Dang it. What did I do to deserve this body? I hope we meet again. One of the tough ones.
Hi, how was your day?
I'm tired. Where's my... I'm still generally a hopeful person in the face of adversity. So... Where's that yawn be gone? Okay. We need to use it to study. So we're able to study. Okay. Still not maxed yet. Morning. It doesn't seem like Chidori is gonna talk, does it? Junpei is really worried about her. I wonder what happened. That's Junpei. Yeah, you're right. But still, I'm a little worried. Don't remember how it resolves. Oh, Emperor. Alright, let's see what Mr. Emperor. Only Hidetoshi is here. Sorry, it was quite a meeting. Everyone left already. It's actually kind of nice not having those hyenas around. You're not going home? There's something I want to take care of before I go home. Hideyoshi seemed troubled. About the cigarette butt in the boys' bathroom. I have to do something. Soon. As you can see, the meeting's over, so you can leave if you want. I'll stay here longer. I see. Seems happy. If you're not in a hurry, can you spare a few minutes? Stood by the window and looked down at the courtyard. A man without position, honor, or education. What can he cling to as he struggles through life? Sincerity? A man once told me. Do you want to know what happened to that man? While gathering information for a story, a TV anchor woman was injured on the job. The executives for the TV station called it an unfortunate accident. But when a magazine learned that they were hiding something, the execs pointed the finger at the scriptwriter. They said it was the writer who had concealed the truth. He was made into a scapegoat. That man is currently serving time for perjury. It was he who taught me the meaning of sincerity. Hideyoshi bit his lip. In today's society, the weak are preyed upon by the strong. You can't survive on sincerity alone. That is quite a deep cut. As for me, Kodone-kun, I like to build a corporation where everyone is treated fairly. It's kind of a tough ask right there. But to do that, I need enough power to make my vision a reality. Hideyoshi poured out his soul to you. His words seemed truly heartfelt. I mean, it's a noble endeavor, that's for sure. It's getting dark. Well, seems like we're done here. I'll walk you to the door. I mean, is it upstanding guy, right?
Hi, how was your day?
However brash it can be. Okay. Mitsuru is at the hospital. Alright. So I guess we're starting the Moon Arcana. Where are you? Right? Let's go. A fancy place to eat. Of course it's a ramen shop. Sorry for bringing you here. I don't know that many places to go out to eat. Why are you apologizing? Why? It's... never mind. Shinjiro shrugs slightly. Well, let's eat. Watch the soup. It's hot. Whoa. Ow. Ow. Forget I had a... Oh, I forgot I had a cut in my mouth. It's cause Aki punched me. Sheesh. That guy's gotta learn how to how freaking heavy a boxing champ punches. Were you two fighting? Well, yeah. Shinjiro seems to be feeling a little awkward. I gave him a little lecture on how his fighting style is too reckless, and this is what I got in return. Well, we get in fights all the time. Just get used to it. Alright. Yeah, thanks. Shinjiro looks slightly embarrassed and laughs. But man, you're actually younger than him. We're lucky that you're such a reliable leader. Shinjiro talks in a way that sounds like he's mocking you, but you sense that he's being serious. You feel like you understand. He's a moon, right? Clarity. Oh, that reminds me. Got the inside of my mouth the first time he punched me too. I couldn't eat for a while because of that. When did that happen? We were kids. I forgot why. Ginger is laughing nostalgically. This just ain't gonna work. I'll have to wait until it cools down. You ate with Shinjiro, then return to the dorm. That's gonna be a tough one. Meanwhile, everyone's gathered.
So, Yamagishi, do you sense anything?
No.
By refusing to speak, you're only hurting yourself. We aren't keeping you here because we hate you. We just want to avoid unnecessary confrontation.
How's Chidori?
Again? What's your obsession, Junpei?
Did she say anything?
Not a word.
Can I just talk to her?
Iori, it seems like you're letting your emotions get the best of you. Is everything okay?
Well, not exactly. I know she attacked me, but I can't stop thinking about her.
Junpei-kun.
Sheesh.
Desperate times call for desperate measures, I suppose. All right, try and talk to her.
Got it. You okay? I'm glad they let you keep your sketchbook. You're still drawing pictures, even in the hospital. You really do like to draw, huh?
It doesn't matter. She spoke. No one else but me can understand my pictures.
Chidori! Your arm!
A bandage wrapped around Chidori's wrist is soaked in fresh blood.
Again? Fuka, get a doctor!
Right away!
Why are you bleeding?
She does it to herself. No, I thought I'd removed all the sharp objects in here.
She did this to herself?
Apparently, we can't leave her unattended for even one moment. But fortunately, she heals at an astounding rate.
Let go of me!
Then, at the station, you did that to yourself?
I never asked for your help. You were the one who misunderstood.
Well, I want you to stop. You can't be doing that. It's not right. And I won't let you.
The doctor will be here soon. You two should go now.
Yeah.
Chidori stares at Junpei as he leaves.
So, you seem to have found your voice.
Wolf. Student console. Oh. Wait. Oh, we're at wait. Oh, interesting. Did I not order? Okay, that's classroom. It's almost time. See the conclusion. Let's see what happened with her and her mother. I wonder if this pheromone coffee has some kind of effect on people. I've been into drinking it lately, and people have been saying that I've gotten cuter lately. I mean, tell me more, right? Hikari laughs merrily. I'm thinking about looking for a boyfriend. You won't have a problem. You think so? I sure hope so. Mary seems embarrassed. I've been thinking a bit. Finding someone to care for and loving them with everything I've got. And even if I do lose that person someday, I want to be able to cherish that sadness too. No, I want to really cherish being with them to the point that I won't even have time to feel sad when they're gone. I mean, no matter how sad I'll be, my memories of being with them will never disappear. It doesn't suddenly make the happiness I felt when I was with them a lie. I swore that I'd never get married, but I'm surprised at how my mind's been changed so suddenly. I didn't think it was possible to change that much. I like the new me. Thanks, I think it's because of you. But what about your mother? How are we glossing over this? I've been invited to a group date, so I wonder if I should go. I've always declined these offers before, so it feels kind of awkward to suddenly say yes now. But what do you do on a group date? Oh, want to come with me? I feel more reassured. Okay. Oh no, she's just over her mother
was your
thing.
day?
That's weird. Okay. Back to studying. I think we're almost there with our academics. Alright. We finally get to go and... What's up? Sorry I haven't been around, but you know, I can't just leave her alone. Don't ask me why. Take care of yourself. Yeah, thanks, okay. Alright, baby time. We get to find out how Bebe is dealing with his loss, his grief. Odone-sama? What shall we make today? I have a sewing book here. Bebe is making a heavy face. It may be best to work with him without asking any questions. Bebe is pointing to a how-to on making a cute bag. He decides to try and make one. It is a lovely color. My art, it feels so cleansed. Odone-sama, you have shibarashi, wonderful sense. It seems Bebe is trying to tell you something. While you wait for a chance to ask about it, you finish your project. It is so lovely. Everyone will be urayamashi, jealous. Take felt bag. You could give this to someone on a date. I want to go somewhere to eat after this. This? Sure. Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you very much. Okay. There is something I need to talk to you about. You need to go to a restaurant. Okay, you decide. No, this place. You and baby are enjoying a delicious meal. I'm afraid I might have to go back home. I was able to come here because of my aunt, but my uncle did not agree with the decision. He is yelling at me to come home now, like the mafia. If I go home, my uncle might never let me return here. Stay here. I would love to stay in Nihon. This country is where I want to live and die. But no matter how and I try to convince him, he will never listen. I have got to know you well, Kotone-sama. I cannot say Genki dene like this. So I guess he's just gonna gloss over the death. It's almost time to say Genki dene. I'll see you at school, okay? Okay. Interesting.
Hey.
How long have we been holding that Chidori girl? 4 days? Oh yeah, okay. Alright. Moon, we don't need a moon. Okay. Oh, another place to eat. Shinjiro said that he didn't care where you ate, so you brought him here. You eat here often? Yeah. Yeah. I like eating here. I see. It'd be better if Aki ate here too. That guy isn't getting a balanced intake of nutrients. Shinjiro sighing. Oh yeah, about Aki. In your opinion, do you think he's fighting well? Yes, of course. I see. Alright then. You understand a lot more about fighting than me after all. I'll leave it up to you. Not seriously. Sorry, I knew you're the leader, and I keep sticking my nose in. It's not that I don't approve of you. That's just how I am. Aki and Mitsuru both seem to be more comfortable fighting than when I was around. Back then, we were just fumbling our way through. But your powers just look like they're helping out a lot too. I hope so. You aren't confident? You really are trying hard. Shinjiro smiles gently. Always serious. Seriously caring. Your fault. Eat up. It's gonna get cold. Is everyone eating a well-balanced meal like this? Okay. Japanese culture plays an important role at the dinner table. Etiquette demands that we say a specific phrase both before we eat and after we eat. Gochiso-sama. Right. What do you think we say after we eat? Junpei, you should know this. Huh? Me? Hey, Katona, what was the question? Yeah, Gochiso-sama. Correct. We say Gochiso-sama to thank the one who provided the food, right? It's similar to the Christian blessing before a meal, right? Last time, my darling. Ew. Thanks. Alright. Piece of cake. Oh, here we go again.
Yo, Chitterita.
That's cute.
Don't call me that.
Come on, cheer up. I brought you a new sketchbook. I thought your old one might be getting full.
That wasn't necessary, Junpei.
You said my name. I was worried I'd never hear that again.
Any luck?
She finally started talking, but nothing useful yet.
Well, that's a start. So, why are you here?
Chidori, what's wrong?
Clutching at her throat in pain.
I get the feeling there's something in here. Is it an enemy? Wrong! Get out of the way!
And I've been forced medicine down her throat. Oh, yeah.
Chidori!
Relax. Her persona just went berserk. It happens.
It happens?
Were you guys not watching at all? You could see for a second that her persona was strangling her. They're not like us. They can't fully control their personas. That's why they need to take suppressants, to keep their personas from killing them.
Suppressants? You know about Strega?
You'd be surprised what you can learn on the streets. I'll give the doc the right pills. The rest is up to you.
Shinji, wait! Hey!
Yep.
Junpei?
Oh, thank God. I thought you might be.
Why do you look so scared? Death is nothing to be afraid of.
What are you saying?
Dying just means you don't wake up anymore. That's all.
What? You don't really mean that, do you?
Junpei?
I don't want you to die, Chidori.
Junpei.
Just because you're not afraid doesn't mean no one else is. Did you ever think about how I might feel?
You're so weird, Junpei.
Look who's talking.
Touché.
Hey, wait! Shinji! What the hell's going on? Why did you have those pills? I've heard about those. They're taken to suppress a persona when the user can't control it. But the side effects... You're not taking them, are you? Answer me!
I don't owe you anything.
The same as always.
Save it. I've heard it all before. You think I'm wasting my power, but you're just too thick-headed. I'm tired of your damn preaching.
Ow! Don't you get it? You know the reason. 10 years ago, my sister, the fire, I wasn't strong enough to save her. They held me back while she... That's why I try so hard. We promised, remember? To become strong enough to do what we think is right. So why the drugs? Why didn't you come talk to me?
I'm back in the fight now, so let it go.
And the side effects?
There's something I need to take care of. It's something only I can do.
Like what?
Listen, don't worry about me. Just do what you think is right.
Shinji.
Okay. Saori. Let's see how her ever grace. You did your duties as a health committee member, but almost no students have come to the nurse's office today. Hardly anyone stopped by. It's been like this since this morning. Just this morning? Huh. Oh, A female student enters, but she quickly turns around and leaves. Rumors. She left. I wonder, is it my fault that nobody's come in today? What do you mean? I think I stand out a little. Then again, that's an understatement. Miles Weekly. No one talks to me. No one responds when I say hello. They're not actually doing anything to me, so it's not like I'm being bullied. It's just everyone's being really distant to me. Oh, if they see you with me, they might start new rumors. Let them talk? Thanks. Are you two with the health committee? There's some extra space left in the newsletter I was talking about. Did you write up something really quickly? Oh, yes. But what should we write about? Is there anything you want to write about in particular? Not really? Oh, really? What were those kids saying? What kids? I did some research into the articles that I thought students would like to read about. Apparently, love advice columns are very popular. Looked up some fake letters and answered the question. Love advice? I know it's the lowest common denominator, but it's what people want, so what the hey? Make sure to fill the entire space, and don't gotta put anything weird in it. I'm counting on you two. Oh yes, okay. What do we write about? The manuscript. Ah, this must be it. Natalie pulls out something that looks like the news letter's manuscript from the stack of papers on the table. There's a lot of space left. Can we write that much? Let's have to try. Yeah, you're right. Then let's get to it. Love advice. What sounds like a realistic problem someone would have? I see. So it's stuff like that. It's no use. I can't think of anything to write. Okay, I'll write the title and work on the layout. Can you write the article? Alright, sure. Thank goodness. I don't know anything about that sort of thing after all. My personal experience aren't worth... Whoa! Worth substance here. What? Sorry, I just wanted to try cursing for once. Whoa! That took me by surprise too. How did I do? Did I say that right? It was great. Oh, that was fun. It's so wonderful to be able to say what I want. Speaking your thoughts out loud. It's a wonderful feeling. That's what I thought when I was watching you. I must have been envious of you. Thanks. Just randomly decided this is the moment to drop a bomb. Okay. Fair enough. Let's get to work on that article. What should the next letter be about? I'm in a long distance relationship and I miss my boyfriend so much. Does that sound believable? Hold up. Is this... Are you talking about yourself? Who are we talking about here? Two of you somehow complete the article for the newsletter, then you went back to the door. That was awfully specific. New block.
Welcome back.
I'll allow Iori to take care of the girl for the time being. Okay. Should be able to accomplish that within the next few months unless the situation changes. Ken time. Oh, it's a lighter tone today. Ken gulps down his fried chicken combo. I've been wondering about this for a while now, but the rice here is always a little dry. Oh, could it be because we always come here so late? If the rice was cooked around noon, I guess there's nothing to be done about it. Want to come here earlier next time? That's alright. What I mean is, I'm just being shy. I mean, you should be going out and doing fun stuff with your friends, not spending time with me. I'm just happy if I have dinner with... if you had dinner with me like this once in a while. He blushes slightly. Oh, what was that? There's something that you put in that makes rice taste better than you cook it? When you cook it? Honey? Ah, that's it. It's so strange that honey makes rice taste better. Ben's eyes sparkle. You know how people say that love makes food taste better? It supposedly means that careful preparation makes for better results. Technique, right? Technique. And staying true to the basics is what's most important. Technique. Did your mom teach you that? Oh no, it's from a manga. Ben seems embarrassed. Oh, no worries. You don't read mangas, right? Nah, I read them. Huh? Really? But aren't you an adult? And you're a girl, too. Whoa. I can't stop reading them, obviously. I didn't know you were like that. I thought that you were a very strong person, so what does very strong strength have to do with... I read them too. There's this really cool manga published in this monthly magazine. The main character is an alien, and he takes on the shape of people and animals to fight the bad guys. there's all these explosions and the battles are really intense. Like mountains blow up and maps change. And then there was this village that was flooded by a dam that was built, and the dam got blown up. And when the water went away, someone was alive in there, but the story ended before you know if it was a bad guy. And the hero is really cool and strong. He can defeat the enemies in a single suddenly fall silent. Come on, tell me more. Well, and turns slightly pale. I shouldn't read stuff like that, huh? It's stupid. That's not true. It's silent. He decided to wait for Ken to speak up. Oh, thanks for the food. Thank you very much for coming here with me tonight. And tries to smile. Pretty much most of my interactions these days, honestly. Oh boy. Getting kids to talk. Why do you... No, it's nothing. Alright. Fair enough. Maybe another thing. September 11th. Morning. Hey, Kotone. I wonder why Shinjiro-senpai came back so suddenly. I wonder myself too. It's Ken. It's kinda scary if you ask me. But it doesn't seem like he's rejoining Seas just because he likes to fight. True that? Hello, class. Bakahi Laka Pachabe? Are you ready? Then let's begin. Today we'll discuss the magic of the Renaissance. The Renaissance, or Renaissance, was a time when the arts and the science enjoyed a resurgence in Europe. Naturally, this has a profound influence on magic. It might be more accurate to say the two studies helped improve one another. As to why the Renaissance helped to further magic, they had found a way to escape the role of the church. By studying the teachings of previously forbidden sects, the knowledge of magic spread greatly. The Renaissance also brought about the revival of ancient Greek and Roman literature. Magical texts such as the Hermetica received new translation and study. Philosophy, natural history, alchemy, astrology. The book was filled with a wide range of subjects and could be called the Bible of magic. Just as science and astronomy have made strides in the modern day, so too has the art of magic. You can see this in the emergence of a great magician who applied the knowledge of the Renaissance. John Dee was a professor who advised the Queen of England, but with the magical knowledge he obtained, he was able to talk to angels. Then there was Hohenheim. Oh. A doctor who traveled across Europe. He became known as Paracelsus. I don't know how to pronounce that. A renowned physician and alchemist. Of course, a magician's life wasn't an easy one. Both men lived lives riddled with persecution. Are you all listening? Keep your minds down to earth. Here's a test to see if you are paying attention. Get it wrong and your house will become irrecoverably haunted. Now, who should be my victim? Which book helped further the art of magic during the Renaissance? The Hermetica, right? Right. Back to your peaceful life. Magic at the time had a great influence on the church-ruled society. Several magicians were involved with the central part of the Renaissance, the religious revolution. The religious revolution. It's an interesting way to look at it. I need it. Oh no, I need to find a chariot. Alright. I need to get a chariot. Oh, I have two priestess. A priestess, that's why. How did I mess that up today? This time? I'm not sure if I have this in the collection. Alright, let's go grab a chariot here. And go visit Dio. This is Genji, right? On and off Genji brother sister, but more than brother sister situation. Oh, you and Rio practice alone in the gym. Miss Kano came by. The other club members are awkwardly trailing behind her. Oh, here we go. Okay, stop practicing. I heard you all got into a fight. I can't have this kind of thing going on in my club, you know? Who started it? Just hurry up and apologize already. Rio falls silent and stares at her feet. It seems that she can't bring herself to look at Miss Kano. I don't think anyone in particular started it, but I think our attitudes did make things worse. I feel like I said too much to you after we forced you to be our club leader and all. I also... Well, you guys sort this stuff out. Wow, it's just gone. Everyone's standing around quietly. It's an awkward moment. You can do it! Yeah. I'm sorry, everyone. Things were said that shouldn't have been. But more importantly than what happened that day, I feel like I've been forcing my opinions on you all this time. Rio's voice is soft and indistinct, but she is speaking sincerely. Rio, we're supposed to be a team. Sorry. Have you, like, changed? You think so? Rio looks in the direction that Miss Ano left. I'm sorry that I said things like relationships were stupid. I didn't understand what I was talking about. It's tough being in love. Wait, what? Her yell of surprise pierces your eardrums. You're in love? Are you serious? Is it that hard to believe? Wait, who is this about? Is he at the school? Huh? Atone, you know who it is, right? Tell us! I have no idea. Smiles embarrassed. You totally know, don't you? The other members pester you for more information. I'll say it. It's Kenji. Rio turns bright red. Kenji? Yuko. When did you get here? I mean, Kenji? Seriously, no way. How in the world did you end up liking Kenji? The gym is filled with girlish screams of disbelief. Still, getting him to love you would be pretty simple. I bet Dio would have to do is push him around a little. It's okay. I'm not pushing anyone or saying anything. I don't want to do anything to hurt the relationship I have with him right now. We're childhood friends. As long as we stay that way, we'll never have to break up. I don't have a chance with him anyway. I hate to confess it to him and have to stop being his friend. Well, if you think if that's how you feel, then it's none of my business to say otherwise. Hey, as long as we're all here, why don't we practice? Are you sure you're okay? Yeah, come on, let's start off with some running. Alright. Looking good so far. Let's see how much of a potato Kenji is though. Let's go, keep the lines intact. Hut. Alright. Hey, let's go out and eat. Where are you? You're all the way over here. The heck? He came here at Shinjiro's request. This crossed my mind the last time we ate here. Those guys eat on their own, right? Well, are they doing okay? Who? You know, the dorm. I'm talking about the other people in our group. Shinjiro seems a little embarrassed. Well, Persona is supposedly the strength of the heart. I guess it might be better if they eat what makes them happy, but... You're so kind-hearted. Don't be stupid. He seems a little embarrassed. If you get the chance, let them know. Tell them they need to eat better. They won't listen if it comes from me, especially Aki. Dang. A heart of gold. You are gonna eat those vegetables, right? Under Shinjiro's harsh stare, he makes sure to clean your plate. He cares. Lone human. Okay. Another lost soul. I think this that one was an important lost soul. We'll come to it in a bit. The next chapter discusses the problems of the Kamakura shogunate. Kamakura is cool and all, but it can't beat the Sengoku era. Have we covered enough of this yet? I can skip over to the Sengoku era, yeah? Alright, let's take a close look at the Sengoku era from the beginning. As you all know, it's generally agreed that a major factor leading up to the Sengoku era was the Honin War in 1467. After that, the next big event in the Sengoku era's formation was the coup of Meio in 1493. Let's look closer at the Honin War in 1467. You feel tired? Alright, we're just gonna stay up. Wow. Is time up already? I can't believe that it went by so fast. We're only up to 1467, but there's still a lot to cover. I guess it can't be helped. Next time we'll jump to 1468. He jumped by 1 year. Alright, fine. Sure. Junpei?
No one else is coming today, but they said we can't give you back your evoker.
I wasn't expecting them to. That's why they started watching me in the first place.
Oh, how's that cut doing? Probably already healed, huh? So, how come you're not drawing today?
Does it matter?
Well, not really. Your flowers are all dried up. Must be the heat. Oh, I know. Why don't I go buy you some new flowers? What's your favorite kind, Chidori? What's the matter?
Chidori took the withered flowers and began to concentrate. Oh yeah, she can heal.
The flowers?
Withered flowers in Chidori's hand began to flourish.
Those are cut flowers, right? Wow, how'd you do that?
I made them healthy again.
I didn't know your healing powers could do stuff like that. It's like a miracle or something.
It's nothing special. You have powers too, don't you?
Well, yeah, I guess. That's about all I've got going for me. Without that, I'd be a nobody. I just talk a big game. Pretending like I'm some kind of hero, but in reality, I don't know what the hell I'm fighting for, or why I'm here at all.
Why we are here?
When I was a kid, I had this crazy dream.
What kind of dream?
That one day I'd grow up to be a pro baseball player. Pretty stupid, huh? I guess that's part of being a kid.
It explains his choice of weapons.
Is that so? I don't remember much from my childhood. All I remember is being surrounded by white.
Huh?
I hate hospitals.
Yeah, me too. I'm sorry.
But I don't mind that much this time, since you come to see me so often.
Chidori, I understand. I won't let you down.
I genuinely don't remember where they go with that. Right. At least this time. Alright, let's see what she's making today. I'm thinking about making rice balls again today. This is the only thing I can make myself, so I want to master making them. What are you going to make? Alright, I guess we'll make a second batch of sugar. It came out pretty well. Okay. Luca is standing and doing nothing at the desk further away. The rice, it's all soggy. The rice cooker that Fuka is holding is filled to the brim with rice, but the consistency of the rice is more like porridge. Did I put too much water in? I just tried to make rice and I ruined it all. What a waste. Seriously, I'm hopeless at everything. That's not true. Or just try harder next time, right? Yeah, thanks. Alright. But what should I do with this? It's so much rice. It would be such a shame to waste it all. Salted kanji, man. Savory kanji is the way. It's rice porridge now. Yeah. Oh, that's right. It doesn't have to be made into rice balls. I haven't even thought of that. Yeah. Oh, you're right. We should just have rice porridge. Have a lot of pickled plums. Ooh, nice. Here you are. This is your share. Thanks for the food. This is good rice porridge. Oh. Gotta make what you gotta make. Use what you have. Yeah, I would maybe get something that's salty or acidic, which is pickled plums would do. Salty and sour. I didn't know that amount of water you use would change things like this. Excuse me. I should write that down somewhere. Let's see. Pay attention to the amount of water to use when cooking rice. Luca is eagerly taking notes. Alright.
Hey.
Hey yourself. Let's go eat somewhere. Where are you? Go over here. Well then, let's... Do you smell something? You do catch a whiff of something not nauseous. It smells like something is burning or irritating your nostril. Is it coming from over by the counter? Hey, are you causing the smell, Fuka? Huh? Does it smell? What are you doing? I was trying to make beef stroganoff. What about the roe? Oh yeah, the roe. I didn't use any. I mean, I made it from scratch with flour. Don't start acting all proud after you burned it. Oh, you're right. This is burned. What should I do? You got any of those ingredients left? Oh, yes, I bought extra everything. I'll make it. Watch and learn. Show me. You okay? We have dinner. This for dinner. Actually, I'm really happy. Don't get your hopes up like that. Shinjiro's laughing. I'm sorry, Kotone-chan. Weren't you going to go out with Shinjiro-senpai? Hey, let's get started. Oh, yes, please. You decide to watch Shinjiro and Fuka cook dinner. How much oil did you use? I didn't use any. I thought that would be healthier that way. How much red wine did you put in? I don't know. I poured it from the bottle until it looked like enough. How long did you pour it then? 2 or 3 seconds. This meat's pretty fatty. Oh yes, I asked the butcher for the best he had. Ugh. There's so much wrong here. I don't know where to begin. Huh? Don't start messing around with recipes until you've improved your basic cooking skills. Seriously. Do you feel bad at all for trying all this food? I'm sorry. Listen up. Prepare everything beforehand. Chop everything that needs to be chopped. Measure out all your seasoning too. That way you won't panic while cooking everything. Yes, memo. He's cutting quickly the ingredients while Fuka writes everything down. Gotta cook the onions at low heat. They'll taste better if they cook until they're just start to get burned. Onion needs to be sweat it. Put that notepad down and watch me. Here's the meat. When you put it in, Shinjiro's hand moves swiftly and surely even while showing Fuka the basic steps. The dish is ready. It looks like a picture taken directly from a cookbook. Wow, it looks so delicious. Just shut up and eat up before it gets cold. Thank you for the food. Yeah. Shinjiro seems a little embarrassed. He took a bite. It's delicious. The taste brings back memories. This is delicious. Looks a little bit more embarrassed. You're amazing, Shinjiro-senpai. I mean, anyone could do something like that. Like, no, they can't. Please, teach me again, promise? Aw. He ate it all. Fuka insisted that she clean up, so he let her handle it. Please teach me again? Please teach me again, huh? Looks like she made me promise without letting me say anything. Well, I guess I'll make something again later. Make enough for everybody? You mean treat them all to a dinner? That's kind of pushing it. Well, you got a point. Maybe it'll be okay to do one once in a while. Shinjiro didn't put up much of an argument to that idea. My man's a cook. Nice. I don't remember this at all. I'm not entirely sure if I even did like a full social link run 20 years ago. I'm gonna go check on Fuka. Oh no, too late. She was just washing dishes, man. Arrows, probably.
Hi, it's been a while. 3 seasons have passed since we met. Time goes by so quickly, and many things change. Yet some things will always remain the same. Don't you agree?
Yeah.
Yes. If you say so, then it must be. Talking with you has stirred up certain memories. That tower, for instance. I've been thinking about it lately.
Oh yeah?
I wonder, Will our relationship stay the same, or will it evolve? No matter what the future holds, you and I will be friends. That is for certain. I'll come again. Until then, good night, my dearest.
Sunday got decline. Ooh. A spear. Oh no, wait. Spear is Ken, right? Not. I have a... I don't think I have a lover persona. Okay. Gotta go get our hands on. Yes. I can't even. Oh, goodness. Alright, I guess we'll just ditch one. Okay. It's Sunday. Shrine time. What? Very bad luck. Okay. Bad luck. I have to use a Yan Digo. It's okay. We should have an excess of these. Can't study while you're tired. What is your class gonna do for the cultural festival? Oh right, we haven't done the cultural festival yet. A haunted house. I bet I'll be stuck playing the ghost. Being a ghost isn't so bad. You can just show up and put on the costume. I have to do a magic show. By the way, did you hear a typhoon is on its way? I hear it's a big one. The school will be empty. Typhoon? We'll be talking about nuclear fission today. Imagine a nuclear reaction in which a massive nuclear splits into a nucleus splits into a smaller nuclei, releasing energy as it does. I believe you all know that much. The reaction emits massive quantities of energy, which is why it's used in nuclear power plants. You all know that Japan has 3 nuclear prohibitions in place, right? Let's see. Which of these is not one of Japan's prohibitions on nuclear weapons? These is not one of Japan's prohibitions on nuclear weapons? Double negative? Can't produce. Can't let others produce. Can't allow into Japan. Probably can't let others produce. Correct. We forbid possession, production, and emission of nuclear weapons within Japan. Yeah. The third prohibition is a little controversial, but this is physics class, not political science. Now, as for nuclear fission, that was a weird way to phrase it. I think we still have to chair it, right? Alright, let's go find out about the all aboard the Kenji Club. You sweat it out with the other club members. They're all there. Rio seems somewhat dazed. You want us to start practicing our serves next? Oh, sorry, what was that? Jeez, you haven't been concentrating at all, Rio. Huh? Oh, so sorry. We're not getting anything done like this. I mean, if you're not gonna act like your normal self, this might be the worst club at this might be the worst club at this school. Look who's talking. Come on, don't fight. We're not fighting you, dope. Pay attention. It's because Kenji, isn't it? You haven't gotten over him. Yeah, she's right. Come on, nothing venture, nothing gain, right? It's gotta be better than moping around. You mean I should go tell him that I like him? Rio glanced towards you, confused. This is your decision, man. My decision? Rio mutters to herself. I feel like I'm stuck in one place, and I can't move an inch. I hate that about myself too, but I don't know what to do about it. I know that I'm going to be hurt, and it scares me, but it has to be better than where I am right now. I'm sure it won't be as bad as drowning in these feelings I have. I'm gonna tell him. That's the spirit. Yeah, I'll do my best. Yes, well then, I'll be back. Huh? You're going now? Dang, what a go-getter. Rio darts off. The club members stand around looking at each other. Hi, I'm here about the club's funding forms, but... What's the matter? You told Yuko about the recent turn of events. Yuko, right? Seriously? You think she'll be okay? Let's go see how she's doing. Right. You all leave the gym to go to fight Neo, like everyone. Oh, in front of the tree. So, what do you think about me? Rio and Kenji are talking to each other in the hall. You all decide to watch from behind the door. How many members are there? Like family? Do you like me? Huh? Yeah. That guy is hopeless. Hang in there, Rio. Come on. How much do you like me? About as much as Ramen? Ramen? Are you serious? Yuko jumps out from behind the door. What the? You've got some nerves, Kenji. Huh? What the heck are you telling her? I'm gonna smack that goofy look off your face. I've got some business to take care of, ladies. He runs off. Runs away. Seriously, that moron. You guys, you were listening? Sorry, we were all worried about you. Try and cheer up. But sheesh, what the heck is that idiot thinking comparing you to something like a bowl of noodles? No, you don't get it. Ramen is his favorite thing in the world. No kidding? If he likes me as much as he likes ramen, I'll be happy. Ugh, jeez, you dope. Huh? Why do you look like you're about to cry, Yuko? I don't know. Atone, thanks for giving me the extra push I needed. Mio laughs and she looks much better now. It seems you were able to support. Oh, that's cute. Nice. He did mention that he really likes ramen. Okay. Well, why don't we call today's practice over and go to the walk? Sounds like a plan. Tell you what, Rio, I'm buying you a milkshake. Cute. Very cute.
Hey.
Hey yourself. Let's chill. Are you gonna cook this time though? Where are we going? There's some place I want to go today. You want to come along? Where is it? Bologna Mall. Come on, let's go. The cafe. That's interesting. Is this really where Shinjiro wanted to go? What do you want? Melon soda! What are you, a kid? Did you order it for you? Sigh. Are you alright? Yeah, I'm fine. It's not contagious or anything. But don't worry. Shinjiro smiles. It happens once in a while. That's why I try not to come to these kinds of places that often. Is it the well, why did we come here today? I needed to buy something. Seems a little embarrassed. Ground coffee. I need to make sure I don't forget to buy some on the way out. What are you going to use it for? It's for cooking. Hey, you're the one who brought it up. You said that stuff about treating the guys from the dorm. I'm looking forward to it. Oh, I'll help too. No, it's alright. Don't get all offended. It's not that I don't trust your cooking skills. It's just that, how do I put it? You won't be able to enjoy it if you help out. Seems to be feeling a little awkward. We'll do it once I decide on what I'm gonna serve. Even if it tastes awful, you better be responsible and tell everyone it's great. It's too good. Too nice. Should we get going? Don't worry if you're out too late. Okay. Alright. We're gonna see the conclusion of some of these social links soon. Hey. 3 left, huh? And the next one won't come for another 3 weeks. Man, why can't they just come all at once? Wouldn't that be tougher? That's true. But with more people now, it should be easier to defeat them. I can't wait for the next full moon. I don't think Persona 3 ever did the double team thing, did they? Like you use 2 teams in tandem? I think we're gonna see the end to Yukari now. Which is number 3. Here we go. Her room. my room's cleaner than you thought, huh? Oh, right. If you see any CDs or DVDs you're interested in, feel free to borrow them. I don't think I've ever asked you this before. What kind of music do you like to listen to? J-pop fan? J-pop fan. Oh, me too! I keep buying songs from the famous singers, so I perform them when I go to karaoke. Seems happy. We spent some time chatting. Oh, yeah, I wanted to give you something. This is for you. Special gift. Yukari's strap. Like a phone strap? Like a cell phone strap? You know what it is, right? It's the strap for my cell phone, okay. I got it at the opening ceremony for the Moonlight Bridge. It's been my special keepsake for many years. Ever since my dad bought it for me. I used to talk to the toy figurine attached to it when I was here in my room. You must think I'm nuts, huh? But as time passed, I stopped talking to it. I figured out why. The reason why I talked to my little friend was because I wanted something to hang on to. I figured out that I was just trying to run away into the happy memories I had. I started feeling bad about that. I felt like I was using it as a tool to act like a damsel in distress. That's why I want you to hold on to it, at least until I stop running, until I can go proudly to see my mom, and the two of us can reminisce about our dad, about my dad. Yukari has mustered up her courage and finally opened up to you. Okay, I mean, it's kind of like Junpei, a bit. You know, where you just have to imagine the closure you might get. I would love for like P3.2 be a thing at some point. It would be kind of neat to see like a post-high school version of all these characters. That would be pretty sweet. What can I say about this? I was gonna say something. Oh yeah. I don't know the strap thing came up in the P5X crossover. I'm still looking forward to, hopefully, I really hope that they write in the female character, like Shiomi, in interaction with Shiomi and Makoto. That would be kind of neat. Obviously, it can't happen in the P3 canon. It wasn't as emotional as I thought. She just brushed off the Isabella. She brushed off the mother thing. It's kind of like Junpei, where you're going to just have to use your imagination. It's a promise. My dad. Huh. I wonder if I'll ever get married one day and become a mom myself. That would be really sweet. Again, P3 college edition. I'm sure you will. I think I'll look forward to that. Still, I think I'm gonna hold off on trying to score a boyfriend for a while. There isn't anybody who catches my attention. Besides, it's more fun hanging out with you. Kind of a dramatic irony because she would technically be talking to Makoto, right? I don't know if Yukari is a separate... There's a chance Yukari is a separate social link for Makoto. Like Makoto has a different social link. For lovers, possibly. Junpei was also a replacement for Kenji, or a swap out for Kenji. Girl talk's always more fun too. Come on, let's talk all night. Alright. It wasn't as crazy.
Did you get some rest?
I heard that Chidori-san is starting to open up a little. However, she's still uncomfortable talking about Persona. Might take a while before she's ready. We'll still have 3 shadows to worry about. Fair enough. Time to go study. Once we max, we just lean in on... Oh, I know why we need max academics. It's probably because of Mitsuru. We need max academics for Mitsuru. Hey, did you hear? Yukari is going to dress up as a maid for a cafe in the cultural festival. Wait, are you serious? Why? What happened? She drew the short straw in the archery club. It's gonna be mad, but that's all the more reason to check out the cafe. Okay. Alright. We're going with... Do I have a temperance? Yes. Okay. Let's go. What was Bebe? Oh, trying to get him to stay if he wants. Time for Fashion Globe. Tonlei-sama, have you decided what today's project will be? Which of the things you have made do you want to make again? Go make a felt bag. I am happy to be able to see you work again. Go ahead and start making it. You decide to make this quickly with Bebe's encouragement. Alright. Your experience in sewing allows you to make it faster than you did last time. You could give this to someone, alright. Is that speed? Is that beauty? Otone-sama, you are indeed superb. Next, we shall make something big. I know. You will make the scarf. Happiness will come to girls who can knit scarves. That is what my aunt said. I want you to become happy. That is how I truly feel. It's kind of hard to read. Wakarimasen. I do not understand. The sewing machine won't go. Why don't you rest? Yes, that is a good idea. Sorry, gomenasai. Okay. I'm worried about my uncle. How can I convince him to let me stay here? If I become a samurai, maybe I could stand up to him. Oh, maybe we go to that sweet shop and have a snack. I can come up with a plan. Shall we? That's a great idea. Let's go. Yatta! Let's go. Alright. Iko. You decide to go to the sweet shop, okay, with Bebe after finishing your work. You're having a delectable time with Bebe, okay? I have thought about this even in my dreams. I will be disappointed if I have to return to my country. I want to stay here in Nihon, even if I have to eat dirt. I'm behind you. Arigato, Sanku. I can do anything with your support. Oh. Actually, I have a plan. I will return home. Mochiron, of course. I will not give up just like that. I will come back here after persuading my uncle. I'll convince him how great Japan is. Why don't you just bring your uncle along? Now I just have to figure out how to explain it to him. That will be easy with your help. Please help me, onegaishimasu. It seems like Bebe is counting on you. Oh boy. What is this, rank 6? Ooh, still got a couple more. Interesting. The sun is setting. I will see you again. Genki dene. You decide to go back home. Okay, or back to the door.
Welcome back.
There are only 2 weeks until the full moon is until the moon is full again, and already the lost one's increasing numbers. We have to stop the shadow at any cost. Alright, it's fine. We gotta hit up Shinji though. I really think Shinjiro's thing is really quite awesome. Alright, let's go. Well then, let's do it. Let's do it today. You better not go anywhere, alright? Just be patient and wait about an hour. Tell the other guys that too. Well, what are you making? Dinner. You're gonna eat too, right? It seems that Shinjiro really is going to make dinner for everyone today. Shinjiro calls for Fuka and for Fuka. And they both go to the kitchen. They decide to watch. I've already got everything ready beforehand, like I taught you to do last time. You remember what to do from here? Yes, I need to put oil in the frying pan? That's right. Wait, what are you doing with the cooking wine? I said olive oil. It's over here. 4 tablespoons of oil, right? Put that ladle away. Haven't you ever seen a measuring spoon before? Oh, so that's what this thing is. It looks like they have a long way to go. Shinjiro is skillfully cooking something while teaching Fuka to make a different dish at the same time. I'll help too! Nah, stay put. It's way too crowded over here. Besides, we're trying to keep it a secret. Shinjiro is laughing. I'm sorry, Kotone-chan. If only I was better at cooking. Just hush up and watch what you're doing. A piece of eggshell just fell in there. Huh? Oh, you're right. It's amazing that you noticed that, senpai. Come on. I said to keep the egg white. Why is the yolk all by itself in the bowl? Huh? When did that happen? Man, something smells good. Huh? Is that you cooking, Fuka? He's teaching me right now. Koromaru-san seems to be very anxious. The others also heard the fuss and came downstairs. Wow, that smells so good. It's making me all hungry. So, Shinji's cooking. Well, will there be any leftovers? Can't you tell? You're supposed to be a good friend and make larger servings when you cook in front of lots of people. You're supposed to not be an idiot. Look, there's obviously more than 12 servings here. Huh? Do you mean there's enough for everyone? Shinji. Shut up and sit down. Oh, and Koto. He says that he is already seated. Oh, that's cute. Everyone couldn't wait for the food, so they continued talking about the upcoming dinner while the two cooked. From time to time, Shinjiro would yell at you to all stop talking. Luca continued doing things, just doing things in the kitchen. 2 hours later. Is all of this for us? Wow, is this some kind of party? Plates of various colors and sizes are all over the table. I can't wait to see this rendered out. Tomato pasta, sweet and sour pork, fried chicken, paella, omelet with fried rice, and more. Is Mitsuru-senpai in her room? I'll go get her. Oh, and Aki, go get Ken too. It's a little late, but he supposedly still up. Got it. No. I don't know how to make even one of these dishes. On top of that, they're all made from scratch too. What's the matter? Why are you all gathered together all of a sudden? Mitsuru and Ken come down as well. What? Oh, what's this all about? Did someone call a chef? Huh. Did Shinjiro-san make this? Everyone, sit. Yes, sir. Now, pick up your chopsticks. Roger that. And dig in. Yes. Thanks for the food. Everyone's immediately started eating before Akiko could even finish his sentence. It's delicious. They're all delicious. Oh man, I'm in heaven. This, it's a portal to the delicious dimension. What does that even mean? Well, no. Here's some water. Huh? Aren't you going to eat, Ken-kun? Oh, I'll have something. Thanks for the food. Yeah. You all chatted your way through the dinner and ate until you felt like you would burst after everyone cleaned up. You and Shinjiro sat in the empty lounge and had some tea. Looks like everyone enjoyed it. Shinjiro laughs quietly for some reason. It was a lot of fun. Is that so? If you hadn't brought up the idea, I probably never would have done something like this. It was so simple, and all I had to do was do it. Shinjiro mutters to himself. Could this mean that you gave him the courage to go through with this? You somehow feel that you're slowly getting... Dramatic. There's a lot of dramatic anticipation for something that's going to happen later in the game. That. Today really tired me out. I'm gonna go to bed. You should head off to bed soon too. Night. I heard there's a nasty typhoon on the way. You think we'll still have the culture festival on Saturday? Nah, I don't think so. The way they're talking, the typhoon's going to be way too destructive. That's not good. I hope Japan doesn't become an undersea country. Well, this is... Wait. 2009? It's a typhoon though. Do I have a... I still have a priestess. We're going to... Where's Fuka? I guess we're gonna decide what to make right now. Is it okay if I watch you cook today? I think I'll learn some things by watching you cook. Seems like it's a Fuka and the Shinjiro show at this point. Have you decided what you're going to make today? Yeah, we're just going up the list. Sweet fries it is. It came out pretty well. Wow, you even washed the utensils while you were cooking. It's like you have extra hands or something. Or, oh, I should write that down too. Otone-chan has a lot of hands. Fuka is taking all kinds of notes in her thick notebook. The pages are filled with small letters. Oh, it's kind of embarrassing to show this. I took notes on everything you did, all the steps you took to prepare the ingredients. I think I'm good at observing and analyzing things. No kidding. So I thought that it might work if I attempted cooking from an angle that I'm good at. Up until now, all I did was try harder. But saying that I'll try harder each time is tiring. I'm not actually putting any thought into it. There's a deep cut for that. That's why I've stopped thinking about attacking everything with that mindset, and I began trying to find ways that I can do things I'm not good at. When I began to think of it that way, it felt much better and I started enjoying what I was doing. I need to understand the situation, instead of just being overwhelmed by trying to do my best. So I hope that by taking notes, I'll be more likely to succeed. I couldn't accept the bad parts of me this whole time. But you saw all the things that were bad about me while you were here cooking with me. And you always encouraged me even when I messed up. That's why I thought I should also try to like myself for who I am. Healing process. Okay. Next time. Alright. Do what I can and try my best later. Indeed.
Greetings.
Keeping track of time. Who do we... Oh, wait. We need to talk to Shinjiro for the stuff. You want a fruit knife? What for? Are you gonna cook with it? Absolutely. There you go. It's kind of old, but it has great grip. Well, take it. That's what we needed. We can fulfill it. I don't know what it gives us. That sharp, shiny knife. This is the knife I asked for. It's incredible. It seems as though it's been in use for a long time, but it's almost as sharp as the day it was made. Now with bet it could cut many things, not just fruit. Sounds like a fruit ninja. It has a variety of uses. Cut things, open cans, peel vegetables. It's an all-purpose cooking tool. What's this? There's something written on the handle. It's a bit hard to read, but let's see. Graduation gift. Orphanage. It seems that this was very important to its owner. This is what I asked for, but I cannot take something so signature. Please keep it. Interesting. Oh, okay. And gives an axe for Shinjiro. We're gonna try to hang out with Kenji. Oh, not Kenji. Just Ken. I forgot his last name though. And Ken ordered a ginger pork meal, but he doesn't seem to be eating much. What's wrong? Oh, nothing. He begins eating hurriedly. Look. I had some snacks a little while ago. Is it true that you won't get big and strong if you don't eat right? It's true. I see. And I'll eat all of this too. And tries hard to eat the food in front of him. Did something have happened to him? What's the matter? It's just that, I notice how small I am. Oh, whoa, he's really strong though. He's spitting that spear. He seems a little embarrassed. It'd be nice if I could be like Akihiko-san. Kotone-san? You prefer someone like Akihiko-san too, right? That'd be a little white lie. Oh, really? I think he's cool. And looks downward. I want to hurry and become an adult. Nah, you don't have to hurry, kid. There's a serious look on his face. There must be something on his mind. Nah, don't rush it, kid. Oh, Amada. Oh, you can't... Oh, you can't eat anymore, Kotone-san. If you get any bigger, I won't be able to catch up to you. What the... Okay. That's kind of weird. Okay, the storm. Right. Get over here. Hey, have you been to the film festival yet? That theater by the station is hosting it, right? Yeah, we went to so many of them. I lost count of how often I went there over summer break. Every single day. I hear there's going to be another festival on the 23rd. Wanna go? 23rd. Nah, I'll pass on this one. I forgot what this one's theme is, but I remember it was all kitty. That's just ended. The cloud looks ominous. You should head back to the... Okay. You're drenched from the rain. You're shivering.
You weren't quick enough, huh?
Everyone's sitting around the lounge. It seems like they happen to gather in the midst of the storm.
According to the news, a typhoon just hit. Supposedly it's the biggest one on record. It's...
Yeah, thanks to that, the school festival got canned. Well, setting all that stuff up is a pain. But it sucks that we'll be stuck indoors.
Yeah, no cultural festival.
So, how you gonna spend your break?
What break?
Do you love school or something? Most
gotta
students
study.
started looking forward to winter break a month ago. What about you, Fuka?
Me? Well, the only thing I plan to do is go to the movies.
Ooh, a movie. Is it a date?
It's not like that. I'm going with Natsuki-chan. She absolutely loves movies.
Cute.
But with this typhoon, I don't know if we'll be able to go.
Yeah.
How about you, Yucatan? Will you still have practice?
I doubt it. The archery range is outside, so it's most likely canceled until the storm blows over.
Same here. This stupid typhoon is gonna mess up my training.
What about you, Senpai?
I haven't decided. Besides, what business is it of yours, Iori?
Ooh.
Me? Well, I'd be happy to tell you about my plans.
I suspect that you will be visiting Chidori-san.
Called out.
Although she has stabilized, we cannot release her.
Man, Ai-chan, you must be psychic. And you know what? She wants me to come. Not to brag or anything. I, just thought I should check up on her. You know, with the storm and all.
Is that so?
What's up with him?
Well...
You don't know either?
Oh, yeah. Ken-kun, what are you going to do during the break?
Oh, nothing in particular.
Come on, you have to be doing something.
Well, I'll probably go visit the shrine.
Dude, you're a kid, not an old man.
But that's where I always go. I guess you could say I made a vow. Anyway, I'm going back to my room. I have a lot of homework to do.
Miki.
Oh, okay. Call me if you get stuck.
We're just gonna go to our room too and go to bed. Wait, are we able to go out? No. Okay. Just checking. Sleep time. I think this is where we get the 4 and 5 persona fusion.
I have been waiting for you. I last summoned you in your dreams quite some time ago.
Yeah, very some time ago.
Several seasons have come and gone since I first offered my assistance. Now then, your special power, persona. Have you been using it wisely?
Yeah, of course.
Therefore, please allow me to provide you with a new form of assistance. Henceforth, you shall be able to fuse 4 or more personas. I am certain that this will be of great benefit to you.
I don't know.
Now, you must be tired. Please, rest easy until we meet again. Farewell.
I don't know. You have to level up. Oh, we slept for 3 days. Okay. Typhoon has completely passed. Though the window, this guy looks all day until the 23rd. Okay. Alright. Time to head to the shrine. I think we're reaching the conclusion of a lot of the social links. Oh, Koto-chan, let's go. Koto-chan seems to be in a good mood. As you're getting ready to take him out for a walk, Fuka came by. Koto-chan, how was today's, huh? Oh, you didn't eat out all of it, but it's good meat, with the bone still in. Did you cook it? Hey, that's mean. If it was as if my food's so bad he won't eat it all. I bought his dinner today, but Koto-chan, are you not going to eat this? Koto-chan took the meat into his mouth, but he isn't eating it. Koto headed towards the door. In any case, you decide to take him out for a walk. Yikes. Fuka is catching strays. He's still carrying the meat in his mouth. You're not going to eat it, huh? He's quiet. You realize that if he barks, the meat would fall out of his mouth. In any case, you headed towards the shrine. Poor Fuka. There's no one here. Koto is twitching his nose. Dog cry. What? You hear a dog's faint cry from somewhere. Koto is looking around and walking towards the sound. A puppy? There's a puppy shivering behind the bench. Koto dropped the meat he was carrying. Oh, aww. At the puppy's feet. The puppy is biting into the meat. Aww. You goober. Watching the puppy intently. How long has it been here? He's looking up at you with his big eyes. In any case, you can't leave this puppy be. What should you do? Check the puppy. Or give the puppy water, maybe. You drew water into a bucket from the sandbox and give it to the puppy. Upon closer inspection, there's a thin collar on the puppy's neck. If this was someone's dog, his owner might be looking for him. You should consult Officer Kurosawa about this. Kurosawa. About the puppy here with Koromaru. A lost dog. No, there hasn't been any reported. Do you take on jobs like that too? No matter how much manpower you have, it won't be enough. Alright, might as well give you some direct help for once. Wait right here. Officer Kurosawa began calling places one after another. Yes, that is correct. I see. Thank you very much. Hello? Is this the pet shop Bow Wow? Probably like Wan Cafe or something. My name is Kurosawa. Kurosawa at the Matsumi East Police Box. He seems to be calling the local pet shops and animal hospitals. That's correct. A black puppy. Breed? I have no idea. There is? Their puppy is missing. Yes. Oyama-san. I see. The house on the corner of 2nd Street. I'll ask them. Thanks very much. Officer Kurosawa ended the call in a rather good mood. It seems I might have found them. Don't look so worried. Officer Kurosawa picked up the phone again. Hello, is this the Koyama residence? My name is... Kurosawa's face is lighting up. It seems he's found the puppy's owner. We found them. I'll take the puppy from here. It's dark out, so you should head on back. You should be fine. You found a fine bodyguard with you. You've a fine bodyguard with you. Officer Kurosawa patted Koromaru on the head. No. On the way back from the police box, wagging his tail happily. Now we found his owner. Actually, why did you wait so long? He's looking up at you with big eyes. He's nodding with his nose. You feel like Koro is thanking you. Okay. Being led. Alright. This is probably more lost people. I think we have to ask. Ask. Trying to go to the shrine. We might be able to see the end of Fuka's social link. I'll take it.
Hey.
Hey to you too. Forgot to study. Almost there. Almost a genius. Da-da-da-da-da. Last day of break. Autumn equinox. Oh, we get to go on. We can go to the film. We basically watch films with everyone except Shinjiro. Wait, hang on. Where's Fuka? Oh, good morning. Did you know that there's a one-day only film festival today? The promoter said there was so much demand they decided to hold another one. I guess people liked it. Huh? Film festival? I totally forgot they had those. Not that I ever been to one. It's time to go. With me? Wouldn't you have more fun if you went with one of your girlfriends? We went with everyone, alright? You're last. Even tried with Kodo. Well, I don't care if you don't. Let's go. It said it's kitty, right? Kitty themed? What is it though? Incredible Pet Story series. Alright. Are we really watching this? Well, if this is what you really want, I guess I'm game too. You watch tiny animals surviving with all their strength. The river. It just washed that dog away. Jincho's eye seems a bit red. I gotta go. You went back. Aw.
Where have you been?
Nowhere. Oh, that's cute. Photo time. This is a buy. Yep. Ooh, lucky charm. Thanks. Yeah, not enough. Good morning. It feels like fall since the typhoon passed, doesn't it? Huh. I hope the fighting ends before winter comes. Sure it will. A lot of people are concerned about stress today. Believe it or not, crying can relieve stress. The tension is washed away with all those tears. But if the root cause of the stress isn't addressed, it'll become a vicious cycle. By the way, does anyone here know the #1 cause of stress? Probably sleep. Stay away. For men, it's their job. Alright, fair enough. And for women, it's their husbands. Those are some pretty hot takes. Men get stressed from dealing with their bosses, coworkers, and so on. When they seek comfort at home, it passes on to their wives. They in turn relieve their stress through personal hobbies. Oh, that didn't age. That aged interestingly. That's how a successful marriage functions. Yeah, that ages. That's a subjective aging. Alright, everyone quiet down. There will be no classes this afternoon. However, that doesn't mean you'll be allowed to goof off. You all have to work together to clean up the displays and decorations for the school festival. I'll assign you into 3 groups for the cleanup. The first group will go to the science lab. Your leader will be... Afternoon classes were canceled and you'll be cleaning up after the school festival instead. Oh, I'm in the science. You're assigned to clean up along Yukari, Junpei, and Aigis. Oh, that's interesting. Well, let's get this over with. Let's break up into groups of 2. One person takes down photos, the other binds them together. Alrighty. We can take it easy. Indeed, Otone-san is right. Let us devote all of our strength to taking it easy. Sucks for the photography club that they took so many pictures and no one got to see any of them. Oh, isn't this from the summer festival? Look, here's Kotone. You guys went to a school in the countryside, right? It was a nice place. Oh yeah, the sports thing. Lucky they had hot springs too, didn't they? I wanted to go in one too. We'll be going to one soon enough. Are you talking about the school trip? That's in November. Talk about jumping the gun. I can't believe we're going to Kyoto. It's where everyone goes. I really wish they would have made us go to, wouldn't make us go to all the shrines and stuff. Yeah, seriously. Oh, Kenji, hello there. Kenji and Kazushi has arrived. They seem to have brought cleaning supplies with them. So, Yukari-san, why don't I show you around Kyoto when we go? How did we jump onto that subject? Anyway, did you find a nail puller? Yeah, Kazushi bought all of them. You've got a bunch to choose from. We just needed 1 or 2. Aren't the guys in the other classes going to need them too? Oh, you're right. I'll go return the rest. Well, I don't think you need to go right away. Just if someone asks. I see, then I'll leave them here. You know, when you're with girls... Well, more like when you're with Yukari-san. What? Nothing, huh? So that's how it is. That reminds me, Junpei. You were in charge of the popping stuff. Did you bring some? Popping stuff? Oh, the bubble wrap. Good call, Kenji. Go get it. You know where they keep all this stuff, right? Well, yeah, but I just got back from there. You go get it. You're the one who forgot in the first place. Huh? Are you sure? You really don't want to go? That place is like a paradise. You know that. Some fine chicas there would be just your type. Oh my goodness. Wait, are you serious? Be right back, guys. Yeah, like I fall for that. What kind of supply room is stocked with hot babes? You're never gonna finish. We're never gonna finish at this rate. If you're gonna talk while you work. Oh, she's a little ticked off, Samurai. I heard that. Jeez, are you stupid or something? More like stupid, I think. Deja vu. Fine, I'll go to the supply room later. But man, it's a real shame the school festival fell through. There was some hilarious stuff planned, like a cross-dressing pageant. They said it would be open to everyone, so I was planning on jumping in. Huh? You? Cross-dressing? Oh, heck no. Nah, no way. You were imagining it just now, huh? I must have been super cute. Where in the world does your confidence come from? Well, I'll be a lot better at it than you. You just look creepy. I don't think you needed to go that far. I mean, hey, I'll be cuter than Kaz here, right? Me? Why would I? You hear that, Kaz? He's just said you'll lose. Are you gonna take that from him? What? There's no doubt that I'd be the cutest. I'll be the cutest one in school. I will not lose either at dressing up as a girl. Well, duh, I'm a female type, so female clothes would be... Okay, let's just stop there. Kotone-san, what do you think? Whose cross-dressing would be the best, would be the most super cute? I guess, of course. I have one. Dang it, you just wait till next time. What is going on? Alright, you better move out of the way. You guys are holding everything up. So sorry. You know, if you judge by appearance, Yuka-tan is already super cute. What are you trying to say? Nothing. He is saying that your personality is not cute. Yeah, I got that. Ai-chan, you gotta know when to speak up and when to stay quiet. If you don't learn, Yuka-tan's gonna give you the evil eye. See what I mean? No, stop choking me. Guys, say something. You gotta use your guts, man. For what? That reminds me. It's a shame you never got to wear that maid costume, Yukari-san. Huh? So word got out about that. I'm relieved it never happened. But I bet lots of guys were really disappointed, right? Azushi? Huh? Really? Wait, what's a maid? A pure soul. Oh, it's something that guys like Junpei dream about. Junpei? Wait a sec, what's that look for? You act like I did something. Junpei-san. You gotta be kidding. You too, I guess? You finished cleaning up while chatting with everyone. That's a good one. I can't wait to see that scene. Or hear that scene. Alright. Do I still have my hermit? Yep, okay. Alright. Let's see how she's going. No more drama, I hope. You did your duties as a health committee member. Otone-chan, the spare bandages go over. An announcement is being made. Please pardon the interruption. Sally Hasegawa of Class 2C, Otone Shiomi of Class 2F. Please report to the faculty office at once. I repeat. They're calling for us? Maybe it's dealing with a column. Do you have any idea why? No. I'm surprised you could waltz in here without any sense of shame, Hasegawa. What is the meaning of this? Mr. Ekoda slams a magazine on the... Okay, it's about the newsletter. A large heading reads, "The continued corruption of our nation's youth. Rampant sexuality in G High." Huh? This is your picture, isn't it? Here's a photo with the article. There's a black bar above the eyes, but it does look like Saori. The name has been changed to Shiori Nakatani. I'm not even going to go into the filth in this article. Some brainless journalist must have talked to you. You quickly skim through the article that Mr. Ekoda threw on the desk. It seems that this Shiori Nakatani is openly talking about the nightly activities all the girls participate in. Another student from the school brought this to my attention, saying my school's reputation is ruined. She also made a report on you. Hasegawa-san makes sexual advances towards male classmates, uses vulgar language behind our backs, and she never interacted with us because she thinks she's superior to the rest of the students. In other words, your reputation is terrible. I'm not surprised you stooped to doing something like this. I don't know about your nightly activities, but you can't go around causing your school trouble like this. This affects not only you, but your guardians and the people around you as well. Anyway, it's been decided that you're going to be suspended. Do you understand? You've got all this alright. Zip it, Xiaomi. The important thing here is how this article reached the general public. You think you can change that? We have to make an example for the other students and their parents. There must be punishment. Your parents told us to be careful about you. Now I see why. You have such wonderful parents, Hasegawa. Why are you doing this to them? You both left the faculty office and now go home for today. I'm sorry, Kotone-chan. If you stay near me, you're going to lose any reputation you had. Nah, 大丈夫だ. Thank you. Okay. That article's a lie. I didn't say anything. But I did let a photographer take a picture of me. He said it was for an article about the straight edge lifestyle in today's high school students. He wanted a shot with me in my uniform. Look what 4,000 yen got me into. Interesting. Didn't you suspect this? No, it didn't even cross my mind at all. Just too trusting on it. A girl in my class asked if I'd be willing to do an easy job. I didn't really want to do it, but I didn't care. Maybe I just wanted to help her out. Maybe I just wanted a friend. Charlie laughs. I really am older than everyone now. When I was younger, everyone said that I was more mature than the kids around me and wouldn't have young friends. But adults were kind and treated me well. But everything was a lie. Everything, like when they say things like I love you. Valerie smiles but appears to be on the brink of tears. I acted just how the adults around me wanted me to act. All I had to do was smile and stay quiet. As long as I did that, they'd call me cute and be happy with me. It's too late now. I don't know how to stand on my own anymore. I'm too scared. I'm with you. Sheltered, I suppose. That sucks. The heck with them. I'm sorry for dragging you into this mess. I know I shouldn't be feeling this way, but part of me is happy and thankful that you were with me. I probably wouldn't be able to endure this myself. Yikes.
Hello.
Hello. Are you going to Tartarus today? Nah, we're just socializing for the rest of. All right, let's go. Immense the awkwardness. And order the calcium meal. But he doesn't seem to have much of an appetite today. What's the matter? He seems depressed. I'm sorry. I always make you listen to me talk. It's like I'm depending on you too much. It's not good, huh? Well, you're just a kid. Actually, I want to hear more. But it's no fun to listen to a little kid like me. Why are you so... Looks downward. Otone-san? I'm going to be serious here, so please listen to what I have to say. Remember the manga I talked about before? The one with the alien hero who fought bad guys? I threw all of them away. I'll buy you a different series. No, it's okay. Thank you though. And bows slightly. Fighting isn't a good thing, but I enjoy reading it. Don't worry about it. But reading it got me all excited. It was really cool when tons of bad guys were dying too. That can't be good. Ken looks like he's about to cry. I hate that I feel that way. You're okay the way you... It's okay? Why do you say things like that? I'm trying so hard. I want you to notice me. Oh. Oh, he looks downward. Oi. That's a tough one. Fast growing kid. Want to grow up kid. I'm sorry, let's eat. Does your food taste good, Kotone-san? I was getting worried that yours might taste bad too if you're with me. That's not true. I see. I'm glad to hear that. You're so nice. He laughs and looks at hers. I'd like to have dinner with you again. I mean it. Oh, okay, this is getting old. Oh, goodness gracious. And those incidents with the unconscious people, is it me or do they seem to be getting worse? No, it's not just you. They're definitely on the rise. It's all over the news too. The whole thing makes me uncomfortable. What if it started happening all over the world? Hey, don't say stuff like that. Persona game in a different country? It's found. Okay. We're visiting Baby. Sure. Temperance? Do we have temperance? We have. Okay. Let's see what he's gonna do before he leaves. Atone-sama, I have come up with a great idea to show Japan's charm to my uncle. I will show him a kimono and make him understand the beauty of Nihon. It's a nice idea. That you agree, Kotone-sama? I have nothing to be afraid of. Nothing. The kimono is a Japanese treasure. If I show it to my uncle, he will surely let me stay in Nihon. The design will be the mascot of the sweet shop. I thought of this design because Otone-sama took me there. Levi seems to be counting on you. Alright. Sure. I'm no longer confused. I will hurry up and make the kimono. I will sow like the wind. Okay. Spend the time working on it. Okay. No problem.
What's up, dude?
Next full moon's coming up. Wait, when is it? It's like October or something, right? First week of October. Getting better. Start training. Yeah, I don't remember what happens to Chidori. Shinjiro, where are you? We're spending time when we can. Mind if I step out for a bit? It's just, I feel uncomfortable. Did something happen? It's nothing like that, but Shinjiro seems hesitant to explain himself. In any case, you decide to go outside with him. Seriously? Sorry. Those guys keep yapping at me. Those guys? Remember how I cooked for them the other day? They keep going on and on about how delicious it was and how I should do it again. Aki keeps pushing these requests on me. Fuka's throwing cookbooks at me. And whenever I walk past the kitchen, they all stare at me like they're just waiting for me to do something. Shinjiro shrugs. I have my hopes up too. Hey, don't look at me like that. Well, I'm glad they liked it. Shinjiro relaxes and laughs. Do you think it's funny that I did that? You think it isn't like me? You think it isn't like me? I mean, there's nothing wrong with having good memories to grow up with. We've got two kids at the dorm anyway. One big one and one tiny one. How about you? Did you have fun too? Of course. Good to hear. Making memories is important. People can go on as long as they have good things to look back on. They'll be able to go on without being led astray. Shinjiro mutters quietly. You know, shouldn't you be doing something else? You shouldn't be with me like this. Don't you have more fun things to do? Nope. It's fun being with you. Well, alright then. Spend the time we have. Might as well stop by somewhere since we're already out. You want some ice cream from the convenience store? My treat. No. Okay. Oh boy, here we go again. Here comes more magic stuff. Take your seats, class, and we'll begin. Hi fu mi yo I muna ya koto mo shiraro ne? This is math class normally, yes. Miss Miyahara isn't feeling well, so I'll be filling in for her. Since you came here expecting a math lesson, I'll talk about numerology. Numerology is a type of magic which sees the world through a system of numbers. Essentially, its practitioner convert matter into numbers. Numbers have power, and numerologists take advantage of that. It's said that the first numerologist was Pythagoras. It's interesting. You may know him from the Pythagorean theorem, but he's also famous for practicing magic. He and his pupils researched what they called Pythagoreanism. They realized that everything that exists in this world corresponds to a number. Oh, that's kind of an interesting take on it. They consider odd numbers masculine and even numbers feminine. That's interesting. I kind of would have thought the other way around, but then I think of 0 versus 1. Although technically 0 is not... okay, interesting. They also verified the existence of holy and unholy numbers. The Pythagorean theorem focused on the number 1, 2, 3, and 4 because they add up to 10, which represents completeness. Interesting. They considered these 4 numbers to be the holy numbers, the most important of all. They're called the tetrades. Others later developed on the foundation laid by Pythagoreans. More recently, there's been work done on the relationship between numbers and names. Let's look at this a little closer. I'll show you a method by which you can interpret your own name's meaning. Be sure to include your middle name too. Now convert each letter into a number, 1 for A and so on, right? Add the numbers for each letter in your name. Okay. If a letter has a 2-digit number, like 14 for N, add the 2 digits together to make a single digit. Oh, that complicates things. By the end, you should have a number between 1 and 9. This number represents an individual's overall personality. Based on that number's property, you can derive the person's general characteristics. Are you all listening? I hope this talk of numbers hasn't put you to sleep. Hehe. How about a little test to see if you're paying attention? Get it wrong and numbers will haunt you, even in your sleep. What should I pick? Who should I pick? Alright. What is the collective number for the 4 holy numbers in numerology? is tetrodotoxin. Oh, that's interesting. Tetracarn. Alright. A few more words on numerology and names before we dismiss. Numerology can also be used to discern your inner self, public persona, your future, and so on. Convert the vowels in your name into numbers and add them. That reveals your inner self. Then take the consonants and do the same to get the persona you display in public. Interesting. Using the same method with your birthday will calculate your future. Okay. Be sure to use Christian era dates in this calculation. It is also possible to assess your compatibility with another person using numerology. By adding the digits of your birthday to the others, you can... It doesn't explain what it is, though, what the number stands for, so... It's just doing something mechanically. Alright, let's go talk to Fuka. Do you think or know if any of this number stuff is based off real life beliefs or theories, or is it just all made up for the game? That's a good question. I mean, if the world can be ideally defined by mathematical terms, right? Hypothetically, it would suggest a particular theory, I suppose. Maybe it would be an interesting read for the evening. I'm going to cook on my own today. It'll be really delicious, so look forward to it. What are you going to make today? I will just make truffles. They came out pretty well. Okay. Are you done, Kotone-chan? I just finished up now too. I got done pretty fast. Look! Rows of triangular rice balls are lined up on the plate that Fuka handed you. It would be pretty interesting, but also kind of scary. Yeah, I mean, for sure. It does lead into the nihilistic and deterministic side of scariness. The rice looks moist and delicious. This one has pickled plums, this one salmon, and this one seaweed. Try whichever one you like. He picked one and ate it. It's very good. You've mastered the rice ball. Okay, this is really delicious. Right? There are 22 conditions that must be met for making a good rice ball. I've met all these conditions, so there's no possible way that it wouldn't be delicious. Nice. I don't think I was making enough of an effort before. No, that's not it. I just wasn't putting in enough effort in the correct way. I just thought about trying harder. That wasn't right. Thinking about how you can fix your mistakes is how to really put forth a better effort. Man, that is a deep cut into the last couple years of my language learning related digressions. If you can't do something that others can, then that's the effort you need to reach their level. It seems so obvious now, but I didn't understand it at all. All I did was envy your skills. I'll never again think that my goals are doomed from the start. Fatalism. Thanks, Kotone-chan. Fuka let out a relieved laugh. You feel like you've grown even closer to Fuka. Is this 9? Okay. Oh, I have one. I have more on this plate too. This one's tuna. That one's natto. Oh, interesting. Natto. Onigiri. And this one's a mentaiko. Okay. And on top of that, I even have a supreme one where I mixed in all the ingredients. Heat up. My stomach just churned. I haven't eaten. Eat as much as you could before heading back to the dorm. Okay.
Welcome back.
We're gonna hang out with our bro Shinjiro because we got to. Oh no, I don't like this sound. Back alley. We went for a walk with Shinjiro and ended up here. Here we are again. That reminds me. I met you here too. Back then, I never imagined that I'd go back there. I'm glad that you came back. I doubt that I'm bringing that much to the team though. Shinjiro shrugs. Shinjiro turns towards the wall and looks down. He seems less confident in himself than usual. You're a pain. You keep messing things up for me. I keep thinking that my life is the way it's supposed to be, but... Sheesh, your face keeps popping up in my head. You don't understand why Shinjiro sighs. Still, you feel... Oh, that's a short one. Do you develop relationships with individual NPCs? Yeah, the core of the Persona series is a concept called social linking, and outside of playing the routine of like picking the major narrative, one of the central themes to Persona games is to interact with vignettes of many different NPCs, and each of the NPCs will have a vignette of their life with you as the main character, and they all surround a particular theme. So in this game, the theme deals with various aspects of like introspection, retrospection, but generally speaking, every Persona game has a well-roundedness of stories, background stories, and they usually take place in a high school setting. Some occasionally go into adults, like older couples. Some of the central themes in Persona is around grief, death, like anxiety, acceptance, and pretty much every game in the series does that. This game particularly has a central theme of death in the sense of like nihilism. The next game deals it with the context of a murder mystery, the P4, and then the P5 is dealing with the absence of desire. Do you have to be selective usually who you can do this with all the NPCs in one playthrough? Yes, you do if you're going to do it in one playthrough. However, outside of P3, which the social links do reset in this particular game, one of the earlier of this structure, P4 and P5, you're meant to play the game again. So you can choose whenever. Eventually you'll sort of witness or collect all. But I'm doing a guided tour of the female characters. So in the P3P game, you can choose to be Makoto, the canon male character, or the female character. Her name is Shiomi, and their social links are different from each other. So half of the social links are different. So the goal is I'm using a guided tour to read all the social links, which are not voiced, so I'm typically reading them. And then you have to play with both playthroughs. So after this, I'll be playing the male Makoto in Japanese. It doesn't change the social link though. The social links do not have voice acting. However, we'll be listening to play the Japanese playthrough with Makoto. So that's the idea. And then we'll be reading the rest of the social links that are unique to the male canon character. And then half of the other characters, all their social links stay the same. So that's kind of the idea. This game is both in Japanese and in English. Yeah, it gives a nice reason to replay. And in the later games, so the next game is P4G. However, P5R, Persona 5 Royal Edition, I think almost nearly all the social links are voiced. And you can't possibly encounter all the social links in one playthrough. So what you do is you play again and with different characters and stuff, and then you witness the social links. In P3R, the remake of this game, the P3R, one of the advertisements is like they're all fully cast, both in English and in Japanese, and it's one of their showcases. We're trying to play all the Persona games before P4R comes out, which is the remake of the second game, the game after this, or of this era, so Persona 4 Revival. And one of the advertisements they have is they invest a lot of time into the English voice acting crew and the Japanese voice acting crew. So the main thing is to play and hear the dialogue and the performance and whatnot. So I usually am planning to play all these games, starting with this one. This one's the earliest one that's available on Steam. So we're going to go through, play them in Japanese, English, whichever flavor you want. And yeah, they invest a lot in the particular writing. And it does deal with topics. Usually, most of these topics are either timeless or transcendent. It deals with aspects of losing passion, life lessons. It does center around high school. However, much later, most of the stuff becomes more international related. Because Persona after Persona 3 became much wider, so they start writing things that appeal to a larger audience, larger international audience. Very cool. You've always heard about this series but never played or looked it up. Just that people really love them. Yeah, generally in this day and age, the Persona games have trended upward because of like apathy, right? Apathy, nihilism, the rise of nihilism, like the increase of detachment, like estrangement from human interaction. So this game series have consistently been ahead of its time. So this was originally written back in 2006, so 20 years ago. Persona is actually celebrating its 30th anniversary, and this is actually the 20th anniversary of Persona 3. And since then, the topics that they have covered has become far more present. So now, like even playing now, they hit probably harder. They're more resonating. Like most of the topics are about being insignificant in life, making regrettable life decisions, and trying to overcome your grief and regrets, right? Losing someone, growing old too quickly, growing old, being immature, being noble, right? Being ignorantly innocent. So it covers a lot of those things, and usually the game is focused on interaction, like a human interaction that overcomes these things. And that is pretty much something that is deficient for those who are consistently online or chronically playing video games. So that's kind of one of the highlights. And it's fairly big right now because next year, in February, Persona 4 Revival will be released, and then they ATLUS has teased the next chronological game, Persona 6, which they typically write these things based on the years that they anticipate the game will represent. So this game is circa 2006. So it doesn't have anything like massive social media, content creation problems. Right now, the most current game that bears a Persona title is P5X, the gacha game, the free-to-play gacha game, Persona 5, the Phantom X. And their topics pretty much deal with the current topics, like content creation, spreading rumors online, right? Online wildfires, journalism online, feminism, right? So many of those topics are far more topical as they're going. I'm very much looking forward to what type of topics they'll be covering in Persona 6. I think most of the stuff that I talk about on a daily basis, they're probably gonna, I look forward to seeing what they cover in Persona 6. So in your opinion, if you're a person going through a time and usually in a low state, should you avoid this series until you feel better? Here's my thought. It's not my personal thought. I can tell you what happened 20 years ago. So I'll share what other people's thoughts are. The vast majority of people who love, especially Persona 3 specifically, nearly all of them had an uplift in their spirit. So yes, bad things happen sorta in this game, but they're all represented hopefully. Like, it's all about appreciating the inevitable, like death and a loss of passion, understanding the nature of that. However, everything that happens in the game is overcoming all of that. The idea to appreciate life. So, the most common comment you'll have when someone says, I love these games, they're referring to they were down most of the time. They're like really depressed. They don't feel significant. They don't like want to do anything. They don't want to make friends, or they're feeling secluded. These games are often associated with them having a new lease on life. So encourage them. So most of these games, they talk about really common issues that are relatable. However, the game always generally presents itself to giving you all of the examples, like various examples of how to take advantage of it, how to be happy with it, like finding your passion, your desire, overcoming like grief, fear, anxiety, and also even grappling with the idea that life is worth living because you know life is precious and limited. So those are the themes across the three major Persona titles. Now, for my personal take, 20 years ago, I played Persona 3 on the PlayStation 2 when I was 18 years old. 18 and 19 years old, so it was right at the end of my high school years. And for myself, I was like coincidentally very much like the current state of Gen Z's online. I was withdrawn, emotionally stunted, for different reasons. It's just coincidence. Like, because I'm an Asian American, I'm Chinese American. I was born and raised in the United States, but my parents are immigrants. So I had difficulty fitting in, right? So there's a lot of emotional stoicism to keep intact and all of that. And what the Persona game did for me anyways, the Persona 3 cast, it talked about a lot of the facets that maybe someone who is closed off, isolated, wanting to interact in a vicarious way with other aspects of life that might not be available. These games tend to do that. So I don't know if that helps you with any of the things you're going through. I typically talk to people, not like playing Persona games, but I typically talk with a lot of people who share this like rough time and isolation and maybe even an inability to express themselves most of the time on the younger side. I'm almost 40 years old, so this was 20 years ago, right? And you might enjoy that. There are different flavors, P3, P4, and P5. All of the Persona games are told separately, so you don't have to pick one or the other. The idea is generally all three of them take something, take people that are very dark, in a dark place, and what they focus on is presenting the hopefulness. It's usually 90% of the time trying to find value in even the darkest places. So, if that sounds like something that you don't want to avoid, then I would say you should give it a shot. Again, the common consensus is that this is not relevant to me too much anymore. However, for others who are younger, like much younger, or not used to being exposed to Persona series, usually they're positive. They're positive experiences. So there are people who typically had a very negative outlook on life, and they played this game, and they love this game for the very reason of helping lift their spirits. So it's usually very positive. Oh, you didn't realize the series has been around for that long? You missed the train big time. Thanks for sharing your experience with it. We're around the same age? Oh, really? The series sounds really nice. You'll have to... If we're around the same age, I'm playing this game in retrospect. So, I like playing this game as a platform to interact with other, like, younger people. So, we're about the same age. That's very rare. Most of the time, I'm talking to someone who is in their 20s. They either are nihilistic about death or nihilistic about their significance in the world, constantly talking about how they're wasting time and they're really like struggling with making something of themselves and constantly being self-deprecating, which is basically any of the characters in Persona. When you hear all of the stories they present, it's like checking off a list. If you spend most of your time talking to the younger group nowadays, like on the internet, people in their 20s, there is a vignette in Persona. There's at least one character that has been written across the 3 Persona games that currently exist, or technically, that has a representation here. So usually this series presents an excellent platform or someone who is in a mentor position. So for myself, I spend most of my time educating. Like, I wanted to be an educator. I would consider myself still an educator. And typically, a lot of this stuff is like revisiting, looking at the different aspects. And it's really wonderful, the writing as well. Some of the bad things, they're incredibly deep cutting. So I enjoy the clash between like the very deep cuts of what life can push you through and then how they write a resolve or closure for it. So yeah, definitely feel free. I would love to hear someone else enjoy this game from like an older perspective, because as you're getting older, you can reflect on, I'm not sure if you interact with little ones. Maybe you have a little one of your own, like you're a family guy. I don't have a family. Like, what I mean is, I don't have an immediate family. Like, I don't have a significant other or a little one. I spend most of my time talking to like college students and high school students about what their daily activity is. Like, how's your homework going? And do you need like a point of thinking or motivation and whatnot? And this game pretty much covers that, because it genuinely, the cast is high school kids. All of them are consistently juniors or seniors in high school. It would be interesting if they decide one day they're going to make a college edition. I don't know if that's a possibility. But generally, if you're into seeing or the portrayal of many of the issues, maybe it makes you a little bit better at interacting with younger people. I think this game does a lot. It's true, most people you find on here are on the younger side. Yeah, nice to see someone represent. Maybe it was good you found the series later. You definitely have been discovering naturally, you guys, as you look back at past games, movies, and still discovering things that are just that you just didn't understand at all. Me too. Me too. I think as I'm growing older, which is kind of one of the themes of this game, game series, you get a chance to reflect, right? Like, I'll tell you one of the social links. One of the social links in Persona 3 that will probably hit hard from a older perspective. It's a monk. He's a monk, and I think he's around his 50s. We're gonna say 40s, 50s. He's always drunk. He's constantly drinking his sorrows away and smoking cigars at a bar. And you kind of just go to the bar, like a bar anyways, and talk to him. And he tells you about his life of long working hours, constantly making, like, focus on making money, slaving away. And he ended up getting married and had a child. But because he kept working, he drifted apart from his wife and his child, and then they separated. And then he lost track of them. He doesn't know where they are. By the end, or through his talking, he'll talk to you about the cynicism that built up. He'll talk about all the bad things about getting old and working your life only to, like, not enjoy your life, all of that. So the adult cynicism. But by the end, he decided, you know what, enough is enough. He hired a private detective to find the whereabouts of his wife and child. And this game, what they do is they end it right there. They end it on a point of hopefulness or perspective. So you use your imagination. They don't ever tell you how it resolves. So most of the time it's people who are willing to take the chance again. So many of the characters are like, they're estranged from their father. There was a death in the family early. And then the other parent was unable to cope. So then eventually when you talk to them, they will eventually take the first step. And it ends there. It ends there and lets you think about the wishful thinking of most of the situations. So it's kind of like that most of the time. And then you still have very happy things and slightly lighter things, like not being able to cook. For example, Fuka can't cook until she tried very, very long. Yeah. You guess the result isn't what's really important, but that you decide to take action. In some cases, you guess. Absolutely. In Persona 3, it's about overcoming, like, fatalism. Like, it is the whole "it is what it is" situation, or one of the common themes in P3 specifically is like accepting your fate and trivializing everything else. So the idea is to live your life, right? Find moments, find the sense of weight to your action. Whether the outcome can scare you or not, or whatever the predetermined destination you have, what brings value to that, destination eventually is the things you do. So they end with a lot of the characters taking action. And then it's the idea of that taking action that you're supposed to find solace and reward in. Yeah. So this guy, Shinjiro, did something. He cooked for the whole place, even despite being, like, fatalistic about a lot of things. That's where we are right now in this particular arcana. They do a parallelism with, like, tarot cards and whatnot. There's a overall theme about gods, religion, spiritualism, and different forms of mysticism and shamanistic things. So they throw all of that in there too. So you'll find a bunch of allusions to various international forms of spiritualism, mysticism, and religion, obviously. Yep. Guess we should head back. All right. All right. Oh, and you still have to be a school kid. So you still play as a high school kid. So you still have to study, get good grades, go on summer vacation, go to cram school, you know, like all the Japanese stuff. So if you like to kind of masquerade or, you know, play through the shoes, live through the shoes of that, you get to relive your teens. Exactly. Like my teenage experience was nothing like the main character, basically, right? However, you can live vignettes of all the different things. Like, what if you had a friend like this, and so on. So you still get to relive. You do the reliving your teen life things. And I usually talk, like, whenever someone asks or juxtapose my teen life. So what I do is, it's a great way to reflect. You see a representation of a teenager in a high school in maybe a foreign country. I'm not Japanese, so in a foreign country, you get to kind of compare and contrast. So it gives you an opportunity to reflect as an older person, obviously. Very different from playing a video game where you are projecting yourself and for entertainment purposes. Persona games are meant to be confounding, profound, and like triggering, in a sense of like triggering thoughts and whatnot. They're not really, I would say, the mechanical part, like the JRPG part, that you'll probably be able to find in a lot of games. It's largely the storytelling that, at least I feel, separates it from other game series. So Sunday, no at the decline. We had to decline all Sunday. Okay. So what are we doing today? Gotta order stuff. Growth 2. Television channel. Shopping network. Scam artist. Alright, we're going... Do I have an emperor? Yes, I do. So we're gonna go to the shrine today. Who are we? The emperor guy. Hidetoshi.
Where have you been?
The shrine, obviously. Alright. So we're gonna go on a walk with our Koto-chan. Oh, they're running together. Oh, yeah, that's cute. Trying to keep up with you is a great way to train. When I was a kid, I found a stray dog, but we couldn't have pets at the orphanage. Did you start with the first game? So the first game was Persona 1, and there's Persona 1 and Persona 2. Now, they were exclusively Japanese games, so like not localized. The very first game I played was Persona 3, which was released on the PlayStation 2 in the US, in the United States. So that was my first game. And the games that I'm describing, that I have been describing, usually people are referring to Persona 3, 4, and 5. So if you want to think about it this way, this structure that they have now it started with technically most popularized with this game. So this is technically, for the modernization of this game, this would be the first game in the modern day Persona game. Now, that doesn't mean ATLUS, the developers, may consider, remaking the first 2 games. There is no easy way to play the first 2 games unless you own like a PlayStation and also imported a copy or bought a copy off eBay to play the first 2, or you emulate the game. So I have not played the first 2 games. Oh, good. And you can find it on Steam, no problem. Oh yeah. The third one you mean? Yes. So here's the thing. So this is gonna be technically the first game I'm playing. So if you're like thinking about what versions and stuff, P3P, this is the PlayStation Portable version. This is the earliest version. Now they do have a remake version called P3 Persona 3 Reloaded, but that is the modernization. You're not gonna necessarily miss anything from the original or like the PSP version to the other one outside of the female characters. So the female edition, they didn't decide to add that in the P3R. This is my first game in the series for the rest of the year. So for the next half of the year, I'm gonna play this, P3P, then I'm gonna play P4G. P4G is after this. And then there's Persona 5R. It's the name for their editions. So P5R is the modernization one, and P3R is the most modern version of this game. And in February, P4R is going to be the modernization of Persona 3 Gold. So right now, the PlayStation 2 versions, the PlayStation 2 era versions is the PSP version, so the P3P, and P4G, which is Persona 4 Golden, just to keep you like in date on their orders. So you can very much just jump into Persona 3 Reloaded. It'll look really nice. It has a glow up. Like, it's not like this anymore. They have character models and full emote rigs. I'll be coming back around to play P3R at some point. I'm doing P3P, then P4G, P5R, and then by the time December comes around, it'll take me till December, I'll be playing Persona 3 again, Persona 3 Reloaded, right in time for the Persona 4 revival release, which is in February. So to give you an idea, so you'll probably see these names everywhere. And then P5X is the gacha game, so it's a free-to-play gacha game. So when you go on Steam, if you type in Persona, you'll probably see all of them. So to keep you in mind, so you can totally, the experience and the stories are entirely intact between P3P and P3R. So it is up to you. For myself, I like to play through all the versions, so I just wanted to give you a heads up that this particular one is the P3P version. And you don't necessarily have to play through both if you don't want. I'm doing it from like a legacy perspective, so I wanted to see what the original, like the closest thing to the PlayStation 2 version that I have, which is still substantially different from 20 years ago. You appreciate the explanation? Because yeah, it was a whole list of them. Yeah, exactly. It'll be a little bit confusing. So the first game of this modernization, and if you want to just simply play the modern version, it would be Persona 3 Reloaded would be the modern version. It'll basically look like everything the same, only they have fully voiced everything, both in Japanese and in English, and it'll be really fancy. All the menus are stylish and really eye-catching. The Persona outside of the stories they are best known for their music and their UI design, like the how stylish it is. So hopefully you're not too sensitive to like things happening on screen, because Persona ATLUS is unapologetic. Their newest modernizations, they're incredibly stylish. Like all their menus are all theme appropriate. Everything has a color palette. Nearly every character has a stylization. So it no longer looks like this. You wonder why they didn't include the female playthrough? Yeah, I don't know either. I hadn't... So, the question... One of the things is, why now? It's because they added these games on Steam. So it wasn't that long ago. Maybe like 4 or 5 years ago when they started releasing these games on Steam. So I can play it on PC. Because the last console I owned was PlayStation 2. So the moment they moved beyond PlayStation 2... I haven't played any of this. Now, because of that, I haven't followed why they decided not to include the female playthrough. And right now, Persona 3 Reloaded is about over 2 years old now. So 2004 was when it was released. There were no like plans. Obviously, they can still do it technically. They can still add the female playthrough. But yeah, no plans. It's a really interesting choice. So you're basically playing Makoto, and that would also mean that the stuff that I'm playing now, half of it is not in Persona 3 Reloaded in the sense of writing, right? In the sense of the writing and the social links. So that's an interesting topic, and it's been controversial for some time now. So the only way to play the female stuff would be the PSP P3P version. Yeah, and that's technically why I'm doing that too. As far as I know, until P4R comes out, we wouldn't, it would be difficult to know if they cut anything from P4G. So, yeah, this one for sure, the female parts are not in it. Ever since Shinji came back, I've been thinking about the past a lot. So to give you an idea, you kind of learn that everyone has a lost family member, so that's kind of a thing. It's kind of like watching a Disney movie. Every time you pick up a Disney movie, the main character probably lost either one of their parents or both of their parents, and either like one of the parents are gone and the other parent just suck at being a parent. That's usually what happens. So that's kind of the setup for most of the Persona characters too. They're either missing one of the parent, both of the parents, one of the sibling is missing, or everyone hates each other at first. And then by the end, you find solace in all of them. However, it's not like Disney where they like suddenly start to sing together, and as long as you believe, all the odds are gonna... It's more your Japanese flair of overcoming stuff. Our dog, Koro, he seems to be done playing. Yo, welcome back. You all done? Well then, let's head back. You decide to go back to the dorm. Okay, so they're just chilling for today. Alright. Is it Pharaoh's? He's gonna say something like, "Hello again. How are you today?"
Good evening.
Oh, he said good evening.
I'm sure I don't have to tell you this, but
there's only one week until the full moon.
I hope nothing serious happens, but Who knows what the future will bring? So be careful. Remember, I'm always watching you.
Thanks.
We'll meet again.
Okay. The latest person to pass out was right around our neighborhood. There've been a few around my neighborhood too. I'm scared. They said on TV that it's not contagious, but I feel like it's a sign of the end of the world. What? Don't say that. The disease in this game is called apathy syndrome. So people become apathetic about life. So basically they give up on life, or they forget everything and they just don't care anymore, that type of thing. They lose their stuff, they lose their motivation, more or less. Which technically happens in all three games in some way, shape, or form. They give it a new name each time. In P5, for example, it's a loss of desire. Oh, this is the math teacher. Was it last time that we covered the way that any number divided by 0 is undefined? That's a central theme. Your main character is 0, the fool, as in you represent unlimited, undefined potential. So they're kind of making a funny math joke about it too. Did we? When was that? Oh, he's scatterbrained, right? That's right. Well, either way, I just told you. So let's go to the next question. The answer will be 8. Oh wait. Don't you think 8 is such a darling number? Almost as precious as the curly tail on the 9. And the number 2. Not many people appreciate it, but 2 is awesome. Numbers are so adorable. On the other hand, things like the square root sign or the sigma have a more mature feel. Put them together with numbers and you can express anything in the world. Heart, mind, emotions. It all boils down to synapses firing in the brain. Which means they can be expressed by numbers. Isn't it amazing what those cute numbers can do? He stayed up and listened to the lecture. 8 does have a nice presence. It really does, huh? 8. And if you turn 8 on the side, it's infinity. I'm just saying. You know, just... If 8 falls over... Alright, who are we going with today? We are going with the Emperor today. Yeah. Infinity it is, okay. Alright. So we're gonna go visit the student council guy. So he's the Emperor Arcana. So he believes rules will make the world ideal. You work with the members of the student council. Hidetoshi reported at the meeting. Okay. The other day, I was talking about the cigarette butt in the boys' bathroom. The teacher want the student to be expelled as soon as I found out who it is. Huh? The student council room is getting noisy. After the meeting, everyone left, nervously glancing at each other. Expulsion, huh? Hideyoshi looks exhausted. So, Kodone-kun, what do you think? About the smoker's punishment, that is. It's a strict punishment. I think so too. Hidetoshi seems torn. I think once I catch the culprit, I'll be giving him a good lecturing. After all, the point is to try and prevent it from happening again. It would be great if I could get people like him to change their ways. I don't sympathize with students who break the rules, but Well, will kicking the bad kids out really make school a better place? That's a very great point, because it really doesn't. It removes the problem and defers the responsibility of helping and re-educating and reforming. So when you isolate and kick people out, you're effectively giving up on them. So at least from my kind of Americanized upbringing, reform and not giving up on people is far more than kicking them to the curb and pretending like the problem doesn't exist. Hidetoshi seems troubled. I don't know why I'm complaining. It's really not like me. I guess I'm just confused because I feel so powerless. He is the Emperor Arcana, so he deals with power and control, and upright and justice. Like, rules are rules situation. So it's kind of fun, interesting, and ironic that he does feel powerless in these certain situations. I'll have more power if I do what the teacher wants and wins his trust. Then people will have to listen to me. Watch me, Kotone-kun. I'll work my way to the top. Hidetoshi had to open up to you. Okay. I wonder what his last thing is going to be. He's starting to have feelings. Okay. I have some work to do. I'm going to make a list of suspects. You should go home, Kotone-kun, and avoid dark roads. You never know who's out there. Okay.
Hey.
Just one more week, yeah, to the full moon. What time is it? It's 3 a.m. Alright, we're gonna hang out with Shinjiro. Today. Why don't we stay here? Sit over there. Come on, say something. Let's talk about something fun? Yeah, that'd be best. Shinjiro sounds happy. You talk to Shinjiro about many different subjects. Shinjiro's expression doesn't change much as usual. However, for some reason, he seems lonesome. Are you done? Come on, tell me more. Encore, encore. Shinjiro laughs. At Shinjiro's urging, you continue talking. You told him about school, your friends, the clubs you're in, what you've seen on TV. Shinjiro just listens to your aimless conversations. Sounds like you're enjoying your days. You look best when you laugh. So don't cry, got it? What are you trying to say? Just what I said. Shinjiro looks downward. I gotta make sure I don't leave anything behind. No doubts, no regrets. Leave behind. I keep telling you what to forget and what to remember. What to want and to not want. I'm selfish, aren't I? That's not true. Hey, as long as I'm already being selfish, I want you to do one more thing for me. Alright? You don't have to forgive me, but forgive everything else. What are you talking about? You'll understand later. It should be like this. It should be like this for a little longer. I just want to be normal. Shinjiro smiles with while looking down at his hands. You don't really understand what he means. Still, you feel like it's important. You weren't a good student in high school. You didn't cause trouble, but you hated going. That's fair. You're thankful to the teacher who didn't give up on you though, and got you through. That's a great way to look at it in retrospect. I said this a lot. Most of my life, when I look back, it feels like I got lucky. Like lucky on top of lucky on top of lucky. So into my middle age, right now that I'm getting into my middle age, I spend most of that time hoping to give that forward. So whenever I have time to turn someone's opinion or perspective on their life, I would like to do what Persona games do pretty often. The other times when I'm not playing a video game, it's usually talking about like learning, problem solving, critical thinking skills. So good to hear that despite your not so stellar reflection on your own high school days, I'm glad to hear that teachers and stuff and people around you helped you get through it, right? Thanks for the share. Is it getting late? I forgot that I don't have my watch. I'm not sure if you ever find the watch. What watch? Yeah, I lost it somewhere. It was a shabby old pocket watch. I got it from someone some time ago. Dang it. Shinjiro signs. It seems that his watch meant something important to him. If you can find his watch. Oh, so you do find it. Shinjiro is sure to be happy. So, you have any more? I want to hear what you got to say. You've got some more stories up your sleeve, right? Anything's fine. You talk with Shinjiro about all kinds of things late into the night. Okay. That background music swap. Alright, so we gotta go find his pocket watch. And his pocket watch is actually in the police station. It's probably where... The whole game in Persona 3 takes over the course of 1 year. 2 school semesters. So it's literally 1 year. So you go through each day, 1 day at a time. Okay. I think his pocket watch was in here, right? Oh no, wait. I'm supposed to go to accessories. Yeah. Is it in here? Okay, maybe not. Oh, I just talked to him. You need something else besides the usual stuff. You're looking for something. Now that's up my alley. Tell me what you're looking for. An old pocket watch. Ah, today has to be your lucky day then. Is this it? Nice. If you come any later, I would have sold it to somebody else. Nah, I'm joking. I was like, what? Alright, what is today? Tuesday? We're doing Saori. So, right now there's a scandal happening. Someone keeps framing Saudi for stuff, so we're gonna go and see how that results. Music makes you want to move. Persona games, if you're into city pop, like Japanese English, so Japanglish, like combination of the two. If you're into city pop, the current wave in Japanese city pop, it's usually a bit of hip hop mixed with digital music and jazz funk rock. So those are the typical mixed ups. So all of the Persona games have this element. It's a mix of jazz, funk, so with instrumentation, like a rock band, like funk rock, jazz rock, and then hip hop. Which is more or less the old school like city pop scene in Japan. So all of them is gonna go back and forth between them. It does make you want to move a lot of times. Alright, we're gonna go and visit Saudi. See what happened with the scandal. Okay, here we go. She's the hermit. So her arcana is the hermit, which is isolated, being unable to relate to people, and then she's always retreating and never expressing her actual feelings. So, and her background is that she's 2 years older than everyone else, but you're in the same year, and she spent 2 years abroad, so she's coming back as like an older senior, and her classmates and everyone distrusts her, and they keep taking advantage of her kind of stoicism. So she's the nice kid, the nice person that constantly gets exploited, basically. And I talk about this a lot in my old childhood. I was the Chinese kid who's technically the abroad person. So when I was growing up as a teenager, I was raised on different values. So I became the yes man. In Japanese culture, typically kids are raised to be yes people. They're people pleasers by nature. So you're constantly being yes, you never complain, you always do these things. She's a very specific case in which she is abroad. So that's kind of like coincidental how they paved her. For myself, that's kind of what I did when I was younger. And I talk about this a lot, the difference between kindness and niceness. Nice people, they usually never express what they like, their opinions, their emotions, and they seek and try as hard as possible to please people over time. And nowadays, if you're in your 20s, that's kind of what the internet pressures most people to do, like most kids to do. The idea is you're constantly incentivized to try to please everyone. So it's usually in life you want to have typically a balance between the two. So being kind, you want to learn how to be kind to yourself and kind to others. So you know the people that you care about and the people who care about you. Being nice as a universal people pleaser, you are typically going to not be guarded in a manner that protects you from being exploited. So when I often talk about this when someone says nice people finish last, they do finish last. Kind people are the healthy people. You know who to trust. You have loving people around you who are kind to you and you are kind to them. Trying to please everyone, that's the act of niceness. So oftentimes there's usually a character archetype like that. Someone who's so desperate to want to be nice to everyone that typically bad things happen to them. So that's her deal. And the last exercise, the last like art, the social link was you and her volunteered to help write a newsletter. And that newsletter turned out to be a scathing defamation against her for being a predator. Like, so people are accusing her of sexual advances or like being a seduction thing. So now we're gonna find out what happens. Yeah. So she got expelled, basically, or suspended so far. And I don't know if she's gonna come back. We'll see. After Saori's suspension ended, okay, so it's after the ending, you resume your duties as a health committee member with her. However, the students that visit seem uneasy when they see Saori there. Everyone leaves in a hurry. Oh, and she works in the nurse's office, so she's helping with... You and her are part of the health committee. Saori hangs her head low. Don't let it get to you. She seems relieved. You shouldn't be talking to me. If someone sees you, they'll get the wrong idea, like when we were both called to the faculty office together. What you went through, that was the cause of a cultural difference. What you went through, that was cause of a cultural difference? Yes, it was a different cultural difference, yeah. By coincidence. Nowadays is a little different, obviously. The stuff that I talk about, the same problems, are coincidental in the sense that people are people-pleasing naturally now because of the internet. When I was younger, it was a cultural difference. You are publicly always a people pleaser. Like in Chinese culture and in Japanese culture by extension, when you're out in public, you are known to have to always show a strong face, right? Tolerance, politeness, and despite, like for her, for example, she doesn't know that she's being taken advantage of. And that was typically what I would do. So when I was younger, I just say yes, or the yes man, right? The person who says yes to anything. And the reason why earlier I said I felt lucky when you talked about you were thankful for a teacher, when I look back, I consider myself incredibly lucky that I didn't end up like Saori, for example, where you have a conflict of cultural differences. Growing up in the United States, in my opinion, had taught me the importance of being kind, not being nice. Because oftentimes, niceness is not protective enough as well. And oftentimes, getting close to people requires a sense of kindness in the United States. It's not automatically assumed that everyone exercises politeness and people-pleasing. So it's a little bit, the cultural difference created a compatibility issue. So now when I'm much older, I kind of do both. If I'm talking to someone who belongs to a different culture, I would interact in that way through that expectation. Usually, when you think about Japanese culture, and especially Japanese culture, which is the game we're playing, typically one of the deficient things in adulthood is expression of one's own emotions, one's own authority, and one's own personal experiences. Because the thing that you learn first is politeness, conservation, stoicism. So if you have an emotional problem, suck it up, keep it to yourself, take it home, right? So there is a pros and cons to both things. So for myself, when I was a kid, it's very difficult for anyone to know if I'm happy or sad or like anything. I typically had a problem with understanding other people's emotions as well. While I look at other people, everyone else was very expressive. You know, in the United States, there's a heavy emphasis on letting children be children. Meanwhile, I was already like a 40-year-old when I was a teenager. I basically never talk about anything outside of work, getting good grades, doing the objective thing. So oftentimes when the friends that I did actually have, I was kind of lucky. Usually the friends, you would require some sort of intimacy, like some sort of sharing of feelings or getting together, and usually all of that is like masked when I was a younger person. Nowadays, the way I, like, for example, describe Persona to you, I can appreciate and understand where other people are coming from. Like, why do they like Persona games and why do I like Persona games? That situation. Usually in this day and age, because of social media and stuff, you can have arguments like, this is the best game according to data. No feelings whatsoever. Like, there are even, it's very classical for younger people now to like things without actually knowing why they like them. So like algorithm-based targeting, overexposure, like doom scrolling passionlessly. That's why Persona 5 is one of the bigger titles that are very popular when it was released like over over like 6 years ago, 6 or 7 years ago. It focuses on passionless living, so like living without passion anymore. And one of the biggest notable, in my opinion, one of the biggest narratives that I promote is the idea of being aware when you no longer have agency over the things you like. So online, as long as it exposes you to the thing you're searching, you learn to like it or normalize it. But whenever you ask a student, like, or ask a person, so why do you hate this? They're like, and they would list it off, but they would list what's in the game. They don't explain why it makes them upset. So that's what I was like when I was a kid. So when someone asked me, oh, can you help me out? And I'm like, sure. And then they're like, oh, if it's too much trouble, don't worry about it. I'm like, no, it's no trouble. When it could be trouble. I don't know. The idea is that I didn't pay attention to what I cared about. It didn't matter what I care about. If someone needs help, I do it. This is the archetype that Saori has. Saori is desperate to help people. She is nice. A nice person feels rewarded and feels like they mean something when they help someone. It's not about the thanks. Like, if you thank them, they'll deny it. They'll like brush it off. They will reflect it. It's the act of helping and the act of needing to be needed is what makes them feel good. Now, the problem is that also means you're out for exploitation. So if you're young and you're like that, naive and a people pleaser, well, usually the world is not that like obviously one-sided. So you can most definitely be taken advantage of. So that's kind of the archetype that they have. And you have to be lucky in life to persist as a nice person throughout your life. Like, I would not consider myself a nice person anymore. A lot of people do say, oh, you're such a nice person. I'm like, I'm a kind person. I'm a person who knows when I can say no. Like, I can't do this. I don't have enough time. Or I can't fly across the world to do something. Or I don't have resources. So that's kind of the thing. And nice people, what happens is when they fail to be helpful, they only blame themselves. So that's the Saori like archetype. She's one that she wants to be a people pleaser, and when she can't please, she only blames herself. She is the only reason, so she can't see the cruelty in other people. Not necessarily that it's not necessarily that there are villains in the world. It's that she wouldn't notice selfishness when it exists. So, like, people are selfish. They're not necessarily malicious towards you. It's that they know how to be kind to themselves too. So sometimes when you say no, it's an act of selfishness, which is important to know. You have to understand that sometimes you have to say no if it's going to cause you distress. So I didn't do that when I was younger. And when I look back, I usually always tend to say I was very lucky, because for every one that I may have went down like a self-contained abusive relationship with someone, at every turn of the corner, there were people who were very demonstrative. They were able to demonstrate what it's like to care about yourself, to be kind to yourself, to think about what you want, like what I want, basically. Like, I want to do this, and I can help people and be kind to people as I'm doing the thing I want to do. So it's not always about achieving something by sacrificing yourself, and then if you fail, it's not always your fault. You can try to help someone and still fail. That's what kindness looks like. When you're nice, if you fail to help someone, you're only gonna feel worse. Like, because that's the meaning. That's your meaning to live. So that's what this character reminds you, or supposedly supposed to remind you of. See, I don't want you to, oh, and they can't ask for help. That's the one that's the most common thread about a nice person and a people pleaser. They never ask for help. And it took me maybe till I was like 25 or 26 before I really thought it's okay to ask for help, right? When you're young, you're ambitious, and you can do anything. You feel like you can do everything on your own. And if you're a nice person, you never let anyone help you either. So like if anyone throws something for you, you pretty much toss it aside. Japanese culture is very stereotypically and memed about being terrible at asking for help or taking compliments. They're usually not individuals who tend to do that because of burdening others with their problems, especially in public. So most of her lines are a refusal of help, which is in contrast, like Fuka, the other character who is cooking, she is often always gracious and accept the help, right? Because of her anxiety and apprehension of being a screw up. So she's like strong, stoic, and always self-defeating. And then you keep saying the same thing, like I don't mind at all. It's not, you can ask for help basically. You should though, but I'm glad to hear you say it. Smiles weakly. I might be transferred to another school. Do you want to be transferred? See, it's like she basically doesn't ever say anything. She never wants to say what's on her mind because of being a burden to another person. My parents said that I'm an ungrateful child and a shame to my family. They're going to send me to a private school far away. That's fine with me, but I don't really like that I'm going to be separated from you. She smiles sadly. Yeah, it's like pulling teeth. You're trying to probably get her to trust you. Glad you had good friends during that time. Then, because that sounds like a really exhausting and stressful way to be. Funny enough, if I'm looking back now, it was really exhausting and stressful. Like for me, the person I am now, whatever I did when I was younger, I can't do that again. And I don't regret it either. Because at the time when I was 18, I thought I could do everything. Egotistically nice, basically. Like, oh, you have a problem? I can solve it. And I use like pure objective, right? You probably hear this all the time online at this point. Like, oh, if it can be solved with science or critical thinking, it can be solved. What your problem is, you're emotional about it. So I'm that kind of guy where like someone's like, oh, I'm having a problem with this. It's like, oh, it's because you're not thinking about this objectively and logically. Let's go solve that problem. And I wouldn't be concerned about their feelings. So when I'm helping people, I actually don't care about their feelings when I was younger. Like, oh, you're having a problem with your math homework. It's like, study more. Here, I'll tell you what to study and we'll correct the math problem. And that's it. Like, it's not like, hey, what do you think is the problem? Like, what are you struggling with? Is there anything that makes you, like, we're not thinking about people's emotions. So the idea is when someone buries their emotions and do all that, they also are not compassionate either. Nowadays, when I look back on that, it's probably, I enjoyed it probably when I was a younger person and I could do all of that. It felt good. Like being nice to people when you're a people pleaser, it makes you feel good. It's like an addiction. It's like, it makes you, so technically it was really great back then. When I think about it and describe it now, it sounds really exhausting and stressful. So like I obviously can't do that now when I'm much older. Or I could try, but it really does seem very stressful and exhausting. And you don't have to live that way. You can just play a Persona game. You know, this is I'm not affiliated with ATLUS, okay? But you can play a hypothetical. You can see some of the consequences. Basically, you get things, you know, it's always your fault. Everything is your fault, and that's okay. That's what a nice person does. That's what Saori does. She got suspended from school because people spread rumors about her. Took advantage of her, and she's like, "Oh, you know, it's okay. I mean, my parents think I'm a loser and a shame to the family, and I'm just gonna be carted away to another place, removed from the only friend I have that I've ever made in the last couple of years, but I'm okay." That's what it's like. Like, you never know. And a person who's compassionate would be very, very hard. It's very difficult to reach someone like that. Like, you don't know how bad it is. And oftentimes these things don't in the IRL, like, I've had some brushes with individuals like this before, like when I was much older, and you don't know where they are. It's so hard to tell where they are. Like, in the darkest sense, they don't end up being very in a good place. In fact, I've seen the next to possible worse, which is when someone fails to do something, like fail to end it all. So that does happen, and that's what these things occur when someone stops expressing themselves and they have no route of thinking that they deserve help, like they're entitled to help, let alone ask for help. They can't even accept help. And that's usually the type of the darkest places or the lowest places that I encounter and talk about, usually. Because I no longer am in those places, and oftentimes the people who talk about these things, who are comfortable in talking about these things, are the ones that used to experience that, the ones that have these experiences. So that's kind of what I see a lot of times when someone is clearly not okay, like things are not okay, and all they say is, "Oh, you don't have to bother with helping me. I'm not worth the time helping me," right? Like, you could, why are you wasting your time trying to help me? I'm only gonna fail and say the same thing. That's usually the time where you try to get them to go and talk to their support system. That's usually your friends, your family, and maybe even a professional. So very, very real, right? For sure. I need to start packing. Like, she's just gonna pack. She's just gonna leave. Still, I don't really have much luggage to take along. I mean, I'm not surprised. Nice people don't have much luggage. Whenever I came back from overseas, my room would be empty, just like it is now. For the record, when I was a teenager and I moved to college, like I went to college, and then after a little bit after college, I carried like 2 boxes of things, and that's it. For like the next, all the way up to like into my 30s, I could fit everything in like a trunk, and I didn't have lots of connections with like sentimentalism and whatnot. So you're always living pretty much in an empty room most of the time. So that's kind of why, like, when you probably encounter some content creators like Dr. K or something who would like talk to other earlier kids, maybe like 20 years old, who, when they show their room, right, when you see the room and there's like complete void of emotional attachment or sentimentalism, that's kind of a red flag. Those are pretty big red flags. And obviously when the Persona people were writing, they're kind of capturing all of these things in a very like short time frame. So like obviously these things happen over years technically when it comes to IRL stuff. But you get these vignettes. That's why I call them vignettes. They happen rapidly in succession. So you have to imagine the time passing as they're going very rapidly. I don't need anything. Not even help. He said goodbye to Sally, then returned to the dorm.
Hi, how was your day?
Kotone, have you been able to figure out what the machine in the command room is malfunctioning? Oh, wait, I thought it was still working. Okay, I guess it's an ongoing joke. What's an example room that has emotional attachment, like someone who decorates, things on display? Any of that. Anything that has a form of self-expression. Or trinkets and marbles from other people around them. So I usually, whenever someone says like, oh hey, like what is that stuffed animal like right here and stuff, I would have a story attached to them. They have no other intrinsic value outside of the stories attached to them. So over the years, when I met friends that allowed me, like the friends that I've met over the course of my life, I've accrued a lot of trinkets. And those are the trinkets that you would have if you're forming emotional attachments and emotional connection with people, right? A room that's completely sterile, right? Like the word would be sterile. Basically, there's no form of any form of self-expression. It's like a white room with a table. To describe my apartment was like a square. It was basically a cube. It had a blow up mattress. So like I slept on an air mattress. It had one desk in the corner, and for like a couple years I didn't use a light source. So the only light source was my monitor. So I come home, I sit in the corner. I had no furniture whatsoever. So there weren't any lightings or anything on the wall. Actually, it's kind of the closest thing I've ever had on the wall is this. So that's and that's here now. Before I used to, there were like back then, like 7 years ago, when I captured something like this, you would see nothing but a black space in the back. Like the walls are far enough where the whole room behind me is just black. There's nothing that captures the light. Like nothing reflects off the light. No table bounce off. There was a window in the far back wall, and that was it. So it was a blow-up mattress, my computer chair, and the desk with a monitor and the PC, and that was it. That was all the furniture I own. And then I had boxes, like Amazon cardboard boxes of books and stuff. So I used the Amazon boxes to like store things, and they go in my car and they come out of my car, and they go in the car and come out of my car. That's kind of how I lived when I was moving about after I left the nest. There are very few things I own. So nowadays though, a couple books here and there, like lots of things left over from hobby pursuits, like my time playing a rhythm game called OS, you know, things like that they basically have no function anymore. Like I have a controller that is worn down so much, my first like controller. So I have a new controller now, but I have an old controller that's just sitting there. But the only reason it's still sitting there is because I used it for like 6 years, and the whole analog stick is completely worn. But it's just there for sentimental reason. So like I start to collect a little bit for sentimental reasons. Where like, oh hey, this is the evidence of what you have done. And now I record everything. So like right now, this very moment that we're having, it's a recording. There's an emotional attachment to this. There's a reason I'm recording and sharing these experiences. It creates sentimentalism and weight to all of my experiences. So even back then, those actions that are void of passion and value, I'm reusing those stories. Those stories are becoming valuable or more valuable as time goes on. So life no longer becomes a pitfall of regrets, right? You're holding on to your memories, you're using them. And that's kind of what I have done in the last 15 or so years. Most of the time when I'm speaking, talking about objectivity and then trying to provide a subjective spin, I usually use an anecdote or a story from my life. At a time when I didn't feel like I was living life for passion, like passionately living life. So living life passionlessly, which is kind of the whole idea of the Persona games in general. Like people who played a Persona game, they start to possibly appreciate what it's trying to do or what it's trying to tell. I think nowadays when you constantly hyper focus on performance, getting those good grades, making lots of money, right? People please, it sucks the passion out of everything. You forget why you like it in the first place. Like, I can legitimately tell you that when I ask someone, what do you do every day? And they were like, oh, you know, I watch YouTube videos, or I doom scroll TikTok. And I would ask them, was there anything you noticed? Do you like anything that you wanted to talk about today? And it would take them a very long time to even mention the details of something that stuck with them, something that they're carrying with them. So, like, those memories come and go, if they even became memories. So you can have people who spend like 6 hours on YouTube, and I would ask them, did any of the 6 hours mean anything? Like, tell me something about it. And they're like, oh, you know, I'm just vibing and chilling and melting into my chair. And I'm like, that's... So you're choosing to not even remember one thing in your 6 hours, and you multiply that, and you continue to multiply that by the days, and then you have the usual comment like, oh man, this year, did I already waste all 3 months of my summer vacation, right? And my first thought is, if you feel like you're wasting your summer vacation, it also would indicate that you have decided not to commit anything of memory, and anything of memory is something that's valuable to you. So time feels shorter and like a waste because there is no significance being built during that time. So one of the things in Persona 3 is about how you use your time to make memories. Your legacy goes beyond your mortality because there's something to live for. You're creating memories. You're creating a value from your action. Sometimes you might not remember it, but someone else may remember it with you, right? Like a friend or a family member. So that's kind of the whole like passionlessly living. When someone says, oh, you know, I'm just drifting, I'm like, drift less. Tell me about it. Some good measures in there? Yeah. I say this on a daily basis, so some people like to learn Japanese or they do language learning, so most of my time is actually invested in language learning. Just so happens I started playing this recently, and usually after a while they would start off passionlessly. There is passion in learning language. Eventually that just fades really quickly, like a month in, and they're like, oh, you know, I'm just doing my reviews. I was like, oh, I gotta get on and grind my reviews. Oh no, I gotta get on and grind my... So like passion fades very quickly when it comes to the youth when they are trying to tackle a hobby. But the hobby immediately becomes a job and is like a, you know, once the passion fades, it no longer is a hobby. It's more like a chore. So oftentimes you hear, I met a bunch of people who would say like, oh, you know, I studied for a year passionately, like 2 years ago. And like, why did you stop? Like, well, it became passionless, right? It became grindy, exhausting. Like, do you ever decide to go back? Maybe you can revisit Japanese and find a way to use it, find a way to make memories with the stuff. And oftentimes people are fine with just moving on. Obviously, that's a hobby. So a hobby's okay. You can pick up hobbies, drop hobbies, that's perfectly fine. Now, if you do that chronically all the time, what becomes of relationships? So usually this is where I end up people expressing like, you know, they don't have a lot of friends, or they have trouble talking with friends or making friends. That's where it's related back to Persona and whatnot, because that's the whole point. Like, it's the main core of Persona. You're making friends, making all of the unlikely scenarios. So in a way, you can say that Persona, for many younger people now, is wish fulfillment. There's a bit of wish fulfillment, which may present itself as excellent messages to be like, hey, go out there, take a chance, and the reason why you're nervous and anxious and fearful about taking a chance is because it's probably very important to you. So where there's fear and anxiety, there's also potential and opportunity and meaning, right? The idea is they go hand in hand. So to get a better appreciation, you could play a video game like Persona to appreciate that. Fear comes with risks. Risk also comes with reward and importance. So if you're nervous about trusting someone and making a friend, it's because it's probably very important. When you have a lot of something, it becomes dull and less precious most of the time. That's a nice way to look at anxiety and fear. Yeah, it's both, right? That's the reason you're getting both. There's something that's really rewarding and hard also comes with anxiety and fear. So it's everything. You need to make sure to keep in check. It's not the cake and eat it situation, right? You have the cake and eat it. You can't simply be good at something without anxiety and fear. Being good at something comes with fear and anxiety, as well as good feelings, confidence, and opportunities. So like public speaking, I often talk about public speaking a lot because I spend most of my time publicly speaking now. Someone had asked like, so I'm always nervous when I have to speak in front of people or in front of anything. And they would ask like, how do you control your anxiety and fear? And I'm like, I work with it. Because being anxious when you're doing something important, it's a natural process of doing that. Where there's anxiety, there's opportunity as well. You create confidence because you learn to live with anxiety and fear, manage it, harness it, and change it up, change the shape of it. Being anxious, it really does mean, or it's a great way to tell that the thing you're doing is very important. There isn't, in my opinion, a human in this world who would say they don't feel any sort of anxiety, nervousness when they're doing something that's super important to them. Like training a year for a marathon. At that moment, anxiety will exist. However, all the practice comes with a reward. So you always hear the thing, oh, when you get started, the anxiety and fears go away because you're doing something you've been practicing for a while now. So that's kind of the idea. At any given time, you can have certain emotions, right? All of them in the course of the action will occur, right? That's kind of like trying to hope that life is only filled with the good times. Like, so you're never going to, in order, like, you can imagine a life where you never feel sadness or never feel grief. That is something that doesn't, in my opinion, is very hard to exist in humanity. Like, you are going to experience those things. Now, your appreciation for the opposite of them is also grounded in that. Where there's life, right? Where there's life, there's death. Death helps you appreciate life. Life helps you appreciate death, right? Anxiety helps you appreciate confidence. Fear helps you appreciate security, safeness. So you hear it often when someone says, oh yeah, how do you push yourself so hard? The fear of failure. At least from like a Chinese perspective, I suppose. What is one of the strongest pushing forces to motivate you? The fear of failure. And then you're wondering, well, why don't you look like it's crippling you? Like, why aren't you being crippled by the fear of failure? Like, it's my driver, it's a fuel. Like, obviously other people present it differently. They're like, oh no, you know what? I'm not gonna do anything. I'm not gonna try that because I know I'm gonna fail, so I might as well not try at all. That's a different type of fear of failure. That's a fear of failure with no counterweight. Like, trying something means there's an opportunity to succeed too, to exceed your expectations. So when I say I have a fear of failure in trying to meet someone's requirement, it also means I'm trying to exceed that person's requirement too. So in both cases, you have a balance. Without a counterbalance, yeah, you will be stricken and dumbfounded by anxiety and fear. You pretty much lock yourself in the corner of a room and never try anything. Largely because there's no incentive to do so. So, my experience, personally, anecdotally, with the last 2 or 3 years of speaking to young people, right, around 18 years old generally, their fear and anxiety is so one-sided that it doesn't leave any room for what could happen, not what will happen. They typically say that it will happen, and it's all on the negative side of things. So like, they will be anxious, they will be fearful, they will fail. Not, you try something, you could easily as succeed than fail, right? It's a chance. It's not fatalist. So typically nihilism and fatalism is the argument for crippling anxiety and fear. I have fear and I have anxiety. It's not fatalistic, as in there's no guarantee that my anxiety won't lead me to triumph. There's no guarantee that my fear will be realized at the expense of achieving security. So both of those things can happen. It's a way to temper your, I guess, cynicism. That's pretty much one of the core themes in Persona 3. It's just that, you know, fade away into nihilistic tendencies. Okay, so where are we now? Oh, we're finally getting to the Tartarus section, so this is pretty much where we're gonna end for today, because I'll start with Tartarus tomorrow, which is the video gamey part. Huh. Yeah, this is where we would do a bunch of step-ups. So tomorrow we'll start right away with Tartarus. We have 29 floors to climb and a bunch of and a bunch of tasks. But it's 4 a.m. so where I head off for the day. Thank you for keeping me company, Cho. Very opportunistic. I always appreciate people's willingness to share a bit, lend an ear. You didn't expect to be exploring some deep topics because of the game. Was a good time. Yeah, and hear me out. It happens every time. I would say you're in the 1%. You're in the 1%. So every 1 out of 100 people, you get that comment. And I think making what you're going to do as deep as it is, that gives you reward. So if I don't have to convince you that Persona is your source of deep reward, I would love to hear if you find your deep sentimentalization in it. So it's always up to you to determine how rewarding it can be. For myself, whenever I'm streaming, I'm at like 200%. So once the stream goes off, I tell people all the time, I'd be like vibing and chilling too. So these things are important to me, so I put like 200 and 300% in, right? And hopefully you'll invest forward, you know? Show the other kiddos what it is to be passionate about something, which is great, because I think the world kind of needs more of that. Less so of the, oh, I'm better than you, or I can't be good enough. You know what's crazy? You followed my channel a while ago and you didn't realize how much time had passed. Oh yeah? How long has it passed? Yeah, because it could have been anywhere for more than 7 years. Because we're going into, I think we're over 8 now. 2020, yep, that sounds about right. Yeah. 2018, I think that was when. It was around 2018. Yeah, it's been a while. Interesting. I hope your life was filled with a lot of things going on since 2020. Very neat. Obviously, when I mean things going on, I mean overall you're in a positive space. Obviously there will be ups and downs along the way. Again, not affiliated with SEGA or ATLUS at all. If you play these games, definitely share your thoughts. Oh yeah, marriage and the loss of it? Oh, intriguing. I hope you're in a good mind space now. Wow, that is a lot to experience in like 6 years. I unfortunately I can't empathize with it, because I actually I'm pretty open about this. I've never been in a relationship, like a formal relationship. So hopefully you find solace in a company, the company that you have, like family and friends and whatnot. That is definitely where my empathy, I have a lack of empathy in that situation outside of like trying to form platonic relationships. So the vast majority of my like deep relationships, they're largely platonic relationships. So you're digging yourself out. That's good to hear. Getting there, nice. You make it sound like it was recent. Hopefully play something, you know, video games is a great outlet. Play a uplifting game. Oh, there are quite a lot of lovely indie games out there that show that you can come back, right? It's nice to hear that you're picturing yourself getting out of the situation, right? Like picking yourself up, finding motivation to do things. If I shared anecdotally, I think, I'm not sure where you're from, but I'm from the United States. So I've been around there. I've heard. I'm a collector of stories, so I've collected a lot of stories that I may or may not be able to share about, like, being in love, having married, and then divorcing, right? In the United States, it's a fairly common occurrence around my generational time period, even excluding the whole Chinese thing. So you're perfectly welcome to talk about things and anything like that. As long as we breathe, we can keep trying. Absolutely. And as long as I am happy and overly joyed about what I do, I'm more than happy to spend happy dollars. I use this euphemism in over the last couple years. I call it happy dollars because you can't talk about real money. On these, you have to be careful, mindful of the little ones. So I usually call these happy dollars. So whenever I stream, I come with happy dollars to give. So I truly believe in this most of the time. When one is happy enough, they can also share and invest forward that happiness. So oftentimes, like, we live in a society where the person is trying to become happy while trying to do something. So for myself, where I am now, I'm very privileged, and I do feel like I've been very lucky in my life. So your meeting here and why I'm playing Persona games is because I want to make myself available, which is what happens in the last couple of years. I simply make myself available, and then I can tell them about, hey, why is a Persona game interesting? Or why is learning Japanese interesting? Or learning Chinese interesting? And not in a way to convince you that you should play a Persona game. No advertisements here. And learning a language, the idea is, here's a possibility. I can be very happy doing this. You should also go out and find something that can inspire you to be happy, right? And it can be for work. That's a little tougher of a situation. Usually, I'm also a person who loves my work. So I do have a habit of falling in love with my work. So usually, that type of guy that burns out due to working too hard, not burn out due to boredom or like passionless pursuit. So been there, done that a couple of times in my life. Hopefully then you can also have that. I don't know why it's taking you so long to finally chat in your stream, but you're glad you did. We'll definitely be hanging out there more. You're perfectly welcome. Alternatively, right? Alternatively, I say this for every single time there's more than 2 or 3 hour discussion. No obligations. What is the greatest thing about streams is that I make myself available. You can also make yourself available. That's up to you. I like the idea that when I speak to someone, it can be a month, it can be 6 months, it can be a year. The idea is I want to keep in my head, in my mind, and I hope that, no pressure obviously, I hope that this is true. If I don't hear from you ever again, you would be going at life, doing stuff, keeping yourself busy, and being happy. And then one day, when you become famous, rich, and awesome, I can share your story with someone else. No pressure though. No pressure. There are a lot of like kids that I've met over the recent years. They're all in their transition life. Like so many of them. Like one kid is working on a like family cartoon, and they're slowly working on it. There's like storyboards now, and they have like actresses or actors doing like reads. Can't wait. I hope that I can tell you about their show one day. And there are 2 people who are ready to move to Japan and do their thing. 3 kids who 2 of them, one of them started college, one of them got into college and one of them is looking at colleges now. So, and you, hopefully, whatever you go and do, obviously, again, we're not trying to form dependencies, right? So no dependencies. Any pressure is not, like, if you already have pressure in your life, having to pressure yourself to be here is a different story. Share with me all your exploits. Now that would be fantastic. Motivate yourself to want to share your exploits. You're just trying to be a functional adult again at this point. That's perfectly awesome. Let me know, or play something, write something, express something that allows you to get like actualization of your functionality, right? If you don't think anyone cares, right? If you don't think anyone cares, find someone who's available. For myself, this is my happy medium. Like Salary, right? The thing that I was talking about being nice. This is my way, in my opinion, of still being nice, like the good old days, while also having the opportunity to turn it off and be kind to myself. So like when I turn off the stream, I'm gonna eat and hit the bed and situations like that. However, when I'm on stream, the great thing about being available is that then the people who want to ask to be like conversational, you're welcome to. And usually that's how I go about things. I don't want to pry too much into other people's lives and whatnot. I'll tell you what I'm doing and talk about things as well as I can. And whenever you volunteer, it's center point. That's the most important. When you tell me something, I'm going to be trying very hard to tell you it's important. And it has to be giving an evidence that I care about what you're saying, because honestly, one of the greatest things an adult, like a happy adult, can offer another person to help them get functional again is to acknowledge that they exist. To acknowledge that the things they are doing is important, right? The cheapest thing you can offer to any other adult in this world as a human being is a compliment. Making them feel existent. Make them feel like they have weight. So, you probably heard that cliche before. What's one of the most effective ways to help someone with a problem? You listen. Listen, and then give them examples or give them assurance that you are also comprehending and listening back. So when you talk, share something with me, right? If you share something with me, I'm available. I really do hope that you also have friends and family, obviously, that also do this. For myself, that's why I like streaming. I stream and I do my own thing. I have internal monologues all day, so if no one's talking to me, I'm talking to myself most of the time, and I just keep talking to myself until the day that someone comes by again, and then we have this talk. And usually it comes off as 3 hours or more. And then hear me out. Most of them, I don't hear from them ever again until like 2 months, 3 months down the road, and then we talk again. So like right now, every year there would be like 3 or 4 rotating people, and we would catch up maybe every 2 weeks or every month, and we would share like all the things we have done. And that's great. I really hope what I imagine is in the next couple years, this would be a social norm. So the volume of people who interact with each other and are available would be normalized, because honestly, when you have the current state of the world now, human experiences, exchanging human experiences is a rarity. It's a premium. You're always inside your head, right? Like if you're suffering, for example, or having problems being functional as a functional adult, constantly confirming that with the internet, like, hey, this happens a lot, so I'll use this as an antidote. Someone would say, I think I have I think I'm bipolar with no functional available task, and I have these mental disorders, right? When you go on the internet and you search for something, you're still inside your own head. So the idea is, with a lack of human experience, hopefully that's not the case for you. You have friends and family, right? That can balance out your perspective. But when you're online and you're looking online, the internet is great at one thing, and it's so good at it, it can be also a problem if you have a problem. So if you think you have a problem, the internet is going to convince you have a problem. You think you have skin cancer, and you Google skin cancer, and now your whole feed and your YouTube feed and everything will convince you you have skin cancer. If you're in a bad place online, the moment you look for something, everything is going to convince you you are in a bad place. So I think one of the biggest things that are happening right now is there's going to be a shift. I like to think in my head, there's going to be a shift where that might not be the case anymore. So for now, that's what I mean by, what am I doing right now that I started 7 years ago? The idea is, I think it's going to be a premium in the future where the human experience is going to be needed to basically balance out all the conveniences that we have online. Online is really, really good at finding the information you need or you want. Now, if you feel bad about yourself, then the information you want is about feeling bad. So that's usually the thing that I'm raising my awareness about. Like, I want to re-emphasize to especially younger people, because younger people are less likely to be more experienced with this. When you think you have a problem and you search it up online and you're not aware about how online search tools work, you can convince yourself of anything, and that sucks. And I think I'm not saying the companies are evil and they did this intentionally. I think it was an unintentional consequence of how the internet works really, really well to a fault. Like, if you think you are mentally disabled or something, for example, or like you have a special rare attention span problem, the internet is going to get you immediately to find a place where everyone's convinced that they have that problem. So then how are you going to find the solution to that problem? Or how are you going to solve that problem? Because when you think of negative things as a human being, you're going to collectively focus on that. So here you're going to have echo chambers. And what happens oftentimes that I find is I ask someone, why do you think you have short attention span? And this is a very common question, largely because I do things for a very long time, for a very long period. In fact, Coffers asked me earlier about how can I keep doing this for very long hours and not get exhausted. Practice, right? Or like in the short, it's practice, but in the long version is gotta mix it up, learn how to engage yourself, find significance in the way you do your actions. And that doesn't come from being surrounded and self-selecting everyone to have the same opinion you have. So like, if you like Persona games, for example, like myself, I seek to explain the Persona games from my perspective. If you actively collect yourself into the most hyper-aggressive, specialized Persona fan group, well, you don't have to express anything. You don't practice expressing anything. Everyone agrees, right? That's what the internet does. The internet gets you to find exactly what you're looking for and where you agree. So the downside of that, or the double edge, is when you're in a bad place, you collect with only bad things. If you only see bad things, you only see more bad things. The internet's not going to say like, hey, you know, well, not yet anyways. Maybe AI will change this. I don't know, because the future of AI is still uncertain. Like when they say, hey, you're alarmingly only looking at bad things. Do you want to look at some good things, maybe? So that's where the human interaction still comes in, right? Because now the AI could change this. There is a chance that you could put in safeguards and train an AI to notice when someone is consistently looking for bad things, like bad examples, like, hey, you just spent the last 8 hours looking at cancer. Do you want to go see a doctor? Because a doctor would be a human counterpart. They would be able to provide potential counterpoints or affirm your worst nightmare. The idea is a human being will have an opportunity to present a different case. So if you're depressed, being non-functional, it can be very difficult online to bump into another functional person. Largely because when you're depressed, the internet is going to serve you more depressed things. If you read about depression all the time, then you're just going to get more hits on depression. Then you're going to go and join a bunch of depression groups, but that's not the same anymore. When you go to a clinic, like a therapist place, and you have a group session, there is a person who's counterbalancing. There are multiple organizations that are counterbalancing the badness. Online, you can collectively select yourself into a group that only worsens and exacerbates the problem. That's why echo chambers are a form of extreme opinions. And I'm not going to use depression and stuff as an example. I can illustrate it with video games. Somewhere in the ether of video games, there is an echo chamber that when you think somehow a free game costs you suffering, you can get an extremist echo chamber group that would complain and try to destroy a video game by being free. Because they voluntarily played the game and it caused them suffering. So the shorthand is you can get review bombs and complaints about a free game that was entirely voluntary, free of any predatory currency, right? So you can even get into situations where you can argue it's more trivial than that. Like, oh, someone hurt your feelings because someone made a really ugly looking character. Well, you can get into a group in which you can only see the ugly character harming you. So that's kind of one of the things that I do try to raise awareness. Finding functionality, sometimes you want to remind yourself where when you think of the worst case scenarios for you, you can also think of the best case scenarios. If you can't think of a best case scenario or a counterpoint, another human being could try to do that, right? Try. There's no guarantee, but try means that there's a possibility for both. So for myself, I try to make myself available as much as possible. I fail most of the time. I talked about earlier where like Saori, for example, is a character that doesn't want to receive help. I can't tell you how long I've been talking to several people over the last couple years, and that doesn't mean I got any close to convincing them that they deserve help or they deserve someone caring about them, or they don't constantly feel like they're a burden to everyone else. I literally have someone that I've been talking to a little over a year now, and it's still very tough for him to see that you're not guaranteed to be a burden. Like when someone is really self-deprecating and they're very in a bad place, they often make a rationale like, I'm not worth helping. So anytime I ask for help or they ask for help, they only feel bad because they think it's making the person worse. Like the person who's helping is wasting their time or sacrificing. They're making a sacrifice. And it's so difficult to convince the person or like offer a different perspective. Where what if the person just wants to help you because they love you? Like as a parent, as a friend, like they might want to help you. So they're not making a sacrifice. They're gaining something. And then you can think of it, if you want to think of it negatively, if you are in a terrible place and you're getting worse and there's someone who loves you, like, you know, both platonically and like in any way and intimately, right? They don't want to see you suffer. So if you're suffering and you're refusing help, that's a lose-lose. When you let yourself be helped by someone who wants to help you, that could be a win-win. So oftentimes when I've been talking to some people who are suffering with their choices and whatnot, they can argue in a box where like, oh, the person that's helping me, anyone who helps me is only going to lose something. Like they're only going to sacrifice something. That's what I want to end my like closer here today. When someone makes themselves available, it's for them to give. Like I made myself available. Like, for example, when I'm studying, I get this comment a lot where someone's like, oh, I'm sorry for derailing your study session. You know, we had this 3-hour discussion, even while we're playing Persona, this very moment where someone's like, oh, I'll just let you play your game. I'm sorry to interrupt with your game. It's like, no, I made myself available. If I didn't make myself available, I could just play the game without streaming it. You know, like that's kind of the logic behind it. I understand I'm not speaking for anyone else. I'm speaking for myself. Yes, there are streamers who are streaming for the purpose of helping themselves, right? However, they're not presenting themselves as a person who that's their priority. My priority is I play games, I study, I talk about things, I solve problems. And I stream them because I'm making myself available. Like, I don't need anything from this. So yes, you would have to be a good judge of character, obviously. Because like, if you look at a streamer and they're like desperate or something, desperate for recognition, desperate for accomplishment. Yeah, I'm not speaking for those streamers. For myself, I think the best way for me to give something back is to show people what it's like to really live in the moment, and then also make myself available. And yes, it's good to get another perspective sometimes. It's even more remarkable if you're able to get a counterpoint, like a counterweight. If you're negative, boy howdy, really willing to interact with someone who's positive at the moment. Like, you know, a person is both negative and positive at any given time. So when you're negative sometimes, another person could be positive. When they're negative, you could be positive. That's what friendships are for, right? And intimacy and family. At any given time, you're surrounding yourself with enough support that not everyone is going to be negative at once. That's what happens in an echo chamber. Even when everyone's positive in an echo chamber, that also means they can't see the negative things. That's like, what is an echo chamber filled with positivity and confirmation bias? Arrogance, complacency, lack of innovation, maybe even boredom. So oftentimes other perspectives is great to mix it up a little so that complacency and alternatives, both good and bad. You can have too many of the same perspective. Confirmation bias is a very strong thing online. So hear me out. I'll do you one little one thing. In Persona 3, like, are there people who dislike Persona 3? Absolutely. What do they dislike? It's about high school. So a lot of times people don't like playing Persona games because they can't relate to the characters and they're not kiddies. Like, some people, you know, some adults would say, well, why are you playing a game about high school kids? That's weird. Like, You're not a kid anymore. So I could offer you a different perspective where people don't like Persona games. Like they're too long, they're too dialogue heavy, they're not action, so there's not a lot of action in Persona games. Like you're playing JRPG, it's turn-based. So I already have the semblance of perspective. So if someone says like, oh, Persona games are the goated, everyone should play Persona games, it has everything video games have. No, it doesn't. It doesn't have first-person shooting. It doesn't have mini games right now, right? Or it does have some in the later games, but like there are things it doesn't do. So that's a great way to balance the perspective. That's what I was joking about when I said I'm not affiliated with ATLUS or SEGA. I'm not here to sell you on one perspective. The idea is I felt like you were looking for something refreshing. So you gave me the impression based on the way you use certain words and whatnot that you're looking for something positive, like something exciting to look forward to. So I was trying to give that. Now, if you want to play devil's advocate, there was a person three days ago who said like, oh yeah, P3 is the best game ever. Like I played all the games. And then I played the devil's advocate. I was like, okay, so why did you choose that? Like, what I'm doing is I'm also not here to pander to someone. I want to balance someone out because I think that leads to great discussions. Like, oh, you think this is the best games, this is the best in sliced bread. Can you defend that for me? Let's have a discussion about it. Because to me, if that person is truly passionate, so now we're role reversal. I'm the skeptic and someone else is selling me Persona 3. My discussion would be, okay, defend it. Like, can I ask you a bunch of questions to defend it? And to me, what I think I'm doing is that I'm challenging that person's resolve. And if they can defend it, it'll make them feel even better about it. Like it'll test how strong they really believe in the thing, right? If you think you're miserable, I'm going to challenge your perspective of whether you're truly miserable, right? If you're truly on cloud 9, I'm going to challenge how big your head is. And to me, that's how we get closer. At least if you gave me like 30 minutes, that's what I would choose to do. I would choose to exchange perspective, because you don't get close to someone or even get even remotely friendly and connected with anyone on a first shot if your thing is like, oh yeah, this game's goated. Yeah, same. Oops. And then the conversation ends. Like, oh yeah, I really like the scene. Same. Same, bro. Bruh. Absolutely, bruh. Same. And then the conversation ends. Like, okay, I guess we're just gonna... And then it'll be a fleeting experience. Neither person is gonna remember it. Like, there's nothing important, right? There isn't any substance to it. So, that does happen, by the way. When I say you're the 1%, I would say 1 out of 100 would stay longer than 3 hours or even talk back. Now, the other ones would ask like, hello, what do you think about this game? And they would never stay for the response. I would still spend the whole time saying it though. Like when someone asks, what are your thoughts on this game? And I would go and spend 30 minutes talking about it, and that person's gone already. That person was probably gone after asking the question and not staying for it. That's more common on Twitch and YouTube. Most people ask questions, I would explain it, I would practice it, and then see if they're still around. Usually they're gone after like 2 minutes, because the explanation would be a reflection of my passion. And that doesn't hurt me at all. It's like, you have to try, right? You have to try to reach people. And it's not about how many, the quantity of choices. Obviously, my success rate, it might sound like it's a good thing, like the way you're doing it. My success rate is like, so it's around 2% on a good day, right? One person comes by, I see one or two people once per day, like every once in a while, like usually consistently. And then anyone who stays for 3 hours, that's like in the 1%. So, and I still do it day in, day out, because I'm not losing anything. I'm giving something. So I'm not expecting to receive anything. It's me freely giving, which is fantastic if you can. So one day, coffers, you butthead, you potato, and show, right? One day, I hope that when you become a functional adult, and what I mean by functional adult is that you can also choose when to give something. I think for me, I've said this before. Someone often asks me this in some way, shape, or form. How do you be successful? How do you know when you're successful? Or when did you know you became successful? And I would say this for most people. When I see someone or myself, and they can truly say, I just want to be available because it doesn't matter what I receive in return. I just want to give something to someone else because I have enough. I have enough happiness. I have enough time. I have enough money or whatever it is. You simply, a part of your day, 30 minutes in your day or something, you just want to go outside, open a stand, and just give something to someone. That's when you're successful. You're a functional, successful adult. You have enough to sustain your own life, and you have something else to give to someone else. Which could be your significant other, by the way, you know, the one you want to love, the kid you want to raise, all that excess flow that you can maintain yourself and you can still give to someone else. I think that is where we're going for that. So one day, I expect, no pressure again, that Sho and Coffers, you two will have stories where you're just like, hey, you know what? Here's an interesting story. And you're just there to give, not to receive. I think that is a great litmus test for that. So for myself right now, where my life is right now, that's what I do about 6-ish hours a day. So anyways, I wanted to share on a more bright ending. I'll be back tomorrow because tomorrow we'll be doing this section. Actually, maybe slightly later in the day because I have to go and renew my passport. Okay. Alright, guys. It was a pleasure show. I hope things look up. You find some functionality, draw something, pursue something, and then feel free to share whatever you're comfortable with, and then I can brag about it. You know, I can talk about it. Like, I genuinely do talk about my everyday thing. When someone asks me, how's my day been going? Or what have you been doing last week? I legitimately talk about the people I meet. Because there are not too many of them. So, and then we would send out good wishes, good vibes, obviously. So whenever I talk, it's like, oh, I hope he's doing all right, or I hope she's doing all right, or whoever that I'm identifying, this person I met, they mentioned these things. Maybe the next time they come back around, you and I could tag team and try to encourage the person. That's how it goes. All right. So with that said, I'm gonna wrap up for today. That's a wrap for Persona 3. You know, P3P today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right? As always, feel free to pick up any of the Persona games, not affiliated, right? Maybe one day. It would be kind of fun. And you can come on by, feel free, yap, talk about things, keep each other motivated. I digress all the time, and it's going to be related to the thing I'm doing. So everything I talked about is part of Persona. And in fact, I honestly think that ATLUS would love to hear that about their games, right? That's kind of one of the things. And it's not going to end anytime soon. I've dedicated the rest of till next February to playing Persona games in this time slot. All right, folks. Thanks. It's always been a pleasure. Thank you for your time, Sho, keeping me company near the end. And I'll catch you guys on the next one. 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. Bye bye.